All right, here we are with another day of bangers only, covering the 2024 League of Legends World Championship. And today we are here to celebrate the fall of Europe. Once again, just like when my grandfathers fought in World War II, America has to bail out Europe to save the West, man. It's getting kind of old, guys. Can you, like, Europeans hold your own, please, for a little bit? Why is it always my people's job to save you? Huh? You're out there all starting wars you can't end. Well, one NA team will be making it to the quarterfinals. And we're gonna start with Fnatic. It's like I said though, the best possible draw was FlyQuest TL and probably like what would I say, G2. G2 Dom 1 was probably the best draw. We almost got it. Men of the West. Let's go. All right. Fnatic versus Weibo. Maybe my least anticipated series of Swiss stage, guys. Both these teams are the suck. Let's get into it.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between Weibo and Fnatic. Let's dive into the picks and bans.
Thank you, AI voice.
Give something
Have been already left available with only 3 bans left to go. Something good is getting through here, boys.
And I want to pick up one interesting thing with the pattern from Fnatic. They have actually banned Aurora on blue side. Oh, and
Aurora.
So that's one of the things. They had banned Aurora every
Aurora
single game thus far, which made me think.
All right, Yone banned finally here. No Ivern for Razork, the old EU special.
Don't feel fully comfortable with it because usually it's on red side to ban both the Aurora and the Yone, but they obviously trade it here.
And also, if you are Fnatic, in some scenarios, maybe you want to try and go for a trade, right? Take either the Yone or the Aurora.
I have not been watching the Don Jake interviews. He's pretty funny, though. Guys, I don't have a lot of time, okay? I don't have a lot of time. I'm VOD reviewing every game, like doing in-depth VOD reviews and trying to run LFN and doing my podcasts and also doing the TV and film podcast at the same time and running the business. Don't have a lot of time to watch Don Jake interviews.
Priority here, I do think that in the right situation, just can be really, really strong. But especially with the Poppy ban, I feel like the Vi power just rises up even more so. Makes a very proactive playstyle a lot easier to execute as well. But it looks like instead, Weibo going towards that direction as well with that Renekton and Lucian.
And I love this because this makes it very easy for me. Because even when I was casting Xiaohu back...
And by the way, for you guys asking about the cooking streams, they will be returning soon. Once we probably get through quarters. You know, we got Riot in their infinite wisdom has scheduled, as they always do, 3 best of 5s over 2 weeks. So we'll jam some cooking streams. Insane TV, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you.
On into the series if
okay, we're just gonna take Skarner. Okay, Zhao, who's gonna take his Lucian, which has been by far his best champ this summer.
Tarzan is definitely one of the players that even when he was still in,
all right, so we're doing the Tarzan Nidalee. So we're doing Nidalee Renekton. Oh boy, we've got the poke damage between the Culling and Nidalee spears.
So already a couple of bans to come through here as Ashe and Ezreal taken away by Fnatic and the Ziggs and Kai'Sa. Very bottom lane themed as Misfortune is going to be picked up.
Thing is, setup is super good. They also have a very tanky front line already, does Fnatic, so they should be able to absorb some of this poke in the late game, one would think. Extremely poor engage so far from Weibo. They're gonna have to take like a Leona here. They need some form of non-committal engage. So basically, they see the range and they're answering range and poke with range and poke, except engage significantly better from Fnatic. Yeah, they have Tick Leona here. Yep. They need some form of engage, but this is mostly just a poke composition coming in from Weibo. Not really a fan of the MF here. It doesn't really, MFL doesn't really synergize
I think at any point in the game, you can
with the rest of the comp. Renata is Thanos into Fnatic's comp. Not really. I disagree with that. They basically decided for a couple of ranged options, and they can open up by trying to scatter the weak, getting a Syndra stun.
Renekton and Italy, if that doesn't work, if that doesn't get off the ground, you've got a handbag and a kitty cat.
The only risk you do run with Fnatic if you do fall behind, although I do think their comp is...
What was LFN? I forgot. Last Free Nation. It's the podcast network that I'm running.
And set up on basically every single member of the team is that if you fall too far behind against champions like Renekton and Lucian specifically, you just don't get to ever push in a wave. And if Nidalee gets fed, itemizing against her is going to be really hard. It looks like Noah is looking to go towards that lethality with the Halo Blades here, which I do think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, lane swap for the Varus.
Champs like this that can really accelerate jungle is giving some extra.
Let's see if Oscarinen knows how to lane swap now. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle
if you allow any of those extra ones
for him.
So it should be a pretty normal and calm start here to the lane swap. The only thing is we don't see Jun actually soaking any experience in mid lane. The biggest kind of change was that supports and top laners trying to get to their levels 2 so they can teleport in and try and defend on the bottom tower, but just walked over there with 0 experience on the realm.
No matter what you have, because it's all about.
Okay, so he actually, Fnatic executes this properly. They actually just TP into the bot side. And Breeze TP's top.
Kind of a risk taken, but I think you saw there as well. Oscar and June can play more aggressive the moment that Breeze TPs towards top side. I don't think Weibo really would have wanted to look to try and make a 4v2 play. Not going to do that as
nice scatter,
as you point out there, from Humanoid.
Hey, they actually have.
And the counter picker.
Hey guys,
really
question for you. Question for the fans.
4v2.
Should we take Atlas and Chronicler that we haven't used all worlds and then put them on a China versus Europe matchup? Seems like smart casting decisions that are being made by Riot Games.
Scatter, as you point out there, from Humanoid. And in the counter picker, we'll see how much he's able to get out of it. Tarzan, as expected, just doing a great job on the clear, and right now neither team seeming to get out too far ahead as Razor looking for a play on mid.
Yeah, he's driving through. There is the turnaround though from Xiaohu. He does have Tarzan here.
Dear God.
Still just come
what happened here?
Razor looking for a play on mid.
Yeah, he's driving through. There is the turnaround though from Xiaohu. He does have Tarzan here.
Well, I guess he stunned Tarzan, so worth.
Through, and Tarzan diving onto Razov now.
Jesus Christ.
For the little tiger, my God.
What race did I play in StarCraft? Zerg.
Yeah, this is Shur Khan.
I'm a Zergist.
With him, they're used to that, and they're pushing in this wave.
That's a bit of a disaster. As it turns out, if you just hit your Nidalee spears, you don't need setup.
Yeah, I saw the scatter come through, the stun happen. I was thinking that's going to be time for, like, we're just going to back away. It's going to be okay. But Xiaohu going very aggressive.
Protoss, gross.
I think it's very, very good.
Gross, you guys.
By Weibo and Tarzan ready for it.
That's one.
The spear already hit, so Fnatic
better than a filthy Terran user, but
and then
still.
They still go for it. It's really hard to get a Skarner charge onto a Lucian. Xiaohu just goes straight in onto him. But you have to say, Tarzan spears, they just Xiaohu just goes, and then they still go for it.
That's one.
The spear already hit, so Fnatic know that he's there, and then they still go for it. It's really hard. The spear already hit. Set up.
It's wild that they went for this after knowing that the spear had already landed and Tarzan was en route.
Fnatic know that he's there, and then they still go for it. It's really hard to get a Skarner charge onto a Lucian. Xiaohu just goes straight in onto him. But you have to say, Tarzan spears, they just don't miss. And so, as you're saying, that makes it very easy to play the 2v2.
Hey guys, oh look, we have Kobe in this cast too, because we need an NA guy. You know who we need? You know who we need to get the most insight on EU versus China? We need 2x LCK casters and 1x LCS caster. Yep, this surely is the combo. Ultimate combo for knowledge about these teams.
Humanoid just down. He still does have his flash, which is saved, but that is going to be very hard even with a flash advantage.
You can love Kobe. I'm not saying Kobe's bad at all.
Has all of this
but like,
and now he's too.
He ain't the best choice for this. None of them are.
I gotta say, the fact that they knew as well that Tarzan was there really put that play in a different light for me.
Yeah,
we
right.
didn't saw that initially, right? But the moment
Like, couldn't we use Kobe on the TL game next?
first
Maybe they
I
stay
think
for the
you
whole day.
have
I
to
don't know.
ease
They
up.
probably
I
do
don't
both
think
best of
you
threes.
should be looking for these 2v2s early on because the amount of damage that the Nidalee and Lucian have that is.
Thanks for streaming and
gonna
providing
really
analysis.
outpace
Anything
what
for you,
like
sound of a
especially levels
tone.
3 Skarner is going to be able to do. And realistically, Xiaohu, like, at worst flashes, but he should never really be in any threat on the Lucian when Skarner tries to look for a gank like that.
Yeah, and you just see the difference in skirmishing there. I mean, it's the mobility.
They
of
stay for the whole
Lucian
day?
with the
Well, at least we have
dash
Kobe for
and
TL.
Being very willing to instantly flash in on the Syndra, finish off this kill.
And we're thinking as well that this could have been one.
Shame there's no LPL casters in Berlin already. Oh, well, what can you do? Yeah, it's really a shame Nymira doesn't live, like, right by the
for Weibo
studio.
as well, with the fact that there's
Bummer.
0 CC, but there is CC on this bottom side. Crashdown going to be flashed here by Light. Creates some distance, but the Zenith blade gets Crisp right back in there. Jun burning down, but still trying to turn, finds a Shattering Strike, but otherwise we're just going to back away, sharing some health bars.
Really, really big win there for Fnatic, able to get both summoners out of Light. We have seen that Miss Fortune in general can really struggle, given that she doesn't have an escape. It's very quick, but when you're playing against the amount of lockdown that's available for Fnatic, that is definitely big. My main question is going to be, can they actually use it and get anything out of it? Because just the summoners being down alone, not really enough.
Man, I just love watching Xiaohu here in the mid lane as well. He's going to be so confident with his extra gold. He did not, by the way, invest into any early No Magic Mantle. He's going straight offense first.
Yep, recurve bow already in his inventory. Unfortunately, Humanoid only with.
And he plans to do Jaws on foreplay. We've discussed it.
Build up these splinters, get to that point where you can press your
I'm sure we
gameplay
will
button,
eventually.
which is located on R, and just force your opponent to not be able to play the game. Tarzan will be starting off these grubs, and of course, Nidalee pretty happily getting through those.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to get at least some of them here, but Fnatic have the earlier move with Jun heading over. There's no teleport on Humanoid.
Xiaohu has
because of the early
Xiaohu has prio.
loss, so
He's
now their
6.
mid laner's
Culling,
not gonna be here. It looks
culling.
a little sketchy.
Yep.
Tarzan has no
Grubs already
smite.
taken down. That was where Tarzan invested his smite. That won't be contested on the third one. So maybe Fnatic going to be putting a little bit more pressure on the next spawn.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits too of having Miss Fortune as your bottom laner. You saw Light
They'll eventually have a
walking
shark
up
arc.
very quickly with the strut movement speed.
I think it's more
And
likely
once
we
you
have
see
like
the
an
bottom lane
ocean
also
arc.
made the rotation here. No chance for Fnatic. So 3 grubs plus the early 2 kills for Weibo is massive for them. We talked about them really wanting to snowball with
Shark,
the,
what would we
especially
pick?
top 3 champions.
The
on the
like
map.
Meg and
Kind of the worst
Jaws
of both
and
worlds for Fnatic as well, 'cause you don't really have
Sharknado.
anything that you can do there towards the grubs with the rotation. As Razor maybe looking for a play here.
Yep, gonna be spotted on a ward as he does make his way in, but there's Jun with the engage. They do a lot of damage and Light will be going down. Jun's still gonna be sacrificed, so a 1-for-1 in the end, but this might give... Gonna be spotted on a ward as he does make his way in, but there's Jun with the engage. They do a lot of damage and Light will
Nice
be
dive.
going down. Jun's still gonna be sacrificed, so a 1-for-1 in the end, but this might give Fnatic enough time to grab some plates as well.
That's the punish of that lack of summoners onto Light. And it makes the previous grub play feel a little bit less bad, because ideally you'd be looking for a side lane play or for a cross map. Fnatic didn't really find anything there. With this kill onto Light and it going to Noah as well.
Correct on SI, you mentioned there's going to be a Robert Eggers foreplay episode. Does that mean it's coming out after Nosferatu? Yeah, it'll be the Sword and Sandals, then the Eggers. We're trying to coordinate Sword and Sandals around Gladiator 2 release, and we're trying to coordinate the Eggers arc around Nosferatu release. So basically, like, we'll do more we'll do movies in theaters as well, which we've done for Nerd Legion, but we haven't really done for foreplay yet.
Still not the end of the world. And I really like this play from Fnatic.
What's the name of the cinema podcast? Okay, we have 2. You can check them out here. I'll drop the link. They're called Nerd Legion and Foreplay, Four.
When there is an
But they're also on the
enemy with
Elephant
no
Culture
summoners that
YouTube
needs to be
channel.
punished, Jun goes for
So it's
the
Last
Q
Free Nation
flash,
Culture.
And from that point on, Light doesn't really have any counterplay.
Yep, wall slam comes through from Razok, and that is all she wrote, and I think you're happy to trade Jun for that one. As
Went
yeah,
to
we'll
Crisp as well.
just have to see exactly how this one's going to go. Crisp, I think he could be deadly. on this Leona. We've seen Leonas pick up some
Power
kills
Leona,
in the past.
yeah. Battle Leona.
Exactly. Battle Leona is something to be
So Weibo's still in the lead here,
Going to be starting off the first dragon,
especially thanks to
obviously,
a couple kills in the mid lane.
composition
We're getting
and
all the
certainly
objectives
surviving
if we're
in the late
Weibo.
stages, and Weibo sort of have to get more of a lead
Grub
on
buff
this
is really good on them because
Yeah,
they
I
actually
think
have
what
good
I'm
siege.
worried
It's about one of the
for
only things
Fnatic
they can
is
do well with this composition.
We'll see about the swaps if they can get it back, but currently Tarzan on the bottom side as we're still a minute away from that second grub pack spawning, and he wants to punish bot.
Yeah, as the bullet time to come through, they're not really doing very much, but Noah still has to use the cleanse. The ignite comes down afterwards. Good sidestep there from at least Noah, but Jun unfortunately is going to be left to the wolves. Nice magnet storm just to
Only
make sure
4
that
play
he's
shows
there
up.
as
Search
the
for
Fates is not
Nerd
gonna keep him
Legion.
alive as Light gets his revenge.
Still massively
That's the other one.
successful gank there for Tarzan.
Doa
Gets
and
those
I are
summons
on
for
the
Noah.
1980s
If they're gonna
fantasy
get the kill,
movie
they're gonna be able to shove
marathon
them that way.
kick right now.
Still going over to Light, and Weibo with this Nidalee really trying to snowball the game as much as they can.
And that just makes me really even more worried for the grub fight, because now, like you're saying,
Yeah.
with no summoner spells for Noah, and Weibo having breathed.
Yeah,
with
Noah's
the
not going to be able to
ultimate
fight
ready
this
for reactive,
basically. Because he
definitely
used
looks
ult
very
there
scary.
as well. Like, they used 2 ults in that
Or
engagement of
swap
bot side,
like
and
that.
so now they're not going to be
One
able to fight
advantage that
grub
Fnatic
spawn,
got
really.
was, you know, Jun died earlier. They have been able to get vision, set it up here, so they do still really
Especially with
wanna
the
go. I think
Lucian and the
gold
Nidalee
lead
being ahead.
that is there for Weibo isn't by itself detrimental, but if they're getting cut off
Yeah,
guard,
Razov does come through, does find
Why
the
are they
stun into the wall.
invading?
The Impale comes through, but he was stunned. Not actually going to bring him anywhere, and Breathe with that ultimate is keeping himself alive for so long. Almost survives, but doesn't.
Why are they
Get cut
invading?
down by Noah. He's going
Where's
to be
Xiaohu?
traded through, though. Both top laners to go down. As Chris getting taken down over and over again. You can see Razov down
Jun
low,
dodges into a
as well,
spear.
just trying to get
Shout
out,
out,
crash
force
down
flash.
the
Okay,
and
Xiaohu's there with
out of
TP.
there. But are they healthy enough to still fight for this
And yes,
objective?
they definitely
I
get
don't know
those
about
grubs
that.
now.
Humanoid, I think, flashed over there. They really needed more kills to make that worth their while.
What is he doing?
Oh,
What is
Chris
Humanoid
fine.
doing? What is he doing?
Humanoid, I think, flashed
Why
over
is
there.
he recalling?
Really needed more
There.
kills to make that worth their while.
Oh, Chris finding the interruption on the recall.
What the fuck?
Will be able to take down Humanoid there, and that means these grubs are definitely going over to Weibo.
That is such a tragedy for Fnatic. Chronicler Humanoid did flash over into the Tri-Brush in
Yeah.
the earlier play, and so then here, while he's recalling by the Tri-Brush at their tower, just gets spotted by Crisp, and Crisp just waits around. They get another one, Weibo here. Even though it starts out with a decent focus onto the Renekton, it still turned around so nicely. And notice that it actually takes Xiaohu a long time to join and teleport in, but Fnatic know
I like how Xiaohu is taking
That
just a really
possibility is
casual
here.
The big
time,
thing is that
just
you're
recalling.
throwing everything, including Humanoid's offensive flash, into.
I too
like,
found
Light
his
Summoners
flash
and a
offensive,
Renekton. Like, Level 9
Chronicler.
Renekton has his ultimate available. They invest so much, meaning that they don't actually have the tools to then win the fight the moment that Xiaohu does TP in. And then that alone would have already been rough. And you're
Chris is like,
sure
what's
gonna
this
lose
guy
the
doing
grubs.
here?
But then the fact that
Good thing I
because
got
he
my
doesn't
ult
have the
back up.
flash, Crisp with a really nice read cancels the recall.
Yeah.
And right now,
think a
things
lot
are
of us can
looking
relate.
dire.
And Xiaohu went back and he finished his Kraken Slayer and his Mercury Treads. So you thought he was going to play very aggressively previously, but now with the tenacity and the magic resist of your Merc Treads on top
How many
of
games
your
today?
offensive
6,
ability
Susie.
to punish, this is Xiaohu unleashed.
Very, very scary. As Weibo with 6 grubs as well. And the
That's
fact
not
that
the
they have
answer
double
my
AD
wife
carry
wanted
if
to
they get
hear.
any time
That really is
on
not
these
the answer
turrets,
she
it
wanted
is
to
going
hear.
to be a disaster. 1 minute until the plates do fall down. We'll see whether they're able to collect any more of that money. But I think there is a lot on Fnatic that need to keep away Weibo from these turrets to eliminate the opportunity to get all of the extra cash.
Just got here. Muddy is on his rant about casters not being there. I know I'm in the
I
right
feel like
place.
That's what we see on screen.
Yeah, tomorrow will be.
Actually,
God,
not too
if it's
bad
9
for
games
Fnatic.
tomorrow, I'm going to be
As,
big sad, guys.
Obviously, topside was, I think, going to get taken
I'll be
nonetheless
loopy
with
by the
Weibo
end of the day. Plus, I have to do SI
showing
tomorrow
that
night.
If you can't really fight this topside right now, 3-0 on Xiaohu.
Can
Tarzan
G2 win against
obviously
BLG?
really felt
God,
into
I
the
hope
impact
so.
that he's made. And Brief, even though he was focused in the last fight, still very much doing his job. That one turret, I think, was okay. Definitely can't get
I'm going to
this
go
one
to
up.
Taco
Yeah,
Bell
just go
Alone
later.
is not going to be enough. Again, 6 grubs.
Yeah, they're just
My wife
hitting
has Taco
Tarzan
Bell
as well,
cravings
can't
in
give a
Korea
jack
that cannot
speed
be
over to
controlled.
Xiaohu. It is just going to be taken out, and that's what happens. I think you can't really adjudicate how much damage you're going to do in what amount of time with these 6 grubs there. It's just not really working. As Noah's been here for forever.
It's lethality Varus. Like, he's trying his hardest, but he doesn't have a lot of attack speed to get through that turret.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. It's Crisp taking a little bit of damage there, but not really too much to worry about as Noah finally does get through that structure.
How is Taco Bell in Korea?
And
It's
so
basically
I
the
think 6
same.
plates to 7 is where it was at, if memory serves. So not actually that bad, but an inner turret going down?
Yeah, exactly. It's very rare in this, you know,
COVID has allowed me to catch some of your VOD reviews for the past 3 days. Been focusing on the big names so far. Thanks to Insomnia. Wow, you have a lot of problems. Handy gamer, you have a lot of problems. And now finally catch you live. Any game series I should rewatch 100%?
14-minute mark and we're checking in on turret plates for also a secondary.
What are your
turret,
favorite matches so far, chat?
Hanwha
Hanwha Genji, that one's pretty fun.
Doing a very good job of accelerating off of the early success of their plays. Remember, it all started with their success in those small skirmishes, and then being able to translate that up to the grub fight is just kind of insanely difficult now for Fnatic to really retake control. Maybe when they get Humanoid to level 11 on the Syndra,
T1 G2.
That
was fun.
now. There is huge burst potential in this item. Currently, that item is in a very good state. So if Humanoid can get his level 11 to, you know, just
It's a damn shame Korea doesn't have Chipotle. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they don't, actually. You would think that'd be pretty popular. Just add some Korean ingredients. Grilled kimchi in your burrito. That shit's fire. I make grilled kimchi quesadillas. They're so good.
Maybe that R button outplay will be the start of something good for them.
The problem with Fnatic falling this far behind for me is that even though, again, I think that composition is a little bit more playable when you are in a deficit because of the CC.
Crisp is deep.
But do you have the damage?
Yeah, Hanwha Fly was also fun. I agree.
Let's see how Eclipse is going to work here. Taxi's out with the Zenith Blade. As now Oscar in and he's trying to make his way and he's teleporting right on top of 2 members of Weibo. And now he's dashing after Tarzan. Flashes over the wall. Tarzan should be taken down here, but meanwhile, the rest of the fight, the culling comes his way.
All right, let's check out this setup. Crisp is kind of in no man's land right now. Okay, we're overplaying our hand, Weibo. Your goal is actually just to, I mean, they're winning because they're taking Drake and they're actually taking bot tier 1 at the same time. So there's no reason to really walk. I mean, Chris, when he sees Jun here, there's no reason for him to walk around into Razork.
Does get through the turret. Let's see how Eclipse is going to work here. Taxi's out with the Zenith Blade. As now Oscar in and he's trying to make his way and he's teleporting right.
This is very silly, especially when they know they have TP up on the Jax.
Flashes over the wall. Tarzan should be taken down here, but meanwhile, the rest of the fight, the culling comes on through. Oscar in is able to finally take down the Nidalee as Xiaohu dashing through, finds that piercing light, but can he get anything more?
Oscar,
as the wraparound's coming through, this could be the team fight. Another huge counter-strike onto 2 as Humanoid gets the kill on the Misfortune.
I mean, this comp is just ass from Weibo.
We'll find it.
It's just ass. Would have preferred Jin here for light.
Do they have the damage to kill Crisp?
They at least would have had more setup and poke. But they don't really have any peel. And Crisp using all of his shit right here is actually super bad because now they don't have any CC because it Breathe and Crisp just used all of theirs. So now they have no peel for their backline. They couldn't, you know, Weibo Gaming, they couldn't even hold the W in Weibo. You know, they couldn't just take it tier 1 and take Drake. We have to over pursue this, by the way. Against a Skarner who gets, here's his E. It's going to come back up.
And just immediately takes down Light.
There it is.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic to fight their way back.
Good TP from Oscar.
There's the amount of damage that Razork tanked. Got the early spear that was thrown towards Humanoid. Also, the culling from Xiao didn't actually end up amounting to anything, and you saw, without him really pumping out a lot of damage...
I think Weibo's best chance was just to play their comp and siege as much as possible with their 6 grubs and their mega poke. And they don't do that.
Elimination series. And Oscar, on teleporting in, the game is starting to slip away from you.
Do you have to win on the pick to be able to select it for your skin? No, I don't believe so.
Any time, he's just going to drive on through. They do get the charge out of the Rift Herald, but not too much more than that. And the turret will survive. Fnatic now set up to play defense, take control of mid lane, and move into the Weibo jungle. fair bit of vision here available defensively from Weibo. I think they've been very good at keeping wards down, keeping traps around, make sure that they have as much information as possible. But right now you can see that Fnatic feels so much more confident.
Is that the AG green streak? Yes.
And with the gold lead a lot more equal, especially once Jun has his flash available again, like Weibo, as strong as I think they are when they are the ones initially setting the fight, you see if Crisp gets taken out early and he doesn't actually get to provide the CCs, no, I should be okay here. Doesn't seem like he's too threatened. Getting a lot of value out of the Edge of Night there.
Yep. A bit more of an attack speed build, not really going to be buffing up the Cullen damage as much as others could be for Xiaohu here. Still very, very deadly.
Yeah, I think it does. That little play does kind of demonstrate their summoner spells, and so to have to deal with, not to mention the misfortune as well.
Oh, and
W or BG, but never GG. Very clever. Too easy for to forget. I like that.
Control of the river. But if either team can get the ocean, I think that's particularly against the Spears, very high value. But a lot of these comps feel really bursty.
It's great because
so
I hate both teams so much. Me too, man.
Want to prioritize too heavily.
If only we could have 3 teams in a game and throw D+ in here too, then my hatred would be complete.
That last fight though is because it actually does so much to allow Fnatic some more counterplay. If the Jax is in a good condition, being able to have this that had capable situation.
I also expected Weibo to that mid lane turret was guaranteed gone, but that bot lane fight also took a lot of threat away. And now you can see, I think for Noah in particular, as you point out, like even with Edge of Night, this is a guy that needs to be very careful with his positioning, but having a turn to go back to for Lefeliveris is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. Bit of a battle here, but it is going to be Noah helping out with his piercing arrow. Razok going to be able to grab that smite on the blue buff, and as we've just ticked over 20 minutes, it is now on everyone. Feels very, very nice. Fnatic now pretty set up for this dragon. It's spawned just now as we were talking about it. And it's still a fair bit of vision available, a fair few traps available here. So Weibo do understand what's going on, but they will, I think, look to take down this turret first. And let's see whether Fnatic let them. It's another smash into the wall.
Oh!
From Razok, there's the counter-strike as well. He barely needed it. Xiaohu just going to fall. Crisp immediately up.
What the fuck, Xiaohu?
Let's see whether Fnatic let them. It's another smash available. Fair few traps available here.
Xiaohu barely doesn't have flash, but
understand what's going on, but they will, I think, look to take down this turret first, and let's see whether Fnatic let them. It's another smash in the wall. Impale from Razok. There's the counter-strike as well. He barely needed it.
no, they're there. Ah!
Immediately afterwards, and the rest of Weibo are reeling. They're going to lose the dragon. They could lose more.
It's a double fake out. Weibo also think, okay, we can give up this Drake. Who cares? It's the first Drake. We can take mid turret, but Fnatic are ready to punish.
Yeah, Razork says, get off of our turret now!
Weibo
As well. Do understand what's going on, but they will, I think, look to take down this turret first, and let's see whether Fnatic let them. It's another.
Oh my god, he couldn't even dash out of it.
From Razok, there's the counter-strike as well. He barely needed it. Xiaohu just going to fall. Crisp immediately afterwards, and the rest of
are ready to punish it.
They did. He can't finish the turret, and he just gets clapped up by the ultimate, immediately taken down. Huge for Fnatic here. What a punish!
Too late. And that's Xiaohu going down, the most fat member on Weibo, the one that's supposed to provide the death. If it's just Crisp.
is Weibo, they were starting to run away with things as soon as that bot lane.
Monty, you happy seeing NA getting quarters back to back? Yeah, they really deserved it. NA had an amazing showing of only beating minor regions and then also NA teams. Really good. Great job from NA. Another heroic accomplishment for my American brethren.
Yeah, my mind's ear. That's what I was going for. You know how you say mind's eye, but I couldn't see it. I could hear it.
You can hear
so
it.
It sort of had to be my mind's
I totally
ear.
understood what you're going for.
And then he had to
Clearly
just make it a
I'm the
thing.
problem. I'm sorry. Apologies, Atlas. I didn't mean
It's
to.
okay. I don't think that one's been coined before. Please let me know if you
That's
have
an
any
Atlas
idea.
special.
Yeah. But you made me feel like right home about something was not actually a thing that people said.
Did I see the monkey post on Reddit?
I feel like we need
Yeah,
to
Thorin
encourage
sent
Jen
it to
to
me.
stay on-
He didn't want to
It's true though. I mean, that's the format is dog shit, guys.
I think Weibo are gonna have a tough time. Is Breathe.
Yeah, Breathe is going to find Jun here, but also a few extra friends that maybe he didn't want to hang out with, as there's a teleport coming through as well. He is soaking a lot. The Sterix is going to be there. The zoning impale comes through, and the color.
Thing is, you now have no front line now.
Tickling Oscar Innen, who still dives forward. I'm not sure about that one. Xiaohu going to finish
Why is
off in
Oscar
the
Innen
end.
going in?
Full
This is
time,
a
not doing
fiesta.
whole lot of
That was so
anything. The mini
winnable.
wave is there to the
By the way, when they get this kill, if Oscar doesn't go in here, you can probably just force Baron and then turn. Super terrible play by Oscar.
Is there to soak these spears. In the end, it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both top laners falling down, but Crisp losing his health bar and
the format doesn't suck, EU, just unlucky? Dear God, we have a pleb in here. The format is shit. What? How about we make a format where no one can be lucky or unlucky? How about that?
Tarzan just don't think he can quite do enough here. As still Weibo trying to push forward, not find.
Why do we have formats like
Really
that?
good flash there from Xiao.
It's
He
shit.
ends up
It's a
getting
shit
counter-struck.
format.
I think this might be an opportunity for Fnatic now. Instead, Weibo trying to punish with Humanoid, not having teleport available. I don't think they should. I don't think the game state is that desperate that they have to flip for Baron, so they rightly
How do you fix the Swiss format? You don't. You get rid of it.
decide not to.
Yeah, it's actually something you see a decent amount with Fnatic. After they make a good play, then they get a little bit too antsy with
Just run GS. Just run 4 GSL groups as God intended.
Exactly. Oscar was a little bit too greedy in the +1 on top of the play. Because here, Breathe is so separated from the rest of Weibo.
They literally run GSL groups and play-ins. Just do that.
You know, his plan as they approach the brush is to dodge and outplay, but he can't last long enough for the rest of Weibo to get here. By the time
GSL, what's that? It's 4 teams in a group, and they play in a double elimination. It's the same system they run for play-ins.
actually dead, and then the rest of the team actually walks back because of the Leona ultimate.
But the entertainment value, Monty, it's Worlds. Valorant Worlds has the format I want. GSL groups and a double elim. Even Riot uses it for a different game. Can someone explain to me why it's better in Valorant than League of Legends?
And then the rest of the team actually walks back because of the Leona ultimate. But Oscar was forward from the Leona ultimate, and so he wanted to make the huge play onto Xiaohu. But as you mentioned, it's just a flash-for-flash trade. Have to really pinpoint the timers on those summoner spells and keep that in mind.
Also, even though you see how much CC Fnatic has, Jun missing stuff, still
MF doing 0 damage. Of course she's doing 0 damage.
100 to 0 brief there. If
She can't reach the back line, and she's only hitting the front line, who she can't kill.
Then the slam into the wall. Because a really big part of why that fight looked even close was Brave again. Already has level 2 in the ultimate, had hysterics, and you saw how much time it took to actually take him down. But looking at the summoners, Xiaohu's flash, I think, is a big deal. Outside of that, nothing too crazy. And this game at 25 minutes still feels like it very much could go either way.
It really does. I do still feel like Fnatic are in a great spot given what they have. We'll just have to see what they do with it. As Breathe pushing in this lane towards the bottom inner turret. Oscar will come over and pick that one up. Couple of items for the Jax already. I think Breathe going to struggle in the 1v1 against this guy. I think it means so much for Fnatic with this composition. You mentioned already the fact that it's difficult for these less mobile champions to hang out in a side lane. As soon as Oscar's just going to be winning in sides, their line wave clear is absolutely absurd. So you can hold whenever the team is pushing in, even if you have a man disadvantage. What with Piercing Arrow just hitting from a million miles away and Humanoid throwing orbs everywhere.
See how well Oscar can channel Bin. Because we saw yesterday.
And actually, him going in that last fight, that made me feel good. Even though it was objectively not a great moment in the fight for Fnatic, him having that killer instinct, it's a great thing to see here for Fnatic up against Weibo right now. Because I think they still need to hold on to that. They still need to not be afraid to just go in for these fights, find these angles.
Again, Weibo can give this up when it comes to the power of the objective, but they might feel like they are on a timer. Brief looking for a flank, does get marked by Oscar.
Maybe next year EU should try having the balls to only pull minor regions. Yeah, Europe. Get it together.
Not really find too much, but Fnatic kind of getting split here as Humanoid off to the side. Doesn't want to have to flash to get in towards a fight here. As Xiaohu clearing out vision over and over. It is going to be the Drake picked up as Razork. You can see it, he wants to find the angle, but that is a beautiful interruption. And the bullet time coming through as well, going to soften them up. The piercing arrow, I mean, Noah is really hurting right now. 4-0-3 on this Varus, he needs to be respected. And I think that was like a bullet time that did the same amount of damage as the Q from Noah.
Yeah. Lethality, you can land these Qs consistently. It's a really, really big deal. Again, Noah summoners to me a big thing as well. Xiao almost has the flash available, which will lead to him being able to play a lot more aggressive. Crisp here on either will be able to go for
the Syndra long-range stun, as well as Noah one for both these teams, trying to battle over mid lane pressure first.
Yeah, a lot of power when.
Shout out to Fnatic
Oscar
still
and
having mid lane tier 1 up at 28
because the
minutes into
flank
this
angles
game.
For this Jax can make things really difficult because, like you say, even dodging things that they can see in front of this CS lead of about 20 that he's had almost the entire game. Weibo just tries
Of her for Syndra, not really going to be the case. Same for Noah. But right now, it doesn't look like Weibo really wants to leverage that possibility. Instead, just again going for these, looking for the 5v5s. I don't know if that's the way to go against Fnatic, because this front line is beefy.
And these last 20 seconds, Weibo have been losing resources with the Jax split push.
Yeah, Xiaohu trying to get in there. Chris with the flash. Zenith Blade does try to get Humanoid out of the fight. Xiaohu just going to be taken down, though. Noah says no. That is going to be the bullet time. So there's a trade of mid laners now, but Fnatic feel like they still want this fight, and you can understand why. Chris out of the fight.
Last 20 seconds, Weibo have been losing resources.
The dreaded Lucian flank, where he goes into melee range versus a Rel.
Chris with the flash. Zenith Blade.
Oh, look at that. Hey, look, he got flash stun. Who could have guessed?
To get Humanoid out of the fight. Xiaohu just going to be taken down, though. Noah says no. That is going to be the bullet time. So there's a trade of mid laners now, but Fnatic feel like they still want this fight, and you can understand why. Chris thrown into the blender and will be chopped down, and they are not.
He's flashing!
Into the wall is the crocodile, and Breathe just has to slice and dice his way out.
Good, they didn't
you
over
could feel
pursue.
Oscar.
Let's go for Baron.
It's a story of
What's crucial though? Oh, again out.
answer. It looks like they're actually going to use Breeze now.
Pretty big Shattering Strike to come through there as well, but not a lot of meaningful damage onto this turret. So Weibo is still going to hold on to their outer in the mid lane. I feel like this siege, especially as these Ocean Dragons start to stack up for Fnatic, should be really, really strong, but Weibo have been doing a great job defending it so far this game. Tarzan still just hoovering up his jungle as best he can. Crisp over the wall, unseen for now.
Does MF even have a single win at Worlds?
Here, as Chris with that
Yes.
splash up and available, channeling now, looking for an angle. So
Elk won against PSG Talon with their, like, they had the Wombo comp in this game, though. This was the game where they played, like, the Giga Wombo comp. Easy Love, Jackie Love. Yeah, it's like, what, 3-3 in the main event? It's 50% win rate in the main event.
Solar Flare going to connect onto Humanoid. The bullet time comes through as well, but it's not enough.
This comp is just really
damage.
shit from
With
Weibo.
that culling laid in as well,
I think actually even so Weibo could have won this, but they had to play a controlled poke game around getting Drakes, and they really the big mistake was trying to overplay the bot when they had huge advantages. Were getting Drake and getting tier 1 bot. Why was Crisp in their jungle?
Playing dodge the spear. Game that you're sort of forced into playing when there's a Nidalee on the field. That is going to be the Ocean Drake being taken down to about half health already here as Spear's being avoided. Oscar and still just trying to play that front line, and Razov, if he stands in front of his team, it's very difficult to get anything.
Who's a bigger fraud, D+ or Weibo? I mean, I don't think either of them are really fraudulent because I expected nothing from both of them coming in here. I mean, I was the one saying, guys, I was the one saying that I think 2 Western teams are making it to quarters. I thought one NA and one EU team, like I thought G2 and one of the NA teams would make it to quarters because D+ is and Weibo are shit.
And the Renekton Nidalee just lying on the floor in an instant.
Fnatic actually know that Humanoid getting chunked there was a win for them because Humanoid's teleport is not going to have any use in the fight, but the ultimate from Crisp, the ultimate from Light.
32 minutes, yes, 32 minutes, tier 1 mid,
Fnatic
woo!
have the advantage.
After is definitely
Misfortune or Lucian ultimates on the side of Weibo. They're just
Good thing all of their poke damage does
kinda
nothing to
standing
this
around
Skarner now.
watching, you know, poking at the dragon, see if they could steal it or something. Light here. Let's see if he gets any autos off. He walked all the way around. He casted an E.
he got
No,
some-
MSI
Oscar
performance far superior to Worlds.
walks up to him, helicopter is like,
It's the
oh,
actual good lol tournament now.
At this point, I'm feeling like AP Misfortune would have been the option.
Yeah, get that
because-
Leanders in there.
Yeah, get that E damage working out as Fnatic with the
Why do we
Baron
keep
now
showing
pushing
the
down,
owner of
finally
GAM?
getting out of turret in the mid lane. And And the inner might be following, although they do run out of minion waves. Still, this is so much control, and you can see they're playing as if they have checkmate. They've been playing like that for the last 10 minutes. That could worry some people, but we'll see whether it works out.
But now comes actually killing the Nexus. And I think first, getting inhibitors, right? Makes it so much easier to play the map.
I hear you do have to do that. There was a team that we had that got caught up with the whole inhibitor debacle. So yes, you do need to kill those.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. As Fnatic now just looking for a minion wave in mid lane. Top lane is not really something that they can play through right now, but bottom mid is somewhere that they should be able to crack at least.
Yeah, Oscar should be going back there, catch that one, so that they're at least playing on 2 waves, but they want to be careful. Weibo have been very proactive about continuously looking for these fights.
I mean, from this point on, it is just so easy for Fnatic.
Oh,
because
Weibo's gonna start up falling. As Razzle just a brick wall in front, and they will just choose to kill the Leona, and she's going to go down extremely quickly. The bullet time not really doing too much.
Didn't get the stun.
Falling.
Nice job by Jin. Nice engage. Oh, he's dead. Oh, God. The beautiful combo into Counter-Strike. Breathe got a sick shutdown, though.
Not going to be doing enough here.
All right, game's over. Wow. What a game from Fnatic.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between Weibo and
This is the full VOD from the matchup between Weibo Gaming and Fnatic.
Another one could go, but
so in gameplay,
Aurora and Yone, both of them taken away, and now you get your 1 ban. Congrats. You know, first it is going to be the Kalista taken away from Weibo, though. We'll see what they...
Do I regret leaving Riot? Okay, I never worked for Riot. And not commenting these events. You were great on the desk. Well, thank you for the compliment. No, because Riot fucking blows. And my life has been a million times better, and I've made like 3 times as much money as I would have working for Riot. So, no. I mean, do I miss, like, being at Worlds was fun? It's like this, guys. It's like this. There is a tiny gold nugget. But to get to that gold nugget is like 10 feet of shit. Diameter of shit surrounding it. So no, it wasn't worth it. Jeff B2662, thank you for your tier 1 subscription.
I still feel like Renekton still stands out to me for some reason. I'm kind of hoping first pick Renekton isn't a thing.
I wouldn't mind Skarner again. Gonna get prioritized here.
Not bad. Take it away from Razok, who was so incredibly good at it in game number 1. Kind of okay with where it's going so far. Definitely is a change-up here for Weibo.
All right, Fnatic. If we go vibe...
Yeah, I left OGM before Riot killed it. I did, yes.
Maybe.
I never worked for Riot. I just worked for OGM.
Relvi is a lot of CC, though, and it certainly sets up a game plan here for Fnatic.
Quick, Monty, I'm in LA. What should I get for dinner? Where are you? What neighborhood are you in LA? How far away are you willing to go?
I think Jun definitely kind of gapped Crisp in the previous game, so now, like you're saying, they've got really good guaranteed engage, and it's up to Weibo to break up the vibe plus, you know, kill-oriented mid lane, the Orianna hover.
Pasadena, okay. All right there, Chronicide. Pasadena isn't Los Angeles. Pasadena ain't LA.
As well as the Ari hover here, so.
And also, what the fuck is in Pasadena? I mean, I like Pasadena a lot, but I don't usually eat there. I would go like to the Huntington Gardens and stuff. I don't know restaurants in Pasadena.
So far.
Yep, Orianna will be locked away, so Xiaohu back to what has worked so far in that one game.
So that was just a dare. He was like, all right, so you want to play some Ari plus 5? Well, you know,
I can't do anything about it, so you can do that if you want to. Haha. Got you.
Why do you think others stay with Riot for so long when Riot is so bad, like Jat or Shox? Lack of ambition, lack of other career skills.
Do they want to go for the Jax here? We've seen a lot of that. I do think Skarner, as far as you know, deliverers of Orianna's ball. Not the best. Jax would make a lot of sense, does give you a lot of threat, and has also been a very popular blind pick. I do think that if you do have a good Gragas, like we saw how lopsided that matchup can feel. I do think that that's going to be a next rotation thing. Maybe Weibo even will throw a ban towards it, because you need to guarantee if something with this.
That's why Papa Smithy leaves as well. The reason why a lot of people, casters, leave is because there just is a... You get bored, man. You get fucking bored. Once you've been on like a couple world finals, you know what I mean? Like, what's the career advancement? You can't get more money because Riot has a monopoly, so you can't negotiate your rate. You never get more than like a 1-year contract, so they keep you basically in year-to-year prison. They don't guarantee, like, you can't get a multi-year deal. There isn't a career progression. So people who have ambition tend to they tend to get bored and want to do other things.
We've seen this combo a million times. Everyone knows how it works. You hit level 6, the opposing mid laner is immobile. They probably die.
Yeah, I would say straight up here, though, already some pretty good adjustments from Weibo. They have so much more security this time around.
Okay, let's look at this draft. Callista, Poppy, and Ivern taken away because they're taking Jax here, and Oscar will play it as a Jax counter pick. So we want to take that away. We're just taking Orianna, Skarner. Yeah, I like what Weibo's doing, playing front to back. This is a pick composition, so probably if I were Weibo, I would ban Kai'Sa. If they don't, they should pick Kai'Sa or Jhin here, probably. If they actually want to play pick and not play some janky hybrid comp. Rel Jhin is probably pretty strong here. You could ban Kai'Sa Jhin here, though, and be feeling pretty good. Nope, they're banning Cassante for some reason.
And then they can save the...
So the reason why they banned Xayah is because they are going a different pick. They did ban the Kai'Sa, but they'll probably take Jhin here.
Allows the Rel to go.
They already have the base.
Okay, so we're going to take Ezreal for disengage so that their backline doesn't get dove. This is a huge backline threat composition.
Ezreal, because he's worried about the Vi-Ahri combination, and that is one way to try and gain some extra distance.
Yep. Considering a misfortune here for Noah to play the other side of the
I think
matchup
MF is dog shit here. I would take Jhin.
Against him. This is what
okay, they go for lane dominance. Wouldn't surprise me just to see Weibo lane swap here.
Each other with a Magnet Storm, you can just kill everyone.
Here's my question to you, though. How much Wombo combo is too much? Do you even need the extra piece of misfortune? Because
no.
Do you want another, like, oh...
Do Fnatic even play pick compositions? No.
But to be the aggressor,
I mean, they kind of do, I guess. Like, they played some LeBlanc in the past, but I wouldn't say I think about pick comps when I think about Fnatic, so that makes me a little bit concerned.
This player has really been, like, the most consistent, like, best carry for Weibo, I feel like, over the course. So, light on the Ezreal, I think, is going to do a lot for them. For me, maybe I've just become too much of an MF hater.
Maybe.
Which is reasonable.
We'll see about the execution, though. I think this game will look very different.
And you can see as well. Remember to log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Hope that segue was all right. I'll keep working on it as the days go on.
I really think you did a good job until you
talked about it.
Yeah.
But that's what I like to do, because then I can never do a good job and it fits in with the vibe.
But you did a really I don't need to dive into this right now. Does look like Weibo, at the very least, want to figure out what is happening here.
Yeah,
they actually want to commit to a fight.
I like that. Number one goal, let's figure out what's happening here.
Well, to be fair, in terms of lane swaps, I do think that's a good call. Are they actually going to commit to the level 1?
So they're being annoying because Vi is a turd. Remember, guys, as all of people who watch my streams know, Vi equals turd. Pre-level 3. So we have an opportunity here just to be super annoying.
We've got a crash down though, as Breathe is kind of separated. Does have Counter-Strike, probably one of the best abilities for level 1 in the game.
Oscar in, and he's firing these harpoons, man.
He's finding a lot of value as well. He's running pretty hot right now, looking for another angle there. Does find the last
They're losing the poke battle though. Kind of failed invade here from Weibo.
Like this Rumble has certainly done a whole lot already.
Why does Vi equal turd? Vi equals turd at first 3 levels. Because if you can force her to take Q, she can't clear. So she takes E first or W first usually, and that is useless in level 1s. She like can't fight pre-3. And if you force her to take Q, it completely just fucks up her clear because she needs to take W into E.
Just for Chronicler's face, I think it
That's
is
why.
worth, like,
So Vi delays are very effective. You know, especially like right here, what we're watching too is Breathe actually just immediately TPs, doesn't even heal up, just goes bot because they know that this is a good call from Weibo because they know that there was just a giant fight up here. Right, and they're actually putting their duo lane bot, so this is basically just like a free level for Breathe.
We have like a fully running like TikTok stream that shows the casters. I think just for Chronicler's face, I think it is well worth. Like,
you can just zoom it in. You just like have it open on lolesports.com as well.
If that Rakan was a Braum, I'm like, yes, please fully commit to going for an early invade. We'll have to
if
see
you had wheels, you'd be a bike.
Exactly. We have to see what the actual.
This is actually good though. That's the thing here is that Breathe actually gets a lot of value. Noah and Jhin are behind. Okay, like they're not actually talking about the video game League of Legends right now. This is now third wave. This is third wave, right? And so we have a third. They're going to be delayed on their crash. Okay, so what does this mean? So they're not going to get plates because it took them forever to get down here. These guys are going to be up in levels and up in farms, so they can actually push on third wave, recall, and get into bot, right? And then we get the one-on-one in the top side.
In many lane swap situations, you'd be teleporting towards that wave anyway. But I don't know what it says for Weibo. No one ended up dying. I think Razor must have gotten in here with his Q, because they knew the ward is there.
All right, let's focus up. We got Ari Vi. Ari Vi mid lane looking to burn some summoner spells, and look at River.
This is actually a really interesting lane swap, but they just don't feel like talking about it, I guess.
Razok does exactly what he needs to as Jun's going to turn up as well. Going to be difficult for Xiaohu in
Okay, force flash onto Xiaohu, but we take 2 people in order to do that.
Was pretty far ahead. I think Tarzan has now managed to
Breathe is a level ahead because of this lane swap, and now they're pushing it up. Dude, the wave state got super janky here. This is not a normal lane swap.
Checking off the boxes that you always have when you have a Vi Ari. First step is always
that level 1 fight was actually a huge fucking W for Weibo Gaming.
Level 6s, then you can actually get the kill with that.
They're putting the W in Weibo.
The only thing you give up,
because now, oh, look at this. Now they can just invade because they have. What other game? Riddle me this, guys. This is such a bizarre game state. What other game do we see at 3.5 minutes? The team with the top laner on the bot side, so the team with the 1v2 in the lane swap, be able to push off pressure and an invade. This is wild.
Pass through mid, and Weibo looking to punish on that.
And now they're threatening to steal. They're just trying to keep Vi down. They don't do it. She gets the smite off, but it's potentially very good for Weibo.
Taking a fair bit of damage now as Humanoid. He can rotate over as well. They're going in. Possibly in trouble. There's the crash down. Chris taking so much damage, but he flashes to get away. Razok doing exactly the same thing. Noah just standing there looking for someone to hit, as Razok should be taken out, but not before they get the kill on the Rakan. And now Xiaohu, remember, doesn't have flash.
They have to be careful. They have to be careful about this. This re-engage could be very strong from Tarzan and Breathe.
Good escort, and it looks like both teams said, okay, game number 1, it was a little bit low action, little bit too
Tarzan got the Tarzan did get the blue. You guys are right.
Compared to this, it was.
Well, Noah is now coming on over. Maybe this is just an extended fight, as they will just
they don't want to do that. Skarner's still there.
Tarzan, he wants to be able to take
Tarzan
this
smite.
Scuttler, and maybe we'll just have waves being attacked.
There it is.
As Jun just
at some point, we gotta pay some attention to the creeps.
That was actually a really big kind of like defense of the recall.
Yeah, Fnatic, I agree, handy gamer. Fnatic should have actually just sent their bot lane top. They fucked up all tempo by going bot.
But he gets it off, and so we're actually going to have the regular swap now with Chris rotating up to light.
And now we're in a situation where, you know, we have this top lane here. And by top lane, I mean bot lane in the top side. Look at Ezreal's CS. You know, there's a kill here. But Ezreal way up in terms of farm. He's a full level ahead. He's a full level ahead. So is Oscar now. because Breathe was not in lane there, like chasing people around the jungle, but he's going to catch right back up because this wave is crashing. And he's going to catch up in terms of CS. So we'll see what Light can do here. Light hasn't recalled yet, but there's still time for Light to recall before Grub spawn. What is Fnatic doing? Why they're sending everybody bot?
Where obviously
Why?
Weibo were trying to contest, did end up getting it, and now looking at everything that
Dude, Oscar can hit 6 before Grub spawn, probably.
feels like it's
There's a big wave pushing into him. Like, right here, Oscar can hit 6, but he TP'd into top side. So he can't be bot threatening TP, right? Breathe has no TP, so he can't TP into top yet in order to take Grubs, but it should be up around the time that Grubs spawn.
fairly even, right? A lot of summoners blown on the side of Weibo, but unless a big fight breaks out early on, shouldn't be too big of a detriment.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest advantage here is actually on the side of Fnatic, and that is with
Thank you,
Razork's
Spiteful
possible-
TV. I see you're live on YouTube, and it brought back such nostalgia from when I was in high school, and you casted. I'm 27 now. Yes, I know I'm old. Thank you. Thank you.
opportunities for the next plays.
Welcome.
Because Breathe now, no teleport. Tarzan now, no teleport as well. So if they're able to shift the lanes backwards, then Razork is going to have a lot of opportunities. And Humanoid will get to his level 6 very soon. Of course, the Vi is going to take quite a bit longer since we've had extra time skirmishing and not full.
I was casting when Sniper was 4.
Yep. Chris,
All right.
find the position of Razork definitely important. Is now Breathe.
Consider that.
Getting stunned up, I think holding on to the counter-strike, and that's why Jun doesn't want to overcommit here. Still going to throw the crash down in, and there is that counter-strike to come out. Just trying to zone him away as best they can.
This wave state is horrible, though. It's pushing away from Breathe, and the rest of Weibo is towards the top side of the map, trying to get these grubs. They will get that. Fnatic looking to counter with both a Dragon and possibly Jun. He's still
At least
backing.
you're not bald.
Looks
Thank
like they're
you.
gonna let Breathe get to the wave anyway. So just a trade
We
of
take
objectives.
the W's where we
Quite
can.
nice there for Weibo. Honestly, the player that I had my magnifying glass on from the Champion Select in Light on his Ezreal is probably the place that they are still most confident in, even though Noah got the first blood.
Actually, technically, guys, I started casting before Sniper
So
was
the
born,
extra bonus
just not in
money
League of
that
Legends.
skirmish, because of the extra CS here for Light, who had been CSing on top side of the map, still on a very good pace in this game.
Yeah, because everything's been so chaotic, but we did see for a brief moment there as well, Oscar just getting pelted by Ezreal. I think this is one of the few matchups as well where, particularly after the Rumble nerfs,
I could,
just kind
no
of sitting
joke, be
there,
Sniper's dad.
and you get poked down, it's really hard for you to get on top of the Ezreal. And even if you do get on top of him, quite as much damage as you do before. Razork should be getting closer towards the level 6, but Xiao now will have his flash available, so that should take away at least one possible risk here for Weibo.
See whether
Did
they
I
can-
watch the boxing match? No, I don't watch
player
boxing.
Razork
Boxing's
should
a
be getting
fucking
closer
meme
towards
sport
the
now.
level 6, but Xiao now will have his flash
It's been
available,
corrupted by
so that
celebrity
should
boxing
take away
matches.
at least one
Also, I
possible
just don't
risk
like
here for
boxing because
Weibo.
you can't kick people.
See
I
whether
think
they
it's
can
weird.
play around that one. There's Noah now still supported by Jun. And if you do have a look at where the CS numbers are at, it's sort of like you can see that Light is ahead of Noah, but they haven't been laning against one another, right? And so the fact that Breathe is being kept down so much, I think really does help sort of mitigate some of the issues that have been happening here in this early game as far as farm, because Oscarinen is going to be getting towards a pretty scary point, because this composition, it spikes pretty hard on that level 6 mark. Throwing down that equalizer and setting it up on top of the cease and desist can be absolutely deadly if we do fight for this next pack of growths.
And speaking of level
Must be a 1 fan. Hell yeah, 1 is the best promotion.
6s, there you go. In time for that fight, Razork gets his.
I get to watch pure Muay Thai as God intended combat sports to be. No, just hitting each other. No, like 250-pound men just hitting each other with no kicking, and then also no rolling around on the
First play
floor.
He's going to be taken down here. Almost grabs a second as well.
Yes,
Inside
Rod
Weibo.
Tang, let's go.
But Noah and Jun just going to try and make this one an honest one. A little bit of an Australian lane swap as the bottom lane moves towards top
I was
side.
casting Brood War. No, I was
Quite
casting
early
Warcraft
as well,
3.
considering normally this happens to try and get...
Oh, whoa, there's the flash in, the shattering strike. As the bottom lane moves towards top side.
Quite early
Okay,
as
trying to
well,
make a
considering
level
normally this
6
happens
Vi play here
to
onto the
try
top
and
side.
get- oh,
Whoa,
Nice engage, actually.
there's the flash in, the
Nope, never mind. It wasn't a nice
shattering
engage.
strike, and the bullet time comes through, Crisp. There was nothing you could do about it. It's now Tarzan
We actually had to
looking for
flash out of that.
opportunity. They're not going to be able to find the angle. Good flash. to get Razork out of there. And Fnatic, they strike.
I'm not sure that's worth it.
Exceptional flash from Jun. Jun has been magnificent in this series for Fnatic. Really big determining factor in game number 1, coming up with a couple of big engages in this game as well. He was the one who started out the bottom side skirmish for their side as well. And it was a little bit of acting, you know, with Razor kind of walking back the other direction. Razor kind of made them look the other way as Humanoid does get hit with a shockwave for now.
Yeah, Crisp gonna battle dance forward. No flash from Humanoid, just holds onto it and doesn't actually need it. So nicely done. Equalizer has to be used.
Moon still plays Warcraft 3. I actually casted in Korea Moon's last match before he went to the military. And now he's out and playing again. I did it in the Golden TV studio with Moonglade. It was fun.
Is only sitting on tier. So I imagine you when I press tab, he's like, no, I don't need to invest anything there.
Coming in for all that damage, Chronicle.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that might have been the point.
That it was. Yeah, thank you, Atlas.
Have you seen the AP mid roaming recons?
I have.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Not
It's okay. It was a fault. I haven't experienced it myself.
All right. Speaking of roaming mids, though, Humanoid being assisted by Jun to clear out some of this vision. Again, always looking at that synergy between Razor, Jun, and Humanoid to pull out some of these plays. Humanoid, not only you mentioned him holding on to the flash there, he also has his ultimate available, so kind of itching to make a play. Vision control around mid, plus having everything ready here. Seems like
RTS time with total annihilation. Nice.
In the next couple of minutes, because you already see Jun.
Not as good as Subcom, but
right back out, holding
okay.
hands with Razork. You kind of tether those two together. The support jungle engage combo looking to move towards the grub fight.
And with this fight, Ari, you want to be the one that's at the objective first. You get to decide with full information whether you want to take a fight or not.
Tarzan with a little yoink here.
Ooh, yeah. That's actually quite big. Do not brief already.
That's actually huge.
He has his TP available. Oscar's almost ready, but not quite yet.
He has no TP for these grubs, so they just can't contest.
Already 3 in possession, so they only need to get 1 to activate these mites. Is now Xiaohu rotating over a ward as well. But
Jack's also recalled right there. He's going for a buy. Breathe is waiting to see if he needs to come in. No, they still can't do it because I don't think TP is up. So TP barely not up for Oscar. That's bad timing.
If they're not taking it, then Oscar, and how come he didn't hard push on the wave? Now he goes up to hard push the wave. That all of them are gone. Looks like Rumble, probably the extra few seconds probably don't matter. He's waiting around for the extra information. Since it's not a cannon wave, those will all die to tower anyway.
Yep, you got Fnatic able to get a crash in towards his top lane as well, as Breathe will look to catch it. So Weibo just back to business now. Still going to be about a 1,000 gold lead here available for Fnatic, so things going just fine in this early game. See what they can make happen here as we move into the mid game where they can exert so much of this pressure with the Vi Ari, as well as Oscarinen as he gets a couple of items built up almost towards the Leandries, which is such a big spike.
Big difference here, obviously, though, is that Weibo is completely fine with this going to late game, right? But Weibo isn't really nearly as pressed. There's no Renex in Italy, no Lucian mid trying to look for flanks. They have a composition that if they ever, regardless of what the game state is, hit their spikes, if they hit a big ultimate of either Crisp, Xiao, and Tarzan in any combination, or get a good flank from Breathe, they can always find an angle into a fight. Particularly, I think Noah and Oscarinen, both of these champions, they have a lot of threat, but they're also immobile, so you need to be careful. A lot of movement speed, but that'll...
So I really hate the way that casters use the word immobile. So immobile is an absolute state. It means you cannot move. So Jin ulting is immobile. Having no dashes does not make you immobile. That's not what this word means. What you mean is low mobility. It's a tilter for me, man. It's a tilter.
Access to the back line is now second Drake, I think, is what Fnatic wants to be looking for here. Yeah. Again, with those ultimates available, I think as a Viari comp, you should always be looking to try and play as a... Looks like the mid wave just going to be fully dropped. Humanoid making his way over. That's pretty costly for Fnatic. They got to go.
Yeah, Razork making his way in, make it rain to slow them down. Is Light taking a bit of damage from that double up as well. Fnatic do get themselves into the river. It's just a Cloud Drake.
Yes, it is. My other tilter is saying layering CC instead of when they mean chaining CC. they compliment people for layering CC, which is very bad to do.
Bottom wave, Jun just trying to get himself in there, shattering strike just onto Tarzan, but he's still going to pressure him away. Now Weibo, they can start off this strike if they'd like to, but instead just want to take control of these waves, and I think we're going to do this dance again, gentlemen.
Yeah, and you can tell too, a lot easier for them. We've also there though, and did make them a little bit extra cautious, but in the end, they're going to cede it due to the completed items here.
Yep, looks like Fnatic will just be able to take this one down. Crisp is going to poke his head in and see what's going on, but Tarzan not in the area, and that is going to mean the Dragon does go over to Fnatic. We've got
Do you watch the games live? No.
Back to back this game. A lot of brushes, as now Crisp going to get slowed down, but it's Rakan. Fair bit of mobility as far as options there. They get the teleport out. Razok just holds onto the ulti. But now the Magnus Storm still comes in. Bullet time doing so much work as Crisp. Burning down, but still going to be able to escape. And now Breathe on the flank angle, and he finds Jun, takes him out. And that is going to
I wonder if Humanoid would like to be part of this fight.
Now Crisp going to get slowed down. His head in, see what's going on. But
So they go ahead and they take the Drake here.
Back to back this game. A lot of brushes.
And they think they catch Crisp. Crisp just jumps out. And then we just commit because they're overextended. And they know Humanoid doesn't have TP. So Ori just goes ahead and TPs in. Breathe has TP as well. And we're just all inning. But Breathe is on the flank here, and we have a Skarner to engage. What my question here is, what does Fnatic think they're going to get? Right? What do they think they're going to get? They already got the Drake. So you're just playing into double TP for funsies? Because this will chain directly into a Rift Herald take.
But now the Magnus Storm still comes in. Bullet time doing so much work as Crisp. Burning down, but still going to be able to escape. And now Breathe on the flank angle, and he finds Jun, takes him out. And that is going to be the second kill in the fight as Razok hits the deck. Weibo, they struck a little bit late in that one, but it worked out so beautifully.
I think Bin's Jax yesterday kind of inspired everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Previous to that, Jax had not been winning that much, and now coming out with...
And I think that second teleport kind of caught Fnatic off guard, because otherwise, if they teleport Humanoid in earlier and the Ahri can assist with just a little bit of damage, the restart starts coming online.
That's the key point, because it was very sneaky play there from Weibo.
Yeah.
You know, putting all that vision down and setting up the play. They're like, okay, fine. You get the Dragon, and kind of Fnatic lull them to sleep as they reset after acquiring their objective. Then Weibo strike and get some extra money.
Oh, Tarzan gets over the wall there. Suppression does come on through as now Humanoid down to 50%.
He has no ult though. I guess it doesn't matter.
Doing so much work as Humanoid gets over the wall, avoids the rock, but is now not able to get back, just teleported towards that top side, and so Weibo should be able to now use that in order to grab this Rift Herald.
Oh, if Crisp had led that a little bit further on his Rakan knockup, probably would have
almost a kill there.
Humanoid's flash, but it was just inside, and the Ahri ultimate distance was enough.
Left to his own.
There goes the Rift Herald. Tarzan collects that one. We'll see whether we get an earlier turret take in mid lane this time, as if at first you don't succeed, let's just do it again. As he does get charmed, doesn't quite work out as Crisp with the quickness finds one charm. There's the knock up, the flash forward into the impale.
Combo with the
top. Man, that looked
with the shockwave, very nice.
Spelled his death as Weibo now looking to
I like how Humanoid sticks around for this.
This time as if at first you don't succeed.
So he goes back, walks back into lane. He knows that they just, in fact, taking the Herald because they chunked him out. So they see the Herald being taken. They have no vision in River because there's a pink ward right here.
Goes the Rift Herald. Tarzan collects that one. We'll see whether we get an earlier turret take in mid lane this time. As
and hey, who can come through walls? It's Skarner. We get the charm down. Humanoid just doesn't ult or flash. Oh, he can't ult because he used it early. He just doesn't flash Rakan charm. And so we just get a flash ult. All right. I mean, you knew they were all there. And you can't even cross map properly. Like, you just took tier 1 and bot side. That was the trade you made for the Herald. You know they're right there. Blue team has defeated Rift Herald. I wonder where they could be. There's nobody in mid lane. There's literally question mark pings going down in mid lane. And they're like, yeah, it's time to clear vision in River. What's flash for? Nah, Rakan is just going to slowly walk at you. Whatever, man.
On top. Man, that looked completely unplayable for Humanoid, and that spelled his death. As Weibo now looking to push forward, find more, maybe even just find this turret.
Yep, that is a very dead mid laner, and guess what? The gold went to the perfect spot for Weibo. Lights Ezreal getting paid here. They should be able to keep up the pressure, push in the extra wave, and then swap down to the other side. Already look, Jax is going straight for the turret right now, so Breathe as well going to benefit from this pressure.
In the previous play, way back in mid lane, felt like we praised Humanoid for holding on to his flash. This time around, if there's that much CC, you know the moment you get hit by anything, it's pretty much game over. Did feel very telegraphed. Maybe the call was that even if he does invest the flash, Crisp just follows up with his own, and you still end up going down. I'd have to see the replay, but it is a big win for Weibo. And again, unlike game number 1, this isn't the game where they need to get big leads. They can just keep playing for these team fights, particularly with Light in the spot that he's in right now.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the difference. Look a lot more calm here. I will say a lot of the breaking points in these types of ones usually come down to that third dragon as well, because you don't really want to give away the dragons a bit early. And then if you look at your item breakpoints for Weibo, it's looking beautiful. They have all of their Merc Treads for their tenacity, for all of the engage from Fnatic, and then they have the main damage items here, and working on their second item power spikes here.
Xiao needs 2 items, though.
Yeah, and I think like 2 item spikes for Ezreal and
Watching the Penguin, we may do that on Nerd Legion, me and Doa, we'll see. People say it's decent.
Those items do get completed. I think Light must be very, very close to that Muramana completion, almost getting to full stacks, and that is going to mean this Ezreal is going to be fully unlocked. And so the gold, about 500, not really anything in it at all, and I think 22 seconds, that's when this Ocean Drake is going to spawn, and Soul Point going to be really powerful for giving Fnatic control moving forward in this series, or in this game at least.
Yeah, this is going to be a big breaking point. For Fnatic, there is basically 2 modes. Big engage with an MF ult and a Rumble, or picking off a single target. For Weibo, want to try and keep that backline were in the previous play.
So Humanoid a little bit far up here as they're trying to get some control. Shattering Strike comes in, another crash down as there's the equalizer doing a lot.
So actually, do you get the pick here?
Not quite as good as they were in the previous play.
So Humanoid
It's a very good sign. Jax is top side, and this is a weird play from Weibo because they're not set up for this whatsoever, and they allow themselves to get picked even though they have TP from Breathe, and they have Rift Herald. They don't actually respect the single target damage in CC.
Breathe is in the top lane though, looking to try and trade Dragon.
Weird play though. They can actually make a play onto Oscar here though. If Oscar tries to take this, they can dive this turret.
They're taking a lot of damage. Chris gonna have to get out of there. The Rumble does fall, but I think they'll be trading top lane as it's Breathe looking to get out. That's gonna be Noah collecting the kill as well. It's the worst possible scenario. And now Humanoid, he's got some more dashes. Light comes in, and Humanoid goes out. But Xiao may not be so lucky. Noah's flashing forward. He's a psycho, but it's working. As Light tries to push him away.
Was it working?
Successful. Oh man.
And this chain from Fnatic all starts with them saying, fine, that has so much CC and is built around getting picks, just take the first opportunity, and they deleted the front line from Weibo, which allowed them to get Dragon number 3. Then this kind of follow-on play where Weibo like, all right, Fnatic are probably going to commit more resources to taking that Dragon, but Fnatic only left Vi down there, so they're able to get the little bit of punishment for the attempted dive here by Weibo. Ends up being a little bit of a trade.
And Light, truly heroic timing there on the arrival, because if he's not there and Humanoid can chase on, Noah can flash aggressively, that could have been the backbreaker. Because do note, right now, Weibo still with a gold lead. Humanoid going in aggressively, but not hitting.
Yeah, that's an ulti used. And now the Ahri with a little bit less mobility, of course, does have, you know, a dance around the Baron until this Dragon becomes a talking point once again.
What a present.
I wonder why Steam neglects the Korean scene for their games.
In terms of how
there are some Korean games on Steam,
very
guys.
much up in the air as well.
I saw one because I have a Korean IP, obviously, when I'm not using my ExpressVPN code summoning for 3 months if you buy 12 months. I did see let me see if I can find it. There was a super funny looking Korean game that popped up. Maybe I'll play it on stream. It just came out. Oh my god, it looks so bad. It's called 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Yuman's the player, once solitary home and routine are now invaded by 5 beautiful women. Each has her unique charm. The childhood friend of 20 years, the first love and former idol, the demanding boss, the bold younger girl, and the shy recluse. Who will you choose? It's a dating sim? It can't have nudity because Steam doesn't allow real nudity. Here, I found the game trailer. It looks terrible. This is the things we'll be able to do when I don't have to watch League of Legends anymore. Steam absolutely allows real nudity now. Oh, do they? I thought that was against their policy. Well, hopefully this game doesn't have... I don't think it has real nudity. It's a Korean game, so I kind of doubt it. It's just a like harem dating game.
Their composition a whole lot more, but Fnatic really did put a fair bit of hope in me after that first game.
What's real nudity? Witcher 3 shows tits. No, you can have fake. That's fake nudity. Spoffer 2450. No, your name is Janice McAnus. What a name. What's real nudity? If you have to ask the question, what is real nudity? You need to get out more, buddy.
Dangerous thing.
Yeah, I'm not monologuing though. I'm just saying it's stating a fact. Like they did well.
Should you decide to play the game, there's no turning back for Koreans. What does that mean? What does it mean there's no turning back for Koreans? I don't care what the Koreans think, but also what does that even mean?
Hope. I like that. Hope was forcefully put in you.
I do have hope now. We'll just have to check in with whether that's allowed. As Noah is going to catch a wave.
Topless is considered nudity, but it's not a real
In
person.
the mid lane, and Weibo with a lot of vision. I feel like they've had just more vision throughout this entire series so far, and around this Baron, it's working out.
Korean cancel culture on whoever plays. Okay. How are they going to cancel me?
I think the feeling of
What?
trepidation that both of you are experiencing right now is because this still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh, yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is
Down.
Besides, half those incels on FM Korea probably already own that game.
To the next big team fight.
Oh, yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it
Anyway, it was just advertised to me on Steam. It came up, and I was like, what the fuck is
has
this?
certainly not been determined yet.
well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast cone for you. The equal.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast cone for you. The equalizer thrown down. Doesn't quite work out, but Crisp is already dead.
Oh, no. Yeah, they are incels.
Certainly not been.
They have to play the games where Korean women will
You
try and sleep
are
with them, because no
experiencing
Korean
right
women
now
will
is
actually try and
because
sleep with
it
Korean
still
men.
comes down
Ho
to the
ho!
next big team
He
fight.
did it.
Yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet. Right now is because this still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh, yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted.
To the next big team fight.
Oh, yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because
I can hear the trucks. No, it's actually like a big issue in Korea, the gender divide.
experiencing right now is because
there's a lot of misogyny.
the next big team fight.
Oh yeah.
It still comes down to the
Frostpunk 2 is fun. I need to play that. Frostpunk was awesome. I really enjoyed that game.
The trepidation that both of you are experiencing right now is because this still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of...
It still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast code for you. The equalizer thrown down doesn't quite work out, but Crisp is already dead. Tarzan getting closed in on and Breathe. Gonna have to be an absolute hero here.
Why is Weibo playing this way?
Oh yeah.
Why are we wandering? Why are we wandering around their jungle like one? So Weibo needs to play around objectives here and just force them to fight the 5v5. If we are wandering around their jungle, we are literally just giving opportunities for Fnatic's pick comp to work.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast
Okay.
code for you. The equalizer
Tarzan's inting.
doesn't quite work out, but Crisp is already dead. Tarzan getting closed in on and Breathe. Gonna have to be an absolute hero here, but he's knocked up. The Scan is taken out. Razzle with an amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight, and Noah will be taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic triple now for the Ezreal. Make it a quadra, and Light turns up, and the lights are out for Fnatic.
Oh my god!
I can't believe they win this.
Absolute hero here, but he's knocked up. The Scan is taken out. Razzle with an amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight, and Noah
The
will
cleanup
be
is so
taken
crazy.
out. It's a
Well played by
double.
Light,
It is
man.
gigantic.
Wow.
A fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast code for you. The equalizer thrown down doesn't
I thought
quite
this
work
was
out, but
this was
Crisp
just
is
straight
already
a
dead. Tarzan
big
getting
W
closed in on and Breathe.
for
Gonna have
Fnatic.
to be an absolute hero here, but he's knocked up. The Scan is taken out. Razzle with an amazing flash,
Light
but
plays this so
is
well,
now
man.
in the fight, and Noah will be taken out.
Great
It's a
shockwave as
double.
well.
It is gigantic.
They just killed the
triple
support and the
now for
jungler, so all the
Ezreal.
damage is there, and they've used all their
It
ults in
still
order to
comes
make this
down to
happen.
The next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is
Also, this Rumble ult is really bad.
interrupted. No blast
If
code for you. The
Rumble
equalizer
still has
thrown down
ult for the
doesn't
remainder
quite
for this
work out,
fight,
but
then I
Crisp is
think
already
Fnatic
dead.
probably
Tarzan
wins it
getting closed
because
in
they're
on
trying to get
Breathe.
in here, and you can absolutely just lay this Rumble ult right here.
Gonna have to be an
But they
absolute
use
hero
all of
here,
their
but he's
cooldowns.
knocked up. The Scan is
Like if the Rumble ult is
taken
here
out. Razzle with an
or here, it makes a massive difference.
amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight, and Noah will be taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic triple now for the Ezreal. Make it a quadra, and Light turns up, and the lights are out for Fnatic.
Oh my god! 4 kills in the hands of Light's Ezreal? This game just went so far the way of Weibo. And it had started out so nice for Fnatic on their pick. Look at this.
The big thing here is that yes,
Okay, Vi ult is used on that. Rumble ult is used, and MF ult is used to kill a Rakan. That's the real
that is
problem.
Noah's ult, Razor's ult, and Oscar's ult. So much of the power of Fnatic.
Then Humanoid
even though
has
the
to use his ult here
fight in this choke ends up making. And look at this.
to kill a Skarner. So that's 4 of their ults, and they are very ult dependent.
Actually getting the
But
result.
Breathe
So
getting in here
much
is
of the
huge
power of
too.
Fnatic, even though they're fighting in this choke, ends up making. And look at this play here from the Jax. Actually,
He gets shield as well.
getting the threat on Noah, stunning Razor as well, and then Light's follow up. And if that
Breathe
wasn't
it.
enough,
Light plays this. Light and Xiaohu play this super well. Great shockwave. Good punish from Weibo, though. I think not many teams would have gone in on that, but they realized how many ults have been used.
Sums were used, and the sole fight that I think Fnatic otherwise would have loved to take, looking a lot rougher now.
Jax is looking pretty good.
Do you want me to bring you home lunch? Yes.
That follow for the double stun and Light instantly jumping over
Thank
the back
you,
of
my
Wolves
delightful
to finish
wife.
off the kills. Like, Weibo just forcefully retook control of that team fight, even though Fnatic start out with the pick.
Actually looking, I thought that Fnatic used more. It's only Razork and Oscar's flash. And Noah has his backup now. Obviously didn't have it in the previous play. But there you see, like, that's an insane spike when it comes to the goal. Do note, Fnatic can just give this up. They don't need to. They don't need to fight for this dragon.
Taco
They can
Bell
wait
for
and
lunch.
come and
I
have
think
it
she is going
equalize.
to Korean
They
Taco
wanna
Bell.
do
Let's
that,
go.
though, and that teleport says
I've got the Dr. Zaya song stuck in my head. Thanks, buddy. You're
absolutely
welcome.
not.
Nice charm to come through there from Humanoid, but Tarzan not taking a whole lot of damage at the moment. Immortal Skarner seems to be a theme as well.
Oh,
in this series.
He's on vision.
Can I play the piano anymore?
Yeah, Tarzan
Of course you
does get
can.
himself over. Not gonna quite
Well, I
find
couldn't
the stun, though,
before.
as Breathe gets into that backline. Dana seems to be a theme as well.
So this is what I think
Oh, you know it's
Weibo
series.
should absolutely be
Vision.
doing. You just
He's on
get the
vision.
prio here. Oh god, they have such a
Cling
good
on.
flank.
Nice charm to come through there from Humanoid, but Tarzan
Look at
not
this.
taking a
Look at
whole
this
lot of
TP
damage
from
at the
Breathe.
moment. Immortal
They've
Star
got the
seems to be a theme
5v5
as
they
well.
want here. And they're able to
this
threaten
series.
Drake,
He's on
and
vision.
Breathe is far
He's on
enough
vision.
back that he's just able to be super annoying, but they decide to go in because they catch Humanoid. Humanoid doesn't feel like flashing. A Skarner engage. And then we're just going to get a god shockwave from Xiaohu.
Seems to be a theme as well.
Oh,
This
you
is
know
some
series.
Team Liquid level no flashing
vision.
when you literally see Skarner
Yeah, Tarzan
and you
does
just get hit by the
himself
E
over. Not
anyway.
gonna quite find the
He's lucky he
stun, though,
doesn't get
Breathe gets
stunned,
into
but he
that
does
backline.
get
This
charmed
guy's
and then
not quite as
suppressed.
good, but Humanoid still gonna get taken out of the fight. Another shockwave on absolutely everyone in that particular area, and Jun gonna get taken out in the end. Breathe going to finish him off, and I feel like Weibo, they may have just started this snowball rolling.
Yeah, and that's going to be Dragon denied from Fnatic and possibly then turning everything over towards the Baron area of the map. I mean, it's 25 seconds on both Noah and Razork. Weibo just control the entire map.
And that one team fight, really good for Weibo, but not that great. I think this one is. It denies the soul, it further builds the gold lead, and even if Weibo don't end up getting the Baron, which to be fair, I don't think there's a lot that Fnatic can do, even if they wouldn't, they would be the first ones that would be able to get the back in, get back out on the map, and at this point, Fnatic wasn't going to be able to contest, and as we see Weibo pick it up even further, building upon that gold lead.
Yep, the Baron is going to be taken down, and I want to just put everyone's eyes towards Xiaohu. Last time, it was do or die, you know, by Xiaohu and what he was doing in these fights. This time, he's 1-0-11, 100% kill contribution in this game, and he's being this conductor of these fights, staying off to the side, not
that
pushing too far
ward.
forward, and that teleport.
Such a beautiful TP.
Because it's twofold, because there's so much
Force Noah's
mobility.
flash right there. He still actually gets
One, you
charmed.
know that if he
It forces them
Does
to
it-
use the Vial against
also
the
have to deal with the
Jax,
Jax.
but the Jax is,
he might just
you
be
know,
able
shielded to fuck
Spirit,
too.
Spirit Rush away, but instead that flank from Breathe. Again, as you're saying, Kobe, that Jax looking mighty strong.
Noah had no options, really. And it's good call out by Weibo. They're like, this Misfortune with no flash is an easy target. Towards the Misfortune top side. The second.
The cease and desist comes in. The Ezreal has been taken out, but Humanoid had to sacrifice himself for it. The knockups are beautiful, though Crisp able to answer back, and Noah gets caught in the impale. I think that Weibo might just be too far ahead, and even though that grand entrance didn't work, it's only Jun trying to clip Klopp away.
That's the beauty of a triple carry composition. Yes, Light gets taken out, but they have more than enough damage with the rest of the members.
Yeah, Jun trying to get to his fountain here. I don't know whether he's going to be successful. There's hungry Weibo players.
I don't think Fnatic should play pick comps anymore. That's what I think, guys. Also, I think this MF is like super bad here. It would have been better with the Jhin.
Looking so much better, and Weibo looking to even out the series.
Yeah, and they're going to get at least two here in the inhibitors with Breathe.
Oh, no, they
immediately
finished
after
this.
that fight, went mid to
Oh,
push
no,
the
they
mid
don't.
wave.
Never mind.
So
They
they
get him
got
out.
value out of both Baron buffs, pushing topside, pushing mid. The C went off as he was
Blown up, but this is rotations out, trying to play.
I mean, this
towards
is
bottom
super
side,
over.
Push up the wave. Here comes the siege. Fnatic trying to pull off a last stand here.
Going to have to be an absolute miracle. The True Shot Barrage does go wide. Razork tried to get in there just to push Crisp away, and he's just not going to even listen to him. There's a flash forward, though. They find the ultimate onto Xiaohu, but he just...
They just use. They don't check his items, guys. They don't check that he has. He has arm guard.
Trying to pull off a last stand here.
So they Xiaohu walks up and they literally try and all in him.
Razork tried to get in there just to push Crisp away, and he's just not going to even...
Razork flash Qs onto him, then ults him, right?
There's a flash forward, though. They...
And he's charmed, but they can't kill him fast enough, even though they use everything on him. And then Tarzan just ults two of them. He ults Jun and Noah, and then where's the shockwave when he comes back out? He this is actually, look how well Xiao plays this, guys. So he, watch this. He command protects himself, right? He pulls the ball onto himself, presses W. Then he gets CC'd. But because he knows he has the ball on him currently, right? He actually just he ult flashes, watch. He starts his ult animation right there. Ult flashes. It's beautifully played by Xiaohu.
It's beautiful, and Light some mobility, but unfortunately he's moving only to the death chamber.
Jahu
in
played him
this
like a fiddle,
instance.
guys. Every
Two of these
time.
Nexus
Got
turrets will be
insane
taken out, and
shockwave
Weibo
value.
gonna even out the series.
Oh my god,
And the
humanoid flashed.
onto Jahu, but he just goes golden, and now it's Weibo's turn to throw a
This was the
volley
time, guys. He got charmed. He didn't flash the charm, by the way. He didn't flash the charm. He flashes the stun and
This time
still gets stunned. He flashes it and then still gets stunned because Breathe has flashed too. That's so funny. Jahu with a great play there.
Two of these Nexus turrets will be taken out, and Weibo are going to even out the series here up against Fnatic.
We're going to a game.
I mean, I would have just flashed the recon ult.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between
All right, I got to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between Weibo and Fnatic.
Hold on now.
This is the full VOD.
All aboard the Korean hype train.
Hello, I'm back, baby. Bob Kesslow, thank you for Twitch Prime sub. No thank you to all you dirty freeloaders.
Of the matchup between Weibo and Fnatic. Let's dive into the picks and bans.
No, that's topical. That's okay. I think no one will mind that.
All right, here we are into the draft for game number 3. Weibo tying the series back up again, and it's looking pretty similar, eerily similar, one could say, to what we saw in the first game.
Okay.
The
Ooh, Callista. Okay.
Pretty sure.
Up, but so is
Aurora,
the
Oriana,
Is it
Yone,
Jax
so
Act?
Skarner going to be first picked here. We're back to Rel Jax. We're just playing a pick comp again. Thank you, Kerosene1, for your Twitch Prime sub. You are not a freeloader. Congratulations.
4 people have we seen this tournament already.
You are an erudite gentleman.
Again, we do know that there are some counter
I'm not a sub, but I did buy Turtle Beach headset because of Elephant. That does count for something. That does count for something.
picks that can actually punish it well, but the burden of execution on that one gonna be quite high. The Ari doesn't feel quite as
I actually so I am, guys, so the reason why I'm not wearing the Stealth 600, I really like it actually. When I'm not on stream, I use it a lot because it's lighter than my Audio Technica, and it does have really good sound for gaming. But it's wireless, it's nice. I just can't wear it on stream because it has no side tone. So what that means is that I need to be able to plug it with a cable into my mic so I can hear my own voice in my headphones. Right? So it's unfortunate that it doesn't have this, but I should, any day now, I should get the Turtle Beach Atlas Air headset, which does have an audio jack in it. It's not fully wireless. It has wireless options as well, but I'm really looking forward to that because it's an open back headphone. The reviews are amazing on it, so I'm gonna look forward to using that. And yeah, the Turtle Beach headphones are really good quality. Like I said, the Stealth 600s are great because they switch between Bluetooth and the wireless transmitter. So it's been really good for, they're great for consoles, Switch, your phone. And you can switch between wireless and Bluetooth with just pushing one button, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so the other thing is I don't need closed back headphones because my microphone passes through the sound through side tone, right? So it doesn't matter whether I have open back or closed back. But Turtle Beach makes very good quality stuff, guys. What was the open back headphones you just mentioned? The Atlas Air. Atlas Air. They don't ship to Korea? No, they do. Pretty sure they do. They've got their own distributor. Now, I think there is a Korean language website. I'm pretty sure they ship direct. I'm pretty sure. They have a Korean language website, so. But it's the hold up, guys. The Atlas, you can look up the reviews on these from like audio experts, and they've gotten very good reviews. They are wireless as well, the Atlas Airs, but they're the open back. I'll just put it in Twitch chat. I'll let you know how they are when I get them. And we do have a 10% off code. I'm also getting a new Cone 2 Air, and I love the original Cone mouse from Roccat, and they bought Roccat. But you can use code spike or summoning probably would be good for you guys. For power spike and summoning insight. But the Atlas Airs are wireless as well. They have the same low latency wireless via USB and Bluetooth. They're just open backs. And then they just released the Stealth 700 Gen 3s, which are a step up on the Stealth 600 Gen 3s, which are also, you can look up the reviews on those. Very good reviews.
Down though, but just not.
Let's watch some League of Legends, guys.
Potential and damage. I would, yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
this does feel like it has
That
enough
feels
damage.
great.
Yeah,
Yep.
Lights Ezreal did look absolutely fantastic, and he's going to stick to that one. And I actually feel like in a game number 3 where the pressure is infinite, just playing what you know is good and what you know you can get behind is certainly the way to make that one happen. So
Skarner's been working really well for Tarzan.
Yeah, for Wave.
Okay, so they take away the Ahri this time. What they're doing is I think they're testing the champion pool of humanoid. They're going to be able to get more mid lane bans here too.
That is a Vi once again, and I was wondering about this because I kind of felt like Sejuani felt like
I don't like the Vi here. When you can't get Ahri, what are we playing with this
Especially
Vi?
because as soon as you saw the Ahri hover even on the side of Weibo, they're clearly thinking we're going to break up that guaranteed.
Yeah, and the thing is, I agree with Kobe. When you see the Ahri hover, like, I don't get this draft. So why are we taking Vi now if they are going to have 2 bans to potentially ban the Ahri? Or they'll take it here. What are we doing?
Vi plus Ahri combination, but they still go for it here. Still a very good, useful tool for them to find those engages, and Humanoid will just play something a little bit different.
So we're banning Kai'Sa. There we go. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Ezreal already locked.
Yeah,
in.
you have
Plenty of
to
dive in
ban the
FNC.
Kai'Sa because you took Ezreal. You're banning the
Ziggs is also
Kai'Sa.
going to
You don't
follow.
want
There's
it
a
to
lot of
be
AP
paired with the
damage
Vi.
already
What are they
for
playing with
Fnatic.
Vi?
And Ziggs Vi is a combo that I think is just really, really
Are they playing
strong.
Taliyah?
Also, Ziggs is one of the champions that allows you to play 1-3-1 or at least a 1-4 a lot better, as he has so much wave clear, but also side lane control with his.
the Ziggs really are sort of the AP bottom lane options.
That's not wanting to pick next.
Well, to the
Okay,
realm.
the Ziggs has fallen down in priority. They're going to take it, though.
Like Alistair Nah here, like a Silas goes incredibly hard.
Is it R5 LeBlanc?
Ooh, that would be fun.
So the LeBlanc is a humanoid pick. That would make sense here. I think Taliyah is probably better with their composition, though. They have a lot of map control if they take Taliyah.
Can also go for the
Like, isn't Taliyah super good here? Into Ahri Rakan?
Okay, pretty standard here then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not-
Isn't
not feeling
Taliyah
as
good?
exciting as
Yeah.
far as the last few picks.
That said, for Weibo, this is a very different comp. This is low damage.
And you can
This
play
could be
for
Ahri,
side
who's
lanes
very
with
versatile,
Ziggs and
I
Taliyah
know that
ults.
Light did a lot of damage,
And Vi
but I do
ults, like you could, the Vi works if you're gonna play into Jax and if you take like Ziggs Taliyah, because you can overload sides super easily, right?
think that the Jax really gave, and I like this a lot
Yeah,
more,
me too.
add an additional threat and ensure that even if they do somehow get light, there's an opportunity.
What?
Okay.
I don't even think it's good here.
I was like, oh,
Like, okay, I don't think Swain is necessarily bad, but Swain needs to be played into multiple melees. You guys know what I mean? Like, how does Swain kill Ahri and Ezreal? Who kills Ahri and Ezreal in this composition? Who is supposed to kill them? You don't really have good synergy. Like, okay, so when would Swain be good? I do think Swain, like R5 Swain could be good. But that's like, are we playing into like Yone, Sedge, Jax, right? It's probably good into this. Yone, Sedge, Jax, Rel, and then whatever ADC. Like that's, it feels like this is where it feels like Yone could be used in this meta. Or I mean, Swain could be used in this meta. Swain and Aurora knock Ori comps. Yeah, that's a good call out there. But how do you kill Ezreal and Ahri? Yeah, it's good against Fnatic's comp. That is funny. It would be good against Fnatic's comp.
No, maybe Humanoid will play something a little bit different. No, he'll play something a
He
lot
doesn't die,
different.
I guess,
And
but
this
he
is
does
something
die. He
that
can be
people have
kited.
been talking
He's
about.
never gonna die.
When there are so many short range champions being played right now, you know, things that really excel in that sort of.
Yeah,
like,
I agree with what they're
team
saying,
fight
but I don't think it's
are
actually
going
good
to
into Weibo's
really
comp.
Take over Swain here, locked and loaded.
The last time I saw this was in a Challengers game. Like, this is
Jun and Noah might have been in that Challengers game. Though, beautiful combination here, and
Not sold on this one, guys.
But if it does, I think that we might see the old man with a cane another
Doesn't
time
he
this
also
tournament.
just get
Feels like
chain
such a
ganked by
masterstroke
Skarner?
into
Like,
what Weibo put
doesn't
together.
he
A lot
just
of other
straight up get owned in mid lane by Skarner Ahri? Doesn't Skarner Ahri just kill him a million times before 6?
teams have been putting together so far this tournament.
also. I don't think Swain is quite as obscure, but we saw what happened with Doran and Nunu. Right?
Also, like, Skarner can just push Swain out of a fight. Like, isn't Skarner just insane into Swain? Sure, he gets hit, but can't he just like E him and then ult him and then Swain's a million miles away and he doesn't have any dashes?
Atlas and I in particular, you know, Doran, very skilled player, but that was definitely a Doran
He keeps
moment.
a lot of RAM free, right? This is the way we have to explain it, right? Sometimes you don't need to know everything.
Well, I think it definitely should know. That doesn't seem like that weird of an interaction.
I actually don't think Swain is
that's
bad,
neither there.
maybe,
This Swain
in this meta,
really
but
is, to me, one of those champions where
I just
if
not
he
feeling it
ever gets
in this
ahead, he should
particular
make a
game.
bad play, think you can burst him down and he can drain through it. Like, he can snowball insanely fast. Because again, who is gonna kill him if he gets big in this game? There isn't the type of AD carrier.
I think LeBlanc or Taliyah is really good here for Fnatic.
I will say Swain is pretty straightforward. I'm trying to think of
I know.
what would be like the brain dead things where you're just like, wow, they don't know what the champ does. Because like if there's a giant red eyeball circle on the ground, you're like,
don't think
you're
they're
just
gonna walk
going to
into
not
it.
walk into
Gay
it,
lane
you
swap.
know, you're like, oh, he throws at the root.
When a claw thing comes at you,
like, turn off.
you stop
there's
getting drain tanked.
There's been a lot of different iterations, and that's, I think, the biggest one to know, as you say. If that is popped, and that's actually what I love about the Fnatic comp, because not only is Weibo short range and are they forced to play into you outside of the Ezreal, but also they have so much CC to set up for the Swain.
Exactly. If you don't get out of the ultimate, then he can just keep on.
Just keeps on going.
Keep on channeling it there, and as you say, you know, the Rel and the Vi very well positioned, and the Jax as well, to kind of keep you in it.
Yep. Some more teleports here as we are in another lane swap. Haven't really talked about it that much because I think everyone's pretty well acquainted with how it's been going, but we've had those double teleports from both top laners, switching some lanes here, and we'll see whether Breathe is going to be okay towards that top side. As you can see now, Oscar is just trying to do what he can, uses the Counter-Strike when he can to get as much experience as possible here, and it's working out just fine. Things doing as they say on the tin, as it were, as Humanoid losing out on a trade here, does hit that never move onto Xiaohu.
He's getting stacks.
Yeah.
Kobe, fortunately, also is going to be our. Are you going to be stack
counter?
Well, we have it.
Soul,
we
soul
have it,
fragments.
we have it as well on the broadcast. That's not something that I'm used to. Kind of.
Yeah, that's
normally we need to do this manually. I
The
can't
last-
believe we
the
have
last
this.
time
It
it
is
was
crazy that
a little bit
LCK is still
before we
not
had
running
stack
like the
counters
stack
underneath the
counters.
names.
Yeah, the soul fragments though, that permanent health stacking so far, just the one that we saw on screen, it's been collected, so the 12 health there. But meanwhile, the bigger play on the map, kind of crashing the large wave as Tarzan is just transitioning over to this side of the jungle.
Xiaohu setting up vision.
Yeah, immediately Razok does spot that one out. He's just trying to grab some more shellfish.
I think the biggest thing to catch people up on with the extra tempo for him, gonna get an earlier recall, which he might be able to spend towards the other side of the map.
Also have teleport for both bot laners here, so both Light and Noah can play fairly aggressive as Noah.
Tarzan getting himself in there. Chris finding a knockup, but only onto Jun. That was beautifully done by Noah. Gives him a thumbs up for it as well, or maybe that was for himself, because he deserves it.
That looked a little dicey, so Noah used his satchel to interrupt Tarzan, but it also knocked himself forward. So really good sidestep there on the entrance from Chris. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken a lot more
Wow, full combo.
Humanoid
Is good, light in a bit of trouble. Only level 4 for Razork as Crisp tries to come around. He's still burning. Yeah, gets behind them. No shattering strike.
definitely taking a lot more.
Wow, full combo.
Humanoid,
Okay, they think they're safe
If things are
because
going
they're
well,
not pushed
3-6,
too
you're
far
feeling good as
forward,
well.
and
There
Skarner's
might
in
have
river,
snuck
but
in
Skarner goes
here.
back to Raptors
gets
after taking
behind.
Crab. This is actually
Himself.
pretty
Seems
clever by
looked a little
Razork.
dicey, so Noah used his satchel to
He's
interrupt
ahead in
his guard,
tempo,
but
so he
knocked
goes
himself
back and
forward. So really good sidestep
makes a
there
Ruby
on
Crystal
the
longsword
entrance
by.
from Crisp. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken a lot more.
And the
Wow.
Crab is in a very good position on the far
If
side of the
things are going
river,
well,
so they
3-6,
just
you're
don't
feeling
catch
good
him
as
walking
Razork
in.
Might have snuck in here.
Yeah, gets behind them. No shattering strike to come down, but now the Vault Breaker is good. Light in a bit of trouble. Only level 4 for Razork as Crisp tries to come around. He's still burning. Razork flashes underneath and picks up the kill. He's still in so much trouble. The minions gets the shield from the passive. Not even Razork as Crisp tries to come around. He's still burning. Razork flashes underneath and picks up the kill. He's still in so much trouble. The minions gets the shield from the passive.
Why does he smite the minion?
Razork as Crisp tries to come around. He's still burning. Razork flashes underneath and picks up the kill. He's still in so much trouble. The minions gets the shield from the passive.
They're not even autoing him. I thought it might be
As he
because
makes
they
his
were
way
attacking
And
him, but
that's
they're
exactly
not.
the play we're looking for with Razork, having that little tempo lead in jungle, spends it onto the bottom.
Just to help push bot lane? I don't know about that. I don't.
Close as he makes his way out.
Maybe.
That's exactly the play we're looking for with Razork, having that little tempo lead in jungle.
Maybe he- yeah,
spends it
maybe
onto
he
the
thought
bottom
they were
side of
hitting
the
him, but
map.
they weren't.
And another one, you want to play off Jun. Jun on this rel, really a facilitator for Fnatic, and Razork
No.
has been the key to their early game in all their domestic games. Really, really nice him getting the first blood, going under tower to get it, and not even close there with the damage calculation from the tower at the end. Even is able to proc his shield off of the minions to get out. So Fnatic, again, they strike first here with the first blood.
And even with June this time whiffing on the Q flash.
Today was
still
my
more
first
than
time
enough
doing
damage.
squats
Really didn't feel
in
like
like
they
a
were
month,
ready
guys, because I was
for
in
Razork
California.
show
I
up.
was back in the States,
Humanoid
and I just
about to hit
went back
level
to the
6
gym.
when the swing-
You talking about your gym Ming?
Yeah. What's up?
Your food is here.
Thank you.
I forgot it's Sunday and nowhere is open.
I see.
So I made epic trek to get you the lunch.
An epic trek.
I went on a journey, okay, to find you food.
I wonder what it is.
Swing
Is
is
it,
gonna
is it
start
Taco Bell? Who
feeling like
knows?
a much bigger threat.
Yep, picking up that Demon Flare going to be very, very important. Again, obviously mid lane is going to be where he's going to be spending a lot of his time. But this is actually what I wanted out of this series. Just go back to a holistic view, right? Is to see a change up from what has been happening in both of these games. Last time, game number 2, it was Fnatic with a little bit of an earlier game focus, a lot of CC on Weibo's side. They come out with the victory in the end with a lot of team fights working out. Same on the opposite sides in game number 1. This just feels different, gentlemen.
I just feel like this, incorporating this Swain, you know, we've seen already the success of these like unsuspecting picks,
Yeah.
you know, these non-meta picks from, you know, FlyQuest really leading the charge with a lot of that. But Swain transforms your team fight. Now he's under attack though.
Yeah, does pop that ultimate. Let's see whether he can keep trying to take these health bars. That Demon Flare
Leading the charge with
This
a
is
lot
what
of
I'm
that.
talking about. Is like
Swain transforms
the
your team
the
fight.
the
Now he's
laning
under
phase has got to be rough for
attack,
Swain
though.
into Ari
does pop
Skarner.
that ult-
You hit a
Ultimate,
charm and
let's
you're
see
just dead,
whether he can
basically.
Keep trying to take these health bars. That Demon Flare not going to be working out just yet. And that is Tarzan locking down the kill, answering back from Fnatic's first blood earlier.
So these non-meta picks from, you know, FlyQuest.
Wow, is
really
Weibo going to
leading
get
the
both
charge with a lot of
objectives
that.
because
But
of this
Swain
gank?
transforms
Humanoid needs to
your team
flash
fight.
this,
Now
man.
he's under attack though.
Yeah.
It's
Does pop
entirely
that ultimate.
flashable, by
Let's
the way.
see whether he can keep trying to take these health bars. That Demon Flare not going to be working out just yet. And that is Tarzan
He dies,
locking
so
down the
they
kill,
just give up.
answering
They
back
just give
from
up the
Fnatic's
Drake.
first
It's just
blood
been
earlier.
leashed, and they
So
just
a
give it
lot
up.
of people are always going to keep on looking at Humanoid's flash. In this scenario,
He wasn't going to
also
die if he
did not
doesn't get hit by
use it.
charm.
Are we still trying to work
Yeah.
out how we feel about this, Kobe? Is that what?
Yeah, because like, so if Skarner is level 6, then usually you're like, oh, he'll probably like just turn an ult right after I flash, and then it's kind of hard to dodge. But like, Tarzan was only level 5 there, so successful kill off on the Swain. On the
I'm really going to leave me
here.
hanging with the squat story.
Weibo.
My legs
Pretty
are
big
weak.
deal because the gold
My
lead that
legs
was there
feel
for Razork was still
drained
there for a little
because
bit, but
of
has now
the
shrunk.
squats.
And when looking at the CS, we do see Weibo actually across the board doing well as Jun will be able to get the cancel.
because I did squats and then I did goblet squats. There was a lot of squatting.
Unfortunately, to grab the kill, but that is going to put Weibo in the lead.
Yep, there's his level 6 right there and invested in bottom lane just like that. Weibo emphatically striking back. This is also on top of their
barbell squats
and on top of their dragon that they got. So very quick
barbell squats and goblet squats with the dumbbell.
Tarzan, right? Walks mid, gets the kill, takes down Humanoid, and immediately just taps towards bot, able to pick up Jun, who has been having, I think, a really solid series on the rail, but finding these early kills, definitely really big deal here for Weibo, because when the only gold graph looks good is just on Razork, means that Fnatic is going to have to find some of these peak team fights. They do again have, when it comes to the CC, I think, an impeccable setup as Oscar.
Yeah, that's just a Gnar right into the turret there. Didn't have a boulder because there were minions in the way, and so Oscar is going to survive for the moment. Crisp lurking. They are able to stop this back as Breathe jumping forward to make sure that Oscar
nice job.
way out. This could be a lot of plates to go down for Weibo.
Good roam from Crisp. Tarzan covering bot side. They got to get out of here, though.
This could be a little bit of a problem here. Cease and assist, they just look to go in on Tarzan. Does a lot of work.
Do we really go on a Tarzan there? I guess we do, because Swain's here to cover. I'm actually shocked they had enough damage.
This snowball's really starting to roll.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar is absolutely destroying up there.
Especially because the Giant spell's already been picked up by Tarzan. It's the ult that really does it. So he had some bombs too, Noah.
Oh man, very close to the minefield, not quite enough, and now Xiaohu looking to make his way in. He's on vision. They have to just all in for this one, I think. As
they can slow chase this though, Weibo, and try and get Mega.
That is a long wrap around. As Noah should be able to get a plate here as the satchel comes out, and Noah, Xiaohu just clears out a wave, and it's like ships in the night. I thought we were going to get a little bit more than that.
But do note, Oscar in and TP to top, whereas Brief TP to bot, so he will be getting a wave and some plates.
Exactly, Fnatic keeping track. They know that there's going to be more resources heading towards bottom side, so they send Oscar in up to the top side, able to continue to extract value.
The Knight's in so much trouble!
I mean, I wouldn't really compliment this because... So here's the thing, guys. You know that Crisp is topside here, right? You know Crisp is topside while you're diving into bot. So Oscar can actually recall and then TP into bot, and you can dive them here and kill them all. Instead, he TP's top to get a plate. Because there's a 0% chance that Rakan can be here. So you actually just have a 5-man dive into bot.
So much CC in the bouncing bomb to finish him off, and now with the teleport,
you also just got a ton of free damage onto Light. And so you have 4 people, all of whom are basically 100% HP. And if Oscar TP's bot here, they kill both these guys. And maybe Xiaohu too. And they take bot turret probably. Is a really terrible TP by Oscar. You have Ziggs, you can take that tower. They literally could have killed at least one more of them and taken turret, and instead they get a plate topside.
Whereas Brief TP to bot, so he will be getting a wave and some plates.
Exactly, Fnatic keeping track. They know that
it's actually insanely bad because they knew exactly where Crisp was.
So they send Oscar in up to the top side, able to continue to extract value out of this play.
Not going to go fight. Very sad.
No. Just going to be walking away, but still it's going to eliminate a wave.
Yeah, still a win. Especially because they traded 1 for 0.
Especially, too, because the Gnar had been just destroying up there. Breathe had gotten a lot of money, extra turret plate, plus had a very large CS lead. But because then Breathe mini Gnar
Weibo 18-0 and Grubs versus Fnatic this series.
Loses a lot of the lead that he had just built up.
Yeah, they're going to lose these Grubs too because they used ults.
In that effort as well.
Like they this is so bad. Guys, it's so bad from Fnatic. So they actually have an advantage bot side, and they commit ults into that dive, right? Vi ult and Ziggs ult. So you need to just actually follow through with the play TP bot side. Because if you TP bot side and take this turret and get another kill, you can actually just go back without those ults. But as a result, They get one kill,
really
use
doesn't
their
feel like
ults,
Fnatic
don't
did.
get a turret,
Find
take a
little
one
foothold
plate
back
top side,
because it was
and
moving
then they
towards,
can't
like,
make a play
1.5K
here
or
on
something
6
like that, and
scrubs.
this lead was continuing to build.
Can't TP their pre 10 minutes. Oh, you're right. I'm dumb, guys. But you can't TP their pre 10 minutes. That was the problem. My bad. You are correct.
And it's like ships in the night. I thought we were going to get a little bit more than that.
But do note, Oscar in and TP to top, whereas Brief
But
TP to bottom.
I don't
So
think you
he'll
should
be
TP
getting
there at all then.
a wave and some plates.
Exactly, Fnatic keeping track. They know that there's going to be more resources.
Thank you,
heading
Yimster.
towards
I'm dumb. I
bottom
wasn't
side,
looking
so
at the
they
clock.
Send Oscar in up to the top side, able to continue to extract value out of this play.
Not gonna go fight.
You can. So here's the thing. You can still dive this.
It's a long wrap around. As Noah should be able to get a plate here as the satchel comes out.
I still think you can dive this
Light's in so much trouble. Oh man, very close.
on this wave. I still think you can dive this.
And now Xiaohu looking to make his way in.
I still think you dive this.
On vision, they have to just all in for this one, I think. As the Comet almost taking down Light, but he should be able to get.
You can
himself
still
out.
dive
Xiaohu,
it.
that is a long
He's still mini. You can dive it.
wraparound. As Noah should be able to get a plate here as the satchel comes out, and Noah, Xiaohu just clears out a wave, and it's like ships in the night. I thought we were gonna get a little.
But you don't have ults now to contest for grubs,
Looking to base.
and you swap Oscar to bot side. He has no TP, so you can't contest grubs whatsoever.
That is going to be 6. That is every single grub this series that Weibo's been able to pick up for themselves. Vision of Empire, just to see exactly what was happening. You know him as well.
Detriment.
Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be a positive.
What goes into an Ox rating?
Well, it's often
It's a
item build,
Okay.
almost like 85%, and then it's how many times you offensively satchel.
So it's
So that's
yeah.
it. You got 2 points you're judged on.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
it.
Which is a lot. You know, it's
There's a lot
more,
of nuances there, though,
No,
Cody.
there is. It's a lot more esoteric than Hooney's Rumble rating, which is did you build Sorkpan boots?
And
did
how
you
does he
go Liang?
feel on the day? A little bit
Oh,
goes into
Hooney.
that.
Well, let's see what Noah can do now that he's gotten the Ludens completed. Lots of burst potential here
Yeah.
with that. You've got the gun on top of the bombs, so
Yeah.
big explosions
A
possible.
lot of weaponry.
And we saw previously with Fnatic's play that they pull up on bottom side, they have a lot of setup for him. You know, Vi ultimate holding the target there so you can get the ultimate, sweet spot damage down. And Fnatic want to fight this. They're teleporting, a possible teleport from Humanoid. He's recalling to base
Yeah,
now.
Andrew's
There we
done.
go.
Yeah.
They want to fight this.
It's so dangerous. Like, Fanatics, their circles are online, gentlemen.
Okay,
And
so
could be very scary. And so Weibo just going to give it up with the setup there.
it's a flip though, because this time Brief is just being left alone towards.
Zig's ult those minions. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Mega Inferno Bomb
a
not quite
silent
going to be able to
control.
do it, but with the Ludens able to clear out the back line, I give them some space. It's all right. Fnatic still just trying to hustle, trying to get themselves in there to defend this bottom outer turret. May not be able to do too much. Not going to be able to get to the wave, but should now be able to find a little bit of position.
Clear up the first wave, but then didn't get
well.
600-700 gold swing. I think it was up 300 gold, and now it will be.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So
it was-
Nar's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Snar is insanely accelerated now.
To do too much, not going to be able
Like
to get to the
Fnatic has
wave.
just been down
Cheap
tempo.
enough because
They tried to make a
got the
tempo
first
play, but you
wave,
have to
then
like
didn't
follow
get
through on that
anyone in for
aggression.
The second wave, like no one else rotated ahead of time up there. So in the end, Bree's still going to get solo gold on this
Yikes.
outer tower.
Oh,
that's
just
like,
before the plates
That's
fall
like
down
a
as well.
600-700 gold swing. I think it was up 300 gold, and now it will be.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So
it was-
Nar's going to be a problem.
Available, and you can end this bottom outer turret. But so Weibo just going to give it up with the setup there.
It's a flip though, because this time Brief is just being left alone towards.
Zig's ult those minions.
It's a really good trade for
There
Weibo.
we go. Mega Inferno Bomb not
silent
quite going to be able to
control.
do it, but with the Ludens able to clear out the back line.
Go.
Yeah.
They want to fight this.
It's so dangerous. Like Fanatics, their circle.
Saw previously with Fnatic's play that they pull up on bottom side, they have a lot of setup for him.
Such a good trade.
Ultimate holding the target there so you can get the ultimate, sweet spot damage down. And Fnatic want to fight this. They're teleporting, a possible teleport from Humanoid. He's recalling to base
Yeah,
now.
Andrew's
There we
done.
go.
Yeah.
They want to fight this.
It's so dangerous. Like Fanatics, their circles are online, gentlemen.
Okay,
And
so
could be very scary. And so Weibo just going to give it up with the setup there.
it's a flip.
Going to be able to get to the wave, but
It's
should now be
three.
able
It's
to find a
three.
little bit of
It's
positioning.
3
As
plates
Oscar
and
pointed,
first
it's
turret
like
Gonna be a issue.
for a Drake. That's
They've
such
had
an
a bit of a
insanely good
monopoly. It's only
trade.
one dragon that Fnatic have been able to pick up, but this Baron Pit / Grub Pit / Shelly Pit.
There.
Yeah,
And
well,
they get
yes,
pressure,
because
so they
we
can
saw
take
it,
Herald too.
unfortunately,
It's an
and
insane
maybe we should
trade.
blame the observers, but I
Insane
think
trade
that
for
maybe
Weibo.
That's wrong. As you can see, Weibo, they're starting this one up, looking to try and take down the Rift Herald, and they've had a bit of a monopoly. It's only one dragon that Fnatic have been able to pick up, but this, that is another turret destroyed.
That's another.
Yep,
How many
satchel
plates?
props, exactly.
Tarzan realizes, by the way, that he forgot Rift Herald right here.
Destroyed.
That's another.
He thought he got it because he stood over it, but the animation wasn't finished where he dies, and so he starts burrowing, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
But with the
Tarzan doesn't quite get
Oh
through.
my
Does have to
The Rift Herald
get the eye.
is basically like a cheat sheet for killing mid lane turrets. So
Do they even need it?
yeah, actually with 6 grubs.
They don't need. Oh my.
And there was
Okay,
no one really here.
So, Fnatic, it really now is a.
What is going on with Fnatic's lane assignments? How do you lose this many turrets when you have Ziggs?
That is going to be secured
With
here.
Ziggs ult, where is everybody on the
Already a
fucking
huge
map?
CS lead.
It was
already.
already, yeah, let's be honest, it was already an issue early on, but we didn't have the camera on the issue. I feel like now,
So we just could ignore it.
now the camera is going to
So
be
Ziggs
on
is
the
in
issue
mid.
a lot, 'cause
If you
Trinity
just-
forcefully
They don't have
completed.
pressure
Just
on
ignore this one,
top.
looking to try and take down
Ziggs
the Rift Herald.
recalls
They've
to
had a bit
do
of a
what?
monopoly. It's only one dragon that Fnatic have been able to pick up, but this Baron Pit slash Grub Pit slash
Buy
Shelly
Sword
Pit
Shoes.
has been
And TP bot?
try and take down the Rift Herald, and they've had a bit of a monopoly. It's only one dragon.
Dude, what
that,
the fuck
Fnatic
are
have
they
been able to
doing?
pick up.
Serious question, guys. Serious question. Fnatic has 3 TPs. They have 3 TPs. I mean, so does Weibo, right? They have 3 TPs. And they have a Ziggs ult. Where is the... What is going... Why are we TPing into the bot side? We know where they are, right? We know they're on Herald. So we know they have 6 grubs. So what do you think is going to happen after they take Herald?
On the issue a lot,
If you
because Trinity
just-
forcefully completed.
If you just ignore it, is it really there?
Yeah, well, yes, because we
case,
saw it, and unfortunately,
yes.
and maybe we should blame the observers, but I think that maybe that's wrong. As you can see, Weibo, they're starting this one up, looking to try and take down the Rift Herald, and they've had a bit of a monopoly.
They're giving assist me flag pings onto the bot side because Swain wants to let me check my notes here, guys. Dive a Gnar with flash up.
Pit has been theirs this entire game. That is going to be secured here as well. So Tarzan will be able to put that one down. That is another turret destroyed.
That's another.
Yeah,
How many
satchel
plates?
props, exactly.
But
As
with the
Tarzan doesn't quite get
Oh
through,
my-
does have to
The Rift
go
Herald
back and get
is
the eye.
Rift Herald is.
But you don't
basically
trade a
like
bot
cheat
tier
sheet
1 for a
killing
mid tier
mid
1. That
lane
is a
turrets.
terrible
So-
Do
trade.
they even need it?
Yeah, actually with 6 grubs.
They don't need. Oh my.
And there was
Okay,
no one really here.
So, Fnatic, it really now is a.
And
what, like
they didn't
3,
have to
4
use
plays in a
Herald, so
row
now they get a
are
tier
just
2 probably
getting
with Herald.
Mega
That
out-rotated.
right there, you show up to the test ready to cheat.
Jax
on
is
it,
also
but
really
you
far
know,
behind, so he actually has to slow push this wave to
While
catch
making
up.
your
That's what's
cheat
going
sheet
on the
up, you
top
did such a
side.
good job.
You didn't have to look at your
Because this
Didn't have to
Gnar
look
is
at
so
that.
accelerated.
How it's supposed
you
to go.
actually learn.
So now they still have Herald. They got mid lane turret effectively for free. They got topside turret effectively for free. And the gold lead that was very manageable early now for Weibo is about 2.5k. From seemingly just them being solid on up. And I think Fnatic, they posture to me like they're looking for a fight, but Weibo is not giving them any opportunities. So like multiple members of Fnatic are just in the jungle. They're looking, they're trying to find a, and then Weibo is just not handshaking.
They're
see
not
that
going to
happening once
walk
again.
into the Swain and
Yes.
stay there.
It's a problem, and we'll see whether Fnatic can solve it. As now just throwing these water balloons all over the mid lane. Shout out to Noah. This is just probably one of the best skins ever made, but easily the best Ziggs skin, so we passed that test as well. As Humanoid pushes this wave in towards the bottom side.
One of the issues with Swain 2 is possibly going to show up in this game. It is more difficult to split push, of course, because you don't have mobility. You can stall for a decent amount of time, but it definitely is a viable target to pick off, especially since Weibo, have a very fed Gnar plus an Ahri for the other solo lane option. It's something Fnatic are going to have to work around, which is definitely something that they, have fumbled at points in the past, is being able to control the entire map towards the later stages of the game without dropping those kills. So we'll side and be ready for this dragon.
And I do think that Brief being as fed as he is really
They haven't had any pressure in top side though. So are we really gonna like sacrifice all this CS in order to take a meaningless third dragon, Fnatic? I mean, they should cross map this to get Jax back into this game, in my opinion.
Are really gonna feel pretty lackluster once too many resistances are being brought out. And for me, the Swain also, this is where he shines like mid game. Once you get to late game, I think his lack of mobility.
TB coming in for Xiaohu. Oh, his light. Sorry, my bad.
Enough, you know, magic or armor and magic resist penetration coming through, you are going to get shredded.
But
even if you can drain, so
Jax is losing in the side lane right now. Mega's up for breathe. Okay, we're going in. We're going in. We're trying to create this pick here.
You can drain, so Fnatic, I think they need.
You know, Crisp has not been good. Really, this series or at Worlds in general, he has been getting picked off a lot. Nice charm. No follow-up damage though.
He's able to get himself out. Meanwhile, a bit of a battle towards the top side, but that is going to be the interruption.
Okay, they're going to make a dive play top instead. Xiaohu goes top.
TP towards top side here.
Yep, Trisha Barrage gets a fair bit of information at the same time.
Skarner's going to drop Herald mid.
Get that dive to work out. It should be the dragon going on over, but can Oscar be okay as he dives in? The charm is gorgeous. The flash pretty good, but back underneath the turret they go.
Foxfire.
So long, breathe. Will be able to tank that last shot, and Xiaohu finishes him off.
No Herald mid. Interesting.
In the audience going on. Fnatic do still get the dragon, but that is a good counterpunch. You know, whenever again Weibo see Fnatic taking one of these objectives,
That's a really good adjustment by Weibo though.
Okay, you have full control of the dragon area. It's fine. We'll try and make a topside play. This one was actually more successful than in the previous game. And now they're not even done. Tarzan here contesting blue.
Bit of a drive-by. He's going to be able to get on top of this blue. Crisp seems to be everywhere this game.
Oscar has TP though.
To try and defend this bottom side, but that
Six Grubs doing insane work.
Doesn't really do too much. The flash out from Razok, the Mega Inferno Bomb, just to try and get them out of here. And that is going to work for now.
That's still going to be a flash invested though, with them still getting the objective. So Weibo continue to build upon this lead, now sitting at 4K, and I think all that Fnatic are really
better from Weibo just because of instantly dive top and then instantly on the other side invade jungle, rotate from mid over to push you out.
They've just been pushed the entire game though. The problem is this, guys. It really is the pressure that Fnatic has right now is nothing. I guess they just had to use Herald because it was timing out. They should have used mid earlier, but it's okay.
Don't like sit down and just wallow in the fact.
They should have used it on mid when they were taking Drake just to add additional pressure.
Yeah, through the bottom lane, but Weibo in great position to try and push this one out. I don't think she's going to be charging into this turret because I think it's an inhibitor that's going to be in front
Jesus.
of her. Now Tarzan going to be able to get Noah out of there. Good sound.
Are we just never using Zig's ult on waves? Is that what we're doing? We're just going to lose everything?
They're taking everything down here as the Swain.
Dude, they just wanted to go home, man. They just lost 3 turrets without using one Zig's ult.
This is why every team has talked about the importance of 6 grubs and how powerful that is for pushing. Plus you add on the Rift Herald for good measure there. It is just so much extra pushing power for Weibo that they can quickly take multiple objectives. Of course, you're not going to be able to do all of that without this early, very big gold lead. Gnar is literally a full item. Over 3,000 gold individually.
Jesus Christ, 3,000 gold ahead.
Then Gnar is just insane.
Yeah, Breathe is basically 2 champions at this point in time. And so now Noah going to have to try and get out of there. The rock is going to be avoided. Tarzan still looking aggressive. And I don't think there's very much the Ziggs can do about how incredibly tanky Tarzan is. Razok moving towards that top side of Xiaohu, chasing after Humanoid. Charm going to be avoided. Still
you just get spaced by the Ahri though.
A bit of damage there as well as True Shot Barrage will clip him. Humanoid down to 50%. Razok trying to get in. Jun, he eventually presses the button, and that is going to be a beautiful pullback. But you can see Crisp, he's still able to get out of there. Breathe can tank up for so long because he's so extraordinarily fed.
How do you close that gap though? You just get scooped out.
And he eventually gets it.
Pretty big here for Fnatic in the defense, but it only results in 1 kill. Even though it's the jungler too, not going to be able to rush anything.
But it just would have actually to be
this point in
of way.
Differences between they are full committing towards high
here. Ooh.
Mid lane turret again, still
The
standing.
vision is such a
To me,
problem
has
for
been-
Fnatic.
Even in the game that we saw Weibo lose, like one of the big differences between these two teams is how valiantly they hold on. Like, look at that top lane turret is still standing.
That there's gonna be a lot of magic resist.
Why are we
built
A-ramming,
on
man?
on the side of Weibo, so we'll see.
Why are we
here.
5-manning mid lane?
Mid lane turret
Nar
again,
just
still
actually
standing.
bought for
But to
free,
me, has
man.
been- even in the game
They're
that we
like
saw
they
Weibo
just
lose, like,
refuse
one of
to
the
pick
big
up
differences
any.
between these two teams is
They're slow
how
pushing the
valiantly
waves
they
in the
hold on.
in
Like,
the
look
in
at
the
that
side
top
lanes,
lane
and
turret
Nar
is
is
still
just
standing as
constantly
well,
pushing on
right?
them.
Fnatic only has gotten a single one as TP. They are full committing towards this dragon, knowing that Fnatic wants to look. They know, but will they be in time?
Yeah, can they do anything about it? As you can see, Weibo, I think they're looking for a turn. Fnatic fully grouped, trying to get themselves in there.
Oh, that
And,
Mega
yeah,
Gnar.
that Gnar
The Mega Gnar,
is
they can
looking
kite this.
Absolutely gorgeous here from Breathe. Does he have an angle though? Can he get himself in there? There is the wallop. It does go wide. As now the cease and desist
Oh my God!
of
Huge
Breathe
ult.
finds an R under 3. And
Huge
now
ult. Humanoid gets in though. He gets in there.
In goes Humanoid. Oh, this demonic ascension is massive. Still it's Tarzan that's taking down the Baron. But can they kill this Swain? He flashes on top of them. And the answer is yes. They can indeed. In goes Humanoid. Oh, this demonic ascension is massive. Still it's Tarzan that's taking down the Baron. But can they kill this
I mean, he
Swain?
flashes,
on
but he
top of
just
them.
it's
And the
really
answer
late
is
and he
yes.
dies.
They can indeed kill the Swain. Now Jin, nowhere to go. There's the wallop. It does go wide. As now the cease and desist on top of
They just can't kill Breathe fast
finds
enough.
an R under 3. And now Weibo looking to try and get in. In goes
Razork almost stole this, by the way. That's his smite right there, the blue one.
This demonic ascension is massive. Still it's
Tarzan kills it at 41 HP with his smite.
But can they kill this Swain? He flashes on top of them. And the answer is yes. They can indeed kill the Swain. Now Jin, nowhere to go. Tarzan pushing them around. And Fnatic, we're just a bit too far behind.
Weibo slammed the door shut on Fnatic's hope. That is a clean ace plus the Baron.
There was for a second there a chance of him dying, but that
I just don't like
shows his
Swain with this
limits.
composition, I don't think.
Such a big wallet difference. Then,
Yeah.
then maybe. Then Fnatic
But there-
probably could have done
It was
a little
it
bit
was
there.
really big.
But the wallet difference.
Look at the replay. See how Breathe just lived.
Yeah, Breathe lives because he's
He's on the front,
3,000
early
gold
Mega
up.
transformation.
And we're using Vi ult onto him, really? I mean, this is dangerous, though, because we're getting low, and Tarzan can use Suppress here onto Razork.
Sterix pop.
The problem is his team stops DPSing Baron, but they should want to get the smite off during this suppression,
Nars everyone into the wall.
right? Razork flashes out, but you need to be able to hit the
Baron,
smite during
they
that
get
suppression,
the
because
flash
otherwise
out
this steal
immediately
might have
off
come in. Because look at this. 1,200, right? Where is it? There. That blue smite is Vi's. 41 HP, and then the green smite kills it. It was very close to a steal from Razork.
Queued back in. Yeah, queued back in, was there for the smite. Just a tiny bit early on it. The damage had been stopped expertly there.
If Humanoid either has the activation of the R, right, the extra damage burst, if he has a stopwatch, I think that flash forward, if he takes down either Light or Breathe, that could have been
Are we just looking
the
at
difference maker.
sad grills? What is black light? Dude, Europeans can't spell anything, I swear to God. What is it? Oh, it's a gaming chair and desk company. Oh, the desk does look nice. I wish I had my standing desk here, guys.
I think you can see it on Fnatic's face as well. 10k gold deficit now. Baron here for
Good night,
Weibo.
LoL
They
World
already
Championship.
Opened the base like what 5-6 minutes ago with
Yeah.
a bot side push.
Well, now these
That-
inhibitors are still standing for the minute. There might be another fight, but look at this raid boss making his way forward. This Gnar is more than mega. We need another one. I'm Cease and desist going to be used here. Razzle gets himself in. They look for Breathe. They get him down low once again. And finally,
But really, you know, this game wasn't about the swaying. It was about Weibo being able to trade up gold in terms of macro. You know what I mean? Like him getting so far ahead, and the trade that they made to get that Nara ahead on that second Drake from Fnatic was crazy. And also just like Noah TPing bot when they know that they're on a Herald and just giving up mid-tier 1 for free. This is wild.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between Team Liquid and...
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some food real quick. Be right back. All right. DK looks hot ass. Yeah, and not the kind of ass we enjoy on this stream. All right, we got ourselves some tonkatsu. My wife bought me, which is very nice of her. Took a minute to get it in a bowl. Monty, you an MTG fan? No.
GAM esports. Let's dive into the picks and bans.
Elimination match.
I really liked Legend of the Five Rings, the Fantasy Flight LCG version, but they killed it. And then I started playing Flesh and Blood.
To the big wave of hope and hype.
But I'm not playing any card games in Korea. It's honestly really hard because like I can't go to store events because I have kids a lot of the time. Well, I'd like to play more CCGs, but
so far, and we did get a little bit of an idea as to why that happened earlier on in play-ins. Is the final ban going to be that Nocturne, Ziggs, and the Skarner taken away here by GAM? They never want to see a Skarner in their game.
Biggest word to me is that TL are not.
All right, we're back on the Shyvana bans and the Nocturne bans.
Play the Yone. We may see.
This is a huge problem. This is a huge problem. You can't waste a ban on blue side like this.
This become a problem as the tournament goes on, or as
they get Aurora though.
Comes on, but critical that they steal away this Aurora, take it away from Kiaya because he's already.
Would you recommend Flesh and Blood? Flesh and Blood is a very good game. So my problem with MTG is I hate RNG in games. So L5R LCG had basically it was probably the lowest RNG card game I've ever seen. Really good players at L5R would literally have a 90% plus win rate. It was crazy skill. It was the game had a very high floor and a very high ceiling. If you played that game, you would lose like your first 30 games. And then you would start to understand it. It was very, very good game. Flesh and Blood is also pretty low RNG.
Put the time in on this champion. He is a master of this champion.
So
Zedkia is still very threatening. On
I like that. MTG is too high randomness for me.
Very big ones for him.
I don't want to play a fucking game where I can't outskill someone.
At this point, we'll see what the actual matchup is going to be. Is of course still the potential here for TL to swap the Aurora to either solo lane. Ashe, though, I do feel like, especially into Aurora, having
like in Magic, if you have a 60% win rate in Magic, you're a god.
An AD carry, which really it's mainly just Ezreal, that can easily get out of tough situations or have any form of self-build is a really big deal because it's basically guaranteed with the way that Aurora works. At some point, you are going to get stuck in that ultimate. And I think that the Ashe is going to have to require some really good positioning from EasyLove not to get singled out in these fights. We'll see what TL can add though, because just Aurora alone, not going to be enough. And actually the prioritization of the bot lane here and so many drafts.
Disney Lorcana is quite good. I've heard that.
Solo laners and our junglers, and then bot lane comes into second rotation. Not the case here. Ashe Braum, insanely strong in the lane, but with how prevalent
I've heard that, but I'm not playing a Disney card game, so I'm also in Korea, so it's very difficult for me to play card games here because I want to be able to play on paper, you know.
I definitely agree with looking for a lot of utility from the bottom lane from GAM, because usually it's Levi and Kiaya as the big carries here. Ashe lane's generally looking to win lane, but into TL where they love to play around bottom lane, CoreJJ and Yan love to be very aggressive. Want to see if the focus still remains there.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit worried. But one
How's
thing I do
Tahoe?
like about
Glorious.
what they have right now is the ambiguity, right? We know that you can put Aurora.
I have not played
different
Doomtown.
places. They've locked down that bottom lane to make sure that that's just a strong one with a lot of engage, fits into a lot of archetypes. So I do feel like Umpty's pick as well.
Feel that
as
murmuring
what
on
I call
altered
NBA
TCG on my
in the
Discords.
end
I don't know
is
what that
something
is.
That could be sort of all over the place for these guys, as they're still thinking about their first ban for this second round.
Okay, so we're playing it super safe here. All right, we gave up Ash Braum though, so TL gonna have to lane swap. Luckily, TL loves lane swapping, so
It is going to be the side
that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay, they're playing a pick composition, GAM. They take away the Ahri. The Ahri pick would be mega for GAM here.
I like this.
After the first game.
So, yeah, Team Liquid, they invested so... everybody played all is Tristana. They do so much to funnel gold into him as quickly as they possibly can. They are, but...
We're just saying Ahri. I mean, I think the Ahri pickup here is pretty fucking good for GAM. I'm a bit surprised he didn't take that.
But how did they get through? Because they were so incredibly powerful. I think still really strong as a duo. And I was pretty worried when I saw the Ahri, when I saw like these AP mages being hovered, because if you are then going to pick the Maokai, like we felt was pretty obvious, that's so much magic damage, even with an Ezreal.
To me, I'm kind of with you in that I do like the look from TL, even with the different patch and with the nerfs here, because APA's positioning has been a little bit suspect, but when he's on Tristana, it has always been really good because he has
APA's, I'm not sure about his positioning. It's more his decision-making and his mechanics that have been suspect.
Some of the transitions in, you know, like Syndra and some of the other angles that we've seen, the positioning has been a bit more of an issue.
It's also, as you're saying, right? Like, with Tristana, it's a lot easier to never get caught out. I want to ask you, Kobe, you're the one with the most emotions. How are we feeling?
I mean, I feel great. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I want to see just, you know, them live up to their own standards. This is one of the things here. A lot of pressure. So much pressure is on the shoulders of TL right now. Not only because GAM, you know, eliminated the beginning of this tournament.
And you heard from Umpty earlier on, as well, as we jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. Umpty was saying that he feels like he has the LCS on his shoulders. It's not just their responsibility for TL, but their responsibility for the region as well to try and bring the LCS back up to the top.
New player Umpty feels like he has the LCS on his shoulders, even though he couldn't even win Summer.
Back from the start.
And they don't even look like the best LCS team at this event.
Obviously, waiting
Interesting quote.
in quarterfinals, and I think this tells really not in terms of performance, although I don't think Umpty's at the best tournament, but like what
Carry styles.
It's right. It's exactly.
Umpty's
it's the play
badness
style.
has been
Levi
exaggerated,
been
I
the guy,
think.
Which I don't think Vi really falls in that same wheelhouse, and I think the bans from TL were very effective in that regard. In that Vi essentially, although obviously you can carry for team fights, it's more for shot calling and decision making as opposed to the mechanics.
This is, of course, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Umpty versus Levi. And we saw in the bans already that both of these teams know that that was the featured matchup.
Oh, yeah.
That was in agreement because so much focus.
Love to see it.
Yeah, and this is the Braum.
Okay, Ash Braum invade.
And then I'm looking on the flip side.
They lane swap. That's weird. Maybe they're trying to call the lane swap there.
The ones that they start out, but also in the
But in this, basically, they're already set up.
But that is theoretically the idea.
I think GAM was trying to call the lane swap here and it didn't work.
They are in lane swaps, both the ones that they start out, but also the ones that they react to.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble perhaps.
But good start for Vi regardless.
Up down to about 250.
I also...
What's Kiaya doing, dude?
But also the ones that they react to.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble perhaps, as the Counter-Strike does wear off, down to about 250.
I also would just ask, do you not want the 2v2 of Ash Braum?
Yep, zone him off the wave.
Gold wants this bot lane
Swap.
I do think that they did want the 2v2 with the Ash Braum, but they also... Kiaya doesn't have a support there. Why is Braum still top? Why is Braum still top?
level 1.
It's a huge wave that is crashing.
Why is Braum still top? This was a strong side jungle start from Umpty. So he literally strong sides into level 3. Kiaya's just dead.
Can Kiaya keep himself alive? That's going to be the question. Already getting taken down so incredibly low. There's the counter strike, but it's just not going to do anything.
Wait, why does he die? How does he take aggro?
Can Kiaya keep himself alive? That's going to be the question. Already getting.
Core has aggro. How does Umpty get aggro? Oh, he just W's in.
There's the counter strike, but it's just not going to.
That's so unlucky.
He'll go down in trade, but I think they'll take that look. Kiaya keep himself alive. That's
Why? So here's the question, guys. Why is he taking aggro with his W during Counter-Strike? Why is he taking aggro with his W during Counter-Strike? I take it back. Is a trash can. I take it back. Sucks, and he should be back on Brion.
In there, so then, you know, doesn't have anything for dropping tower aggro.
Yeah, I don't think that had to happen. Like, there was 4 people there, 4 TL. One of the big strengths of Maokai is, as you were saying, that you can go...
By the way, this also gives Kiaya a free TP back, whereas, like, they could have just killed him again, probably.
I think this is 100% worth, but because he TPs, still catches a big part of the wave.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very good situation for GAM. You know, definitely rushed it there, you know, with the twisted advance in onto the counter.
Dom was upset about this play. Thought he should have just queued him and W'd minion after to drop aggro. So there's, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of ways you could play this. So you could, I mean, he's a level 3 Maokai. He has Q, obviously. So he eased the brush because they're looking to see if Braum is there. He sees no Braum, right? And so at this point in time, you either Q W a minion, because you can Q, and then W a minion to drop aggro, and then Ezreal or like Yun or Impact just kill him with a ranged ability or an auto, right? Or there's no speed necessary here. You know, you can just stand here. You can literally just stand here with nobody having aggro after Core walks out, and then just wait for Counter-Strike to end, and then W him.
But it's just not going to do anything. And he'll go down in trade, but I think they'll take that. Look at this experience going to waste.
Yeah, uses a twisted advance to go in there.
Look at this experience going to waste. It's 1 cannon minion that died, and 1 melee minion, and Jax is back, by the way. He lost 1 cannon and 1 melee.
Yeah, I don't think that had to happen. Like, there was 4 people there, 4 TL. One of the big strengths of Maokai is, as you were saying, that you can go invulnerable, reset the turret aggro. And if Kiaya TP to this, I think this is 100% worth. But because he TPs, still catches a big part of the wave.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very good situation for GAM. You know, definitely rushed it there. You know,
yeah, if doesn't die and they redive Jax, yeah, exactly. They could have redived if doesn't dive. If doesn't die there.
So used to the fact that all of our top laners are
Why did APA go top?
going to waste.
There was 4 people.
Why APA went top? Because he pushed out mid because he has pressure, and he wants to catch the wave on top. And this is actually a good play. They know that Impact is going to have TP, right? So this is slow pushing. The reason why they do this is pushing in right now. This is going to push in on the next wave. And if they dive this, Impact will be able to be there on the next wave.
There's the Counter-Strike, but it's just not going to do anything. And he'll go down in trade, but I think they'll take that.
Right, they're using Tristana's speed. This is something TL is really good at. They use the pressure with Ziggs and Tristana super well.
Doesn't have anything for dropping tower aggro.
Yeah, I don't think that had to happen. Like, there was 4 people there, 4 TL. One of the big strengths of Maokai is, as you were saying, that you can go invulnerable, reset the turret aggro. And if Kiaya TP to this, I think this is 100% worth. But because he TPs, still catches a big part of the wave.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very good situation for GAM. You know, definitely rushed it there. You know, with the twisted advance in onto the counter-striking Jax already. As you say, a little bit of patience.
Yeah, I've been so used to the fact that all of our top laners are teleported to that lane. Yeah. But he was there the whole time, so I guess maybe I overestimated.
But now it's level 2 Aurora versus level 4 Orianna mid, but their Impact is catching a wave. He gets to level 3, and they will swap back. It's not forever.
Pause a bit.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Sometimes you just want to press W on the Maokai, and it's just a feeling that you get.
Well, sometimes
Sometimes
your team might flame you later if the Jax becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, right now, we'll see whether Yon's going to be all right up against Kiaya for the minute. Right now, the Leap Strike's saying no, as he is going to walk away. Should be all right for the minute.
There is
another
no
stacked
TP
wave is coming
available.
on in. Exactly right. As Yon just trying to do what he can. Flash out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but it's not going.
Hit reset. Pause a bit.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Why are they playing so deep in the jungle instead of covering for Ezreal? Jax is actually pretty strong despite the fact that you killed him, because he didn't lose XP.
Exactly right. As Yon just trying to do what he can. Flash out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but it's not going to save his life. as Levi happily tanks up the turret, and that's a better dive this time around.
That is a way better dive. The tower is also killing off the cannon minion. They're losing a bunch there. Impact is running down to try and salvage some of it.
So the reason why we're seeing this play here from Core is they're trying to push this up so that they can reset and have...
But that is so much better.
They're trying to get the
here.
reset off basically before Grubs.
You can see as well, GAM with the...
Did Ezreal not have points in E?
Reset.
Surely he
Pause a
did.
bit. Axis becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, it's coming on in exactly right. As Jan just trying to do what he can. Flash out of the way of the Vault Break. Coming on in. Strike saying no. Jan's
Did he
gonna
use
be
it
all
on a
right
chase down
up
here?
Against Kiaya for the minute. Right now the Leap Strike saying no, as he is going to walk away. Should be all right for the minute.
There is no
Another
Maybe-
stacked wave is coming
maybe
on
he
in
doesn't.
Exactly right. As Jan just trying to do what he can. Flash out. Stacked wave is coming on in exactly right. As Jan just trying to do what he can. Flash out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but it's not going to save his life. As Levi happily tanks up the
He used
turret.
E the moment
That's
Jax
a better
jumped onto a
dive this
counter strike. I
time
didn't see
around.
it. He used it earlier. It does have a very long cooldown at level 1, like
You
18
can see as
seconds
well,
or whatever.
with the emotes, like they're like, you can't dive us. Like you're not gonna get in the wave, and with sums, you can't dive Ash Brom.
And I want to stress how sick this is from GAM, because TL have been touted as the lane swap and macro kings of NA. And GAM just fly in the face of all of that here.
Oh, Emo does see Core JJ, doesn't know about Umti, but shouldn't matter.
Yep, I think they know that there might be a ward there. You can see the sweep is immediately activated here as Core does get rid of that ward. Levi over to the side as well, and so great defensive play here from GAM so far. As Kiaya going in on top of Impact, who does just bounce himself away. Not gonna be able to do
Stealth,
too much.
From GAM to start off with, again, a 2-kill lead on one of their 2 biggest carries. And in this setup, Levi still going to obviously be...
I mean, it would
one
be
of the big
insane
points
for
of the
Ezreal not
opposition,
to
but
skill
not
E
very safe.
second,
You can
so.
with Wukong, you can with Nocturne. So Kiaya already having a lead on this Jax is a really big deal.
One thing I do want to say for Team Liquid is that TL have a lot of ways to deal with a Jax. Trying to come
So basically, they died in the bot side, but it did allow them to get pressure in order to take these grubs. So they basically traded Ezreal's death for grubs.
And it doesn't really do too much, but that is in team fights later on. And so far in this early game, the Jax being put in such a
Made around GAM, upsetting what are supposed to be major region favorites against them. GAM are legendary for that. Let's see. Wait a second.
Yeah, Elio could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a battle on both fronts. Elio just going to get smacked into the wall, and he's not going to be going anywhere. Is APA going to survive? The answer is yes. On about 100 health is now Easy Love just trying to get rid of Umti.
Did Fnatic win? Guys, here, I'll tell you. I'll tell you how you know whether a Western team wins. You guys ready? You guys ready? You look at my viewership number, and that will tell you if a Western team pulled off an upset. Because if my viewership number says 1,500 viewers on Twitch, that means a Western team won. If it says below 1,000, that means a Western team did not win. Okay? That's how you know.
But he's pretty tanky as this Christmas tree. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Kiaya trying to get that dive to work as Impact in melee range with Levi, and he holds them off.
Because whenever the Western team wins, all the white people just pile into my stream, you know?
Looks a lot better for GAM. This,
Oh, this shipe! What game are we playing?
I was about to say, good trade for TL. They brought that gold lead a lot closer. But with that pick, Easy Love keeping it in favor of GAM.
Easy Love with the easy arrow. Able to snipe him on the recall. Gets the extra kill here.
The blind as
And
well.
It really messes up the timing there for Tristana. Now APA walking back. The snipe
Lead a lot closer.
Oh! Kiaya trying to get that dive to work as Impact in melee range with Levi, and he holds them off.
Last time, the dive looked a lot better for GAM. This,
this shipe! Impact in melee range with Levi on about 100. Elio could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a battle on both fronts. Elio just going to get smacked into the wall, and he's not going to be going anywhere. Is APA
So he probably doesn't respect the arrow because Easy Love doesn't have it here.
Easy Love just trying to get rid of Umti, but he's pretty tanky as this Christmas
Right, he
tree.
probably
Meanwhile,
doesn't.
on
He
the
doesn't
other
have
side,
arrow.
Kiaya
Easy Love
trying to
gets
get
it.
that dive to work as Impact in melee range with Levi, and he holds them off.
last time,
Right
the
here.
dive looked a lot better for GAM. This,
this shipe!
It is a good guess, though, based on his pathing, as to that's where he would be.
Good trade for TL.
Some of us are black, you know, Monty. Thank you. But you know what I mean.
With that pick, Easy Love keeping it in favor of GAM.
I appreciate everyone who watches my stream, but I'm just being honest.
On the recall, gets the extra kill
My
here.
stream viewership and Western League viewership, when the Western team upsets, the people who flood in here are mostly white people.
It's not very quickly shoved, so.
Oh yeah, Core
That's,
actually caught
I'm
the
pretty
wave,
sure that's
so
accurate.
Very done, well done by him. Otherwise, this would have definitely been gone.
Yeah, Cannon still goes down though, and still a big one once again here for GAM to keep their lead.
Working out so far, but as far as gold is concerned, still under 1,000. Nothing really game-breaking just yet. As Core walking over reward, making his way back towards this mid lane. Possibly dangerous, but the Winter's Bite is not going to connect. GAM are just going to back away.
They all come in. We told you, Monty, the West is closing the gap. That's right.
Catch this one as it heads closer towards their turret. APA splitting on towards that top side. And Impact will make his way back to the lane, but did have to expend Flash trying to deal with that dive, and so possibly could be a revisit angle.
With Chemtech Drake already out of the rotation, you have a really high odds of getting a really good soul. So I think getting early Drakes is big. On the same occasion, for
Just watching for the sacrilegious quesadillas. Mexican here. Okay, Mexican people, you are also partially white, all right?
Everywhere for the entirety of summer, just makes your side lane fret. Really
You've been
obnoxious
thoroughly
to deal with
mixed
Tristana already,
for
so
hundreds of
much
years with the native
very good
population, but
E, which allows you to put the bomb on, and then with the Q you get a lot of extra attack speed as well. Vex does dash away.
Yeah, but yeah, still catches him there just a little bit. The Grandmaster Smite comes in. Humpty in great position here as they're trying to get damage down. Twisted Advance comes in. Bramble Smash just to get rid of him. And they saw Levi. They back away. I think it was the right call.
Yeah, Kiai here on the Jax with his level lead.
we're white
over
with taste
Impact.
buds. Hell yeah, Mexican food #1, man.
Twisted Advance comes in. Bramble Smash just to get rid of him. And they saw Levi. They back away. I think it was the right call.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, Kiai here on the Jax with his level lead over Impact. Very big wave in front of him though. That Impact will be to catch a little bit back up there. But again, always worried about what Kiai can do. Flash.
Really solid early game from GAM though.
And with topside pushing, 2 lanes of pressure there for GAM. Turret play money achieved as well here for Easy Love. Very nice smooth opening for him as well.
Yep, looking very clean. I do like it though, APA on basically AD Ziggs. You know, towards this late game, it could certainly be a story of APA just moving into these lanes as, oh dear, cease and desist comes in, and yes, he's going to cease and desist, being alive on the map.
That duo right there going to be on screen a lot. Levi and...
Yep, looking very clean.
Okay, so they're making picks into the side lanes right now.
AD Ziggs. You know, towards this late game, it could certainly be a story of APA.
Impact does get fooled here, thinking there's a recall. It's actually a gank. Unlucky. And he can't actually get out to... He tries to do the trick where you Aurora ult and then you go out this way and you appear over here, but doesn't work. Unfortunate.
That duo right there going to be on screen a lot. Levi and Kiaya punish Impact with no flash. They get another kill here for the Jax. 3 kills for Kiaya on the Jax. They initiated the lane swap, and he's getting rich.
And APA teleporting in for 2 caster minions as well. And so, of course, you know, Kiaya could have possibly pushed in another wave and really caused a lot of damage, but they're forcing these summoners over and over again.
Yeah, we'll see if Kiaya actually goes for the teleport. When you're playing Jax, and even though I do agree with you, I think Tristana can keep her distance, but if Tristana is using resources to deal with the Jax, that's still a win for you. Like,
How many games have I done now? This is the 4th of 6.
That is so far behind. I think Kiaya is in a really good spot of strength here, as long as he doesn't extend into the CC for TL. That's something that we haven't seen yet. When it comes to the 5v5, I think...
Thank you, Perabastos. I appreciate your Twitch Prime sub.
Levi goes in, you hit the shockwave, and you go from there. As the setup be tough here on this top side play.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Kiaya, when you're watching GAM, is always the most consistent player and always such a threat. He's just, even in games that they lose, he's able to do so much to get them, you know, openings in it. And this game...
Yeah, the 6 grubs with Trist is huge here. They have been prioritizing the grubs in this game, and they have been able to put on... I mean, Team Liquid has been able to put on a lot of pressure in a lot of games when they have the
TL's
Trist
usual
and
game plan is to get down
and the
the
Ziggs.
outer turn mechanics that we're gonna have to see pulled off.
So you do feel like
If
there
Levi
still is a
holds
win
onto
win
APA,
condition here
Sonic
for
can
TL.
cover the rocket
Good job
jump,
of Core covering
for
this
the
bot
ultimate.
side. They
You
really
have
want to
get
get
the
this
timing
turret.
correct
They have
there.
a couple minutes to work with
You
for
know,
plates
it's
now.
going
There's
to
really
be
a good
very,
opportunity for them to
very
come back into
important
this.
interaction because there's so much CC on game.
Okay, they bait this out. Core shows bot side. Levi's already there.
Big cancel.
Gives him a Q.
JJ moving
Runs
forward.
away. They
Yeah,
can't put
probably
this
just
down there
going
because
to be
Levi's
clearing up this
covering.
wave, but that is a cease and desist, and Core JJ picks up the shield. Crashdown is good, but will he have to flash here to
Yeah,
try
they
and get
get
himself
nice-
out of the way?
nice
The
ult.
Buster shot just to protect
Emo is
him.
on his way.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods.
Nice
just yet.
Q.
Shattering Strike goes wide, and now it's going to be APA that's the target.
Oh!
But will he have to flash here to try
What a
and get
good play,
himself out of the way?
actually,
The
by
Buster
Levi.
shot just to protect
Emo is on
him.
his way.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods just yet. Shattering Strike
Q's in,
goes
right?
wide, and now it's going to be APA that's
Watch
the
this predict. Well, he's not really a predict. He's watching the arc of this, and he flashes forward with the shockwave.
That shockwave was absolutely sick. And APA
That is amazing. Levi good, man. I can't believe this guy didn't get more time in NA. He's really good.
This top jungle.
That flash from Levi.
Levi's legit a very good player.
And GAM running away with this game.
The flash delivery for the dunk here from Captain Levi, and they're going to be able to get bot side pressure after that as well. I mean, we talked about in the opening of this game, but that duo, Levi and Kiaya, the Kobe and Shaq here for GAM. And honestly, Emo even getting in there too. With Emo with the assist, passes him the ball for the big dunk, but he just finds Core JJ right here, and Levi says, great. I will immediately run him down.
Crucial here is that Aftershock falls off very early, so Core isn't actually that tanky. Rel's also relying on CCing multiple people. That doesn't happen. I'm kind of wondering.
Nice
I think
dodge on the Q,
APA
too.
might have had an angle here to actually get out, but by the time that Emo arrives, never getting away from there.
Sick play by
Beautiful
Levi
flash
and
from
Emo.
Levi. And they invest so much, but it's 100% worth, right? Like, it's a worthwhile investment. You get the bot side turret. I think these faces really tell it all.
Yeah. And Levi was already ahead.
It would be really funny if GAM had won this series, guys, because them eliminating 3 Western teams would be hilarious.
Really pushing forward, and then here you see it. He just hovers on Kiaya. Kiaya mining up extra gold off of all these turret plates. His Trinity Force is done. GAM here moving in now to take away the Rift Herald as well, which will go a long way towards these towers.
Yep, so should be able to use that to try and help break down perhaps this mid-outer turret, something like that, try and open up the map. Of course, a little bit harder for Ajax to get towards that particular one. And 3,000 gold, that's what we're approaching here for GAM. Almost all of that money is into Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya especially because he's been in these side lanes getting all of this solo gold, and with our MasterCard lane economy snapshot, we're seeing that, yeah, we're a bit top skewed, but I think if you're a GAM fan, you're very happy about that, as Levi looking for a little bit more here, but Impact pretty slippery. He's able to get himself out, gives Levi the thumbs up.
Free, hold on.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp does come on through. Emo going to avoid that CC. The arrow is going to sail by majestically, but otherwise not do anything at all. But Kiaya teleporting in, that is a reason to leave. And APA going to press that rocket jump button, get himself out of there.
Feels like one of the first wins that TL have got. It's a minor one, you get a teleport, but it buys you a little bit of time. But I again want to highlight, this is a Levi that was heavily targeted in draft. And he still is having an incredible impact on this game. Very clearly, we saw there with Flash mechanically has hit all his Qs so far. Looking clean on the Vi. I think TL still have a lot of team fighting power. I think Maokai and Rel in a team fight scenario, you can never underestimate, especially with Impact being on that Aurora as well. You kind of set up a fish in a barrel situation. But with GAM so far ahead on particularly Kiaya, who I think matches up really well into both of the solo laners of TL, it's very, very hard to play out.
All right, we got to see what the team fight from Team Liquid will look like. They have the extra shield from the Lockets built by Umpty, looking at utility there.
That one, Twisted Advance does come on through as Impact.
Their first items, but
All right, what shenanigans? Look, GAM is doing a pretty good job of trying to play into the pressure around Tristana. They know the pressure's coming every single time, And so they're really good at stopping this pressure. They do get the turret, but you can see that GAM is very aware of what TL wants to do, and they're committing a lot in order to make it, this gold lead to not go crazy. And the thing is, there's not really any kind of cross-mapping because this Aurora can't really cross-map.
Twisted Advance does come on through as Impact.
Their first items, but the GAM members are so far ahead, especially.
Aurora's in base right now.
It's going in.
There's no cross-mapping opportunity because this turret's already gone, so the wave is constantly pressured here. So if Aurora wants to catch, she has to be here, and they can't actually cross-map, right? There's no pressure here for Team Liquid to be able to make this play. And there's only ever 1 point of pressure because the Aurora is not too useful right now.
He turns up at the same time. He's between worlds and teleports out. And the turret will fall down. A lot of teleports invested as Levi. He was thinking about it, wanted to press that R button, but felt like it was maybe a bit too dangerous. Bit of damage here from Yon, can get himself over the wall pretty comfortably. And TL will back away. Man, after such a great early start here from GAM, it feels like TL are playing the defense a lot better now.
Are they?
Let's see. GAM turned back the offense on because they got Herald mid and they find Umpty.
Like, GAM is running the map, man. Like, they just basically stuffed TL's pressure.
In our previous series, there's the Nature's Grasp. Elio just stands beside Levi, gets himself out of there, knows where his bread's buttered. And GAM just back away. They get a charge and not a whole lot more.
So Umpty using the ultimate there to ensure that they don't actually get the mid lane. I don't think you ever really expect to get a kill there, but just making sure that the mid lane turret doesn't fall. TL at least holding on for now. This gold lead, while it's big, I don't think it's insurmountable yet, but they are one bad team fight or another good side lane collapse, which is I think where GAM has really shown, away from this game being completely out of their hands. And I know that the large part of this team has changed, the expectations have changed, the form has changed. But GAM right now, still with a big lead.
Yeah, certainly. And, to kind of even the playing field a little bit and look at the possibilities for Team Liquid, they, of course, still have the power of the 6 grubs, which we saw in the previous series. They have the ability here to claw back in the gold deficit that they're facing right now. It's just so strong, and the jungle advantage being so strong here for Levi. They're the outers here to open up some more space for them to really thrive on these really nice opportunities.
This turret, but doesn't look like they want to risk it. They don't have a lot of division, right? Umpty's there, but they don't know if a bigger collapse is coming. And in 45 seconds, Drake is spawning. It's Ocean again.
We're getting a lot of Oceans. Where are my Cloud Drakes?
Have we not? Oh no, we've only got Ocean.
Wasn't Infernal leading out of plans and stuff? We had a lot of Infernals. I know
yeah, there were definitely a lot of...
Okay, we got a lot of TL members up towards Kiaya, but Kiaya...
Umpty gets the tinsel out. Let's see whether
I think he dies.
Lock down Kiaya here as he presses Counter-Strike and says, no, you're not.
Yeah, like two...
Fucking terrible ult from Umpty.
Like, Kiaya is fed.
Well, it's okay. Core JJ's coming up, so let's see whether 3 members is going to be enough, as at least they do get him out of the way of this turret, and with those 6 scrubs, very easily take this one out. So there's
still worth it. I mean, they have to execute their like pressure plan here.
They're going to answer with this outer in the mid lane, and GAM just seem to be trading up every single time.
I'm going to miss your LoL analysis. You've been a big part of my LoL life since Faker's first title. Well, Witchcraft, I appreciate that.
By TL, yeah, they had to invest in Maokai ult to make sure they could trade towers.
I welcome you
like you're saying,
to enjoy my other content as well.
And trading up without your responses, then it would look even worse. Imagine the world where Kiai actually was just able to stay on top side, and then the rest of the team also still got mid tower plus dragon. TL are trying to work something out.
Yeah, this would
honestly,
be big.
like, with 6 grubs, this is certainly possible, but with Elio moving up, the dragon being taken down very, very quickly, it's not going to be secured on this wave.
Can anyone match Jax this game? No. Not at this point.
Favor, I think the more they
he's very far ahead.
The better things are going to go for the North American squad. But as you can see, the win probability powered by AWS still looking pretty in favor of GAM at this point. It's going to need to be a turnaround. It's going to need to be a good fight or a good outthink as far as getting all of these players into the right lanes to pick up this gold as Impact. Moving in, Levi just going to push him out of there.
Impact just on a saunter.
Outthink as far as getting all of these players into the right lanes to pick up this gold as Impact moving in. Levi just
doesn't have any backup. He has Ori TP though.
They can lock him down.
Yeah, see whether they can find him there as between worlds goes the Aurora. The
Ash arrow misses. Too bad none of these cross map Ash arrows have hit. Oh my god, does he actually win this? Dear lord. Jack's also here for funsies. Emo TP'd. I just wallet diff now.
The power of gold. Two items for Levi. The Sterix pops. He just brute force.
Sunder Sky Hysterics. He can live through anything.
Yeah, they're going back in. Pulled back by the shockwave, and Core JJ's wiped out. GAM now looking for this inner turret towards the bottom side, and this may have just been the.
Wait, why did he say he's going to miss your analysis? Are you stopping?
They gotta try and
Yeah, I got to run LFN, guys. This is the last tournament of LOL analysis for me.
This is an incredibly
Got other stuff I got to do.
And the response is immediate as
Got to run
well
LFN.
here from GAM.
I just can't dedicate 30 to 40 hours of my life to League of Legends analysis anymore.
And honestly, really big props to Emo as well, because Emo does not get a lot of credit on this team, and the Orianna and the Shockwaves are going.
It's so much time, guys. And I have 2 kids now, and I have a business that needs to be run. And frankly, I just have other content, like my cooking content and other content I want to do.
Flashing forward on the Ash for the chases here.
LFN needs to move into general gaming.
Flashes over, and Impact just going to be taken down, bonked on the head with a lamppost. Kiaya will continue his push.
This is a stomp.
It is. It's. I feel like we've ran out of ways to talk about TL staying in the game. They're kind of gone.
The cooking content, almost nobody sadly watched. No, actually, the viewership was pretty good. Look, I'm not anticipating that me not doing LOL is going to get me higher viewership in the short term. But I'm also not dependent on streaming income. So it doesn't really matter.
And GAM, they're having a wonderful time.
And also, the cooking content was inconsistent. You guys will see. I spent like the last 6 months planning to do the cooking content properly. We haven't even really started that yet.
This game is if you give up like a Baron flip, which they should have never to do, because again, solo lanes are
like, we just scratched the surface of that one, man.
You can always get pushed.
Those were
Ash
tests.
as well, which makes it even harder for
I have the melody. Thank you for Twitch Prime sub.
really make movements on the map that aren't being read.
I will say, so even Impact is really in trouble this game, quite obviously, but the double AD carries for TL have their 2 items.
That is true.
So their dream scenario is
Maybe an overextension.
Yeah, perhaps, but Elio just gives him the door. There's the arrow as well. It's Umpty Tank.
Thank you, Shift209. Appreciate your Twitch Prime sub as well. And Skyscream8, thank you guys.
Sapsip are going to be working out between worlds. There's the shutdown, the double kill for Impact. He's trying to get out of there, but already he's traded up as now APA just shooting Levi. There's the shutdown, and it's another kill. This one, the door, there's the arrow as well. It's Umpty tanking up a whole lot as True Shot Barrage will sail through.
Hey, this is wallet diff at this point in time, guys. Like, Liquid actually is playing better at this stage in the game, but it's very, very hard for them to win. I mean, they do win that fight, though. I mean, that should tell you that Team Liquid's still pretty heavily favored in this best of 3.
They want to try and take him out, but he just walks his way out of it.
Got to sub for the World's Reviews and the Trash 90s shows? Well, soon I have the melody. You can sub for Good Cooking and Trash 90s shows and Trash Star Wars games. So we got that going for us.
Let's let Kobe take us through what happened.
Well, I was gonna. So
oh, you can.
Yeah,
you can do it. That's okay.
Really? So engaging. Thank you, Kobe. Engaging onto Maokai.
I mean, you need the jacks there.
Going to feel like it. I think that's where Maokai excels, especially into a choke point. And then here we finally see the value of that.
The Jax TP is so late here. It's a much more decisive play from TL.
Impact might have had a really rough game, but that TP was absolutely pivotal.
Star Wars games. Jerkies, you haven't been here for this? All right, I'll drop this. Hold up. My plan is to play every single Star Wars video game. It's going to take probably more than a year. It's a very stupid project. Here you go. Here's the spreadsheet.
Takes down some crucial members and very.
I hope you have a Nintendo 64. You know, some of us might have a virtual Nintendo 64.
Response here.
Yeah, exactly what the TL coaching staff want to see there. Some good plays. A little bit of...
Spawn's not ready to celebrate yet.
He was celebrating at the beginning, a little bit surprised at the end there. You know, kind
Still
of...
4.5K.
Kind of metered. Like, they don't, as I said, they don't actually get an objective.
The rules are no arcade games, no plug-and-play games, and no handheld games, no Game Boy games. So PC and major console releases.
As I said, they don't actually get an objective out of...
Oh no, now Nintendo gonna come after me? What are you talking about? I definitely have an N64.
It truly would have been a step.
I definitely have an N64. I don't know what you're talking about.
You put a dent in that gold difference. It's still going to be dragon stacking.
I brought one with me to Korea.
Trying to push on the other side of the map. They've got a control ward on Baron and APA trying to split push with Tristana. Again, this is his comfort zone on the Tristana. Continually shoving waves.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Let's just flip a Baron as the Hawkshot sails by.
They saw the sapling being thrown from the Baron pit.
So that's going to give that one away. They now get some vision inside the pit, down to 50%. This one's not going down very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. As CoreJJ getting a little bit of a stun, the rest of GAM moving on over. That is a Nature's Grasp. But I don't think there's any follow-up. And you and I have very specific knowledge as to what could happen.
TL just getting desperate.
Interesting. So if they are playing safe, should be able to like slowly use up and use those to avoid confrontation.
Can even use the Ezreal.
I love Star Wars Rebellion back in the day. Me too, man. One Deep Blue. The Star Wars 4X, it's the 4X strategy game for Star Wars. Underrated. Underrated.
I do actually think that GAM should just start up this Baron.
Yeah.
Like, I think you want to fight right now. You are still very far ahead. It's really hard for TL to engage into you with that Braum if you position safely. And
Am I going to do the pod racer games? PP Doc, just look at the spreadsheet, man. Stop asking dumb questions. Was it released on a major console? Yes. Then I will play it.
It's going to matter less and less, right? Like right now.
The only rule is no plug and play, no handheld, no arcade. Okay? Here, I'm putting it in chat again for you guys.
Now, like
there.
5 minutes ago, 4K gold lead, really big deal. But if it's still this, like 4 or 5 minutes from now,
but part of this, guys, is because we really need to start up the LFN General Gaming. And the great thing about doing all the Star Wars games is you can make basically an infinite number of videos about this kind of content. Like, what are the top, ranking all the Star Wars games of all time, tier list of all the games. What are the best games of the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s? What are the best RPGs, flight sims? What are the best Xbox games? You know what I mean? So it can just make a million videos.
I don't think Ocean Soul really matters that much in this game. I don't think that, like, if you're a Pokemon, obviously Ocean Soul is kind of GG, but I don't think TL really rely on. They have so much consistent damage that I think they can easily push through. Obviously, it'll make the side laning a little bit annoying, particularly against Kiaya, who's now level 15, by the way, 2 level.
1,000 hours? Couldn't you just have another child with that much time? Here's the thing, guys. When I don't have to spend 1,000 hours a year on League of Legends, I can do other things.
Up over Impact, so still very far ahead.
I want to see a Frozen Heart on the side of GAM, and I think that I will be seeing a Frozen Heart because those 80 carries that you mentioned for scaling so nicely, greatly inhibited by that item.
Thank you, Kofi.
Yeah, I think he'll be finishing that one pretty quick smart. He certainly has some access to funds this game, does Kiaya. Now, moving very quickly towards that level 16 mark. There it is right now as CoreJJ clearing out vision, and the Baron has still been started.
Well, that
full vision.
Yeah, but they do it really quickly.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Wait, it's just done.
It's just gone.
The teleport is going to come in, but it's way too.
That is a janky. That is a janky Maokai ult.
Yeah, but they do it really quickly.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Wait, it's just done.
It's just gone.
The teleport is going.
Why is the Maokai ult so early?
There's some bounty gold as well for Team Liquid.
Literally zero value Maokai ult.
control.
Wow, if only they had Maokai ult!
The Vault-Breaker flash to come through. APA going to be taken down first. Can they keep these Barons alive? Is going to be the question. Umpty, he's trying to get out of there like a secret agent. Is now Kiaya.
Umpty!
The shockwave under 2, and Magnus Storm's trying to keep Yon alive, but it's not going to work. Everyone's in the blender, 4 on the floor, and Umpty's the only Baron that survived.
TL get Baron, but GAM make them pay.
Monty, assuming Star Wars: The Old Republic piece game is only going to take 120 hours. The rules of the MMO is that it is one character class storyline. That's the rules. I will play one character class storyline.
Instantly.
Or at the very least, I imagine Umpty is going to give this turret. Crucially, the base isn't open, so there isn't a window here for GAM to actually just end the game. We've seen that happen, you know, the classic Baron for
He says it wasn't a Maokai day for him. Literally, what are you talking about? Maokai is like mechanically one of the easiest champions in the game, and he's also one of the most difficult to fuck up because he's completely broken.
He's so powerful and was such a mainstay because if you are able to buffer the initial CC, without his damage, this composition doesn't work.
You know what it was? The Ash arrow hit APA at Baron while they were doing it.
Yeah.
That stunned. See, he's stunned right now. That
Am I into Dragon Ball? I'm into dragging these balls across your lips.
He is the last one leaving. Easy Love tagged him with the slow from his W, and then Levi follows up. So Easy Love is the one that keeps APA there and starts the chain of events.
Yeah, can't actually reposition to try and get behind his tanks. And this flash forward from Kiaya, making sure that all 3 are inside that one. The shockwave as the cherry on top, and there was no way they were going to escape from there. Kiaya is just amazing.
That said, Gold Lead is.
I'm just waiting for a Deadlock podcast hosted by Maui Snake and whoever else is interested in LFN. Well, if only I had time to get LFN into Deadlock, guys. God damn it. If only I had time.
It's basically. Nah, it's okay. It's back. I'm like,
it's basically
way worse.
Yeah.
No way a D's nuts joke in 2024. It was a dragging my balls joke. Thank you.
Yeah,
you guys trying to cope, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because I saw them get the bounties, right?
Yeah,
and obviously, the team fight was rough.
You know, if I had more time, maybe I could make more LFN content that you guys would like.
If
Okay.
they got something
Another one's on the board here.
another bounty.
Another bounty is on the board.
We're trying to melt through this dragon. They should be able to take that, but objectives and getting out hasn't necessarily been working. As there's the counter-strike once again. Umpty goes in, is going to split the floor.
They don't know.
Yeah, Core JJ trying to find that Magnus Storm angle.
Wait, they do know. He's on the ward.
Yeah, okay, so not going to press that button just yet. Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward and uncomfortable. As Impact off to the side, there's another Vault Breaker being channeled here by Levi, trying to find his opportunity as, Umpty was just getting melted. Between worlds, Yon now trying to play these gaps, and Easy Love.
Team Liquid is literally just the better team, but they fucked up really hard in the early game.
Take him down, as now Impact is bouncing after them. The burn, is it going to be enough? Breaker being just yet. Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward and uncomfortable. As Impact off to the side, there's another Vault Breaker being channeled here by Levi, trying to find his opportunity as, Umpty was just getting melted. Between worlds,
I like how Umpty just stands there and accepts his fate.
Yeah, okay, so not going to press that button just yet. Does again, Umpty goes in.
Where is Umpty's ult?
They don't know. Yeah, Core JJ trying to find that Magnus Storm angle.
Why are we still fighting when Umpty uses his ult?
Yeah, okay, so
Why are we still fighting?
Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward.
By the way, just putting this out there, if Umpty flashes and then uses his ult, it's actually better.
Once again, Umpty goes in, is going to split the floor there.
He ults and then he should flash and then ult. Whatever.
Yeah, okay, so not going to press that button just yet. Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward and uncomfortable. As Impact off to the side, there's another Vault Breaker being channeled here by Levi, trying to find his opportunity as, Umpty was just getting
Dude, Umpty Dumpty needs to be pushed off the wall, and then I suggest that the King's horses and King's men not even try to put him back together again.
Take him down as now Impact is bouncing after them. The burn, is it going to be enough? enough as Emo. He's not walking fast enough. Young gets over there.
It's crazy they still almost win this.
They lose 2, but they take 3 for it. And with that deficit, we got inhibitor turrets. We're gonna get it. These bounty strats are so next level. You guys were telling me that this is a team that knows their macro. They've taken it to it. Like, this is not what I was expecting. The bounty meta is coming in, gentlemen.
This is not a strategy, Atlas. This is a bailout. Gentlemen,
It worked well.
it is now time to rewrite history. No, look at this kiteback, though. Look at this kiteback and the use of the brush towards the alcove here. As they're getting pushed to the opposite side of the map, Impact into the brush, and he goes for Easy Love. He hits Easy Love with that Aurora ultimate that you mentioned, and Core JJ follows with the flash through. So Impact and Core JJ.
I like how Yun is just allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants in these team
It's
fights.
crucial as well. Even though APA ends up losing the fight against Emo, the Orianna not being in, combined with Kiaya being out of the fight when it starts, and Easy Love being eliminated immediately means that all the gold on GAM is just not being utilized.
Yeah.
As a result,
I think
Say neither 1 minute with on Easy Love and open up an area of
on Yon as well.
one little param FCAP. That's a really big one. He does have teleport available. I don't know if he caught it on this wave. Is looking to back. That is done here for Emo, and he has a lot of great ball delivery systems. As TL says, why not again?
Yeah, I mean, if in doubt, just start Baron, and that's going to be hawk-shotted, so everyone knows what's going on.
Oaks landing, TP's forced.
Don't ult yet, Umpty. Don't ult. Don't ult. Don't.
Looks like the answer might be no, as Umpty just staying on it. Control ward does go
Okay,
over.
do it now.
That is a lot of damage.
Now?
This Ezreal is pretty
Now?
bad right now.
No!
Good
Your
buffer,
team
but
is
he's
out!
actually safe. There's the cease and desist, and it's APA that gets taken down by the shockwave.
Ah!
Damage.
What is he waiting for?
Ezreal is pretty
He literally
fed right
sees
now.
the
Good
ash
buffer,
arrow
but
come
he's
down. He's like,
actually
now's the
safe.
time,
There's the
but
cease and
they're
desist,
all
and
on
it's
top
APA
of
that
my
gets taken.
team.
Control ward does go over. True shot barrage onto 2. That is a lot of damage. This Ezreal is pretty fed right now. It's good buffer, but is he actually safe? There's the cease and
He just had the, there's the Vi ball combination.
Shockwave Yon. He's still alive. A lot of damage. This
APA's like,
Ezreal is pretty fed right now. It's good.
I mean, he could have jumped before that, too.
Looks like the
Definitely
answer might be no,
possible.
as Umpty just staying on it. Control ward does go over. True shot barrage
They
onto
see
2.
it the
That is
whole
a lot of
time. They see the
damage.
arrow the whole time.
This Ezreal
The whole
is
time.
pretty fed right now. It's good buffer, but is he actually safe? There's the cease and desist, and it's APA that gets taken down by the shockwave Yon. He's still alive. Going to be the team fight win, and GAM might just walk through and win the game.
And even though APA gets the buffer, he's still an easy target. 40 engage, gets blown up, and GAM is going to take game 1.
He buffered the Ash Arrow. Slugfest here as GAM will take the first Nexus in this best of 3. That game.
Yeah, the thing is, I just don't watch that and think that GAM is better.
Matchup between Team Liquid.
What's going on with Chronicler? What's happening with Chronicler? I'm sorry, this turtleneck, double-breasted jacket, mustache, and hair it's all of it. The combo just doesn't work. What is this? Ron Burgundy, it does. He looks like Zoomer Ron Burgundy. Because he has the curly hair. Like, I think some of these things can work well together, guys. It's just the whole combo is very funny. I think if he changes... So here's what's weird about this outfit, guys. If he's wearing a normal collared shirt, if he's not wearing the jacket, if he doesn't have the mustache, or if he has a different haircut, he just needs to change one of these things, and I think it works. But all four together is just too much. The jacket fit is wrong, too. Yes, it's not. His shoulder seam is in the wrong place. See this? Atlas, like, what's going on with his shoulder? Why is his, like, arm over here? And this jacket's too small for him. It's also pulling. What is this? It's like too tight around his arms. This whole jacket is shit.
This is the full VOD of the matchup between Team Liquid and
Like,
GAM.
even when
This
he
is
puts
the
his
full
arm
VOD
down,
of the
it's also too short for him. The jacket is too short. His shirt sleeve is the right length, but the jacket is too short. I don't know. This jacket's a mess, man. Just everything about this is a mess. It's a mess. Pulling, too short. Shoulder seams in the wrong spot. It's just too small. I mean, at least it's more interesting. Atlas's is boring. This jacket's also too small for him a little bit. Kobe's jacket. What's going on with Kobe's jacket? Why is his top button like at his sternum with a 2-button coat? This is so short. His jacket is so short. Actually, this is the style. It just doesn't look good. This one's intentionally short, but it just doesn't look good. Like, it's all bad, guys. Everything's bad. Atlas, I rate Atlas as the highest, but I wouldn't say it's great. It's because I don't think Kobe has a gut. Kobe's in pretty good shape, but it's just that this jacket is so short and this top button is so high that it's just coming out. It's just weird. Let me just put it this way. A gentleman of Kobe's age probably shouldn't be wearing a suit jacket this short. This is a young man's game, you know? You know what the real question is? Who is Chronicler's jacket for? Because look how long it is, guys. But the sleeves are so short. See, the thing with Chronicler's jacket is it looks like it should be worn by a shorter man, but the jacket is so long that it would just look like a trench coat. Like, what human is designed to wear this particular jacket? You know what I mean? I want to know who this jacket was tailored for. I want to see this person's proportions. Victor Wembanyama, yeah, maybe actually. But Victor Wembanyama has long arms. The problem is like the person designed to wear this jacket. Guys, the person who designed to wear this jacket would have to have an extremely long torso, right? And be skinny, but also have like very short arms. Maybe a T-Rex. All right, I forgot. Before we get into this next one, we're gonna judge Atlas's not Atlas, Spawn's speech. Wrong Australian. Wrong Australian. Yeah, good. You can tell Spawn has young kids. Because he's like, stop fucking dropping your head. Look at me. Look at me so I know it's going in. That's how you can tell he's a dad. Look at me.
The matchup between Team
That's the
Liquid
dad
and GAM
move.
esports. Let's dive into the picks and bans.
It felt like GAM
Yeah.
time in game number
Game
one.
number one was definitely GAM time. Hopefully we can change the clocks for this game.
Well, now we have changed the lights because they can be turned off by GAM. If
Does
they
Monty
get
do the
an
same with his
knockdown,
kids?
that's going
Yes,
to be
you
a thing
have
that
to.
is going to be taken away. Segway level, probably.
The thing with small children is that if they're not looking at you, you have no idea if it's going in or not.
With Skarner and the Zigs
Stop doubting
going to
yourself,
be
Atlas.
removed. Maybe
just
I need to
finish strong.
believe.
You just stick the landing, and you were good
I'm
on
just
that
too
one.
scared of success, Kobe. As the Yone once again banned on blue side, no surprises. The Jax being banned by GAM, maybe having a look through the skin.
Team Liquid has now decided. This is, by the way, this is a terrible sign. This is a terrible sign for Team Liquid. That they have to ban Yone Aurora on blue side. This should inspire like negative confidence in you in this team going forward. Because like the Aurora wasn't
Yeah, it
good
was
from
like,
Impact.
Whose skin is this again? And it said there was impacts, but we don't necessarily feel like that was a huge thing. But they are going to look to take away the Nocturne themselves.
I think you have to, because I am 99% sure that otherwise GAM just slammed Nocturne Oriana on 1-2.
sure.
Yeah.
And then from that point on,
Levi champ.
Yeah, take away the. Alright, so play Nocturne Nico because we're Team Liquid and we don't have mid lane champions.
played out, and you already know TL was fully committing the dive.
The meta
I
is
do
just
think that's
so
wrong
bad for
if
TL.
It's like Nico specifically can struggle somewhat because Nico is often still able to find angles despite the Braum being there, but the combo with the Ashe is still going to be just as good.
Board here as well.
So ban
Vi.
Again, that so many resources.
How
Oh, they're banning Wukong. Interesting. They saw the opportunity to take Vi to get the ball delivery system in.
RTL going to deal with it?
They
That's
they
gonna be the
need
question.
some way to
Will be
deliver the
locked away
ball.
now.
Is it Alistair?
Wonder what we're going to see here.
No, they picked Braum. What is it? What's it gonna be?
The Renekton. This is a classic.
The B5 Renekton, it's R5 Renekton that we personally dislike
God,
the most,
B5
as that's
They
exciting.
are excited.
I
As
gotta
that is
say,
going to be the buy locked in the end.
Yeah, this is fine.
They are a bit more flimsy.
They had to get something to get the Ori ball in there, and they actually had some impressive plays with that combo last game. So I think you run it back.
The coordination needs to be
timing,
perfect.
yeah.
The timing, exactly. Everyone needs to be on the same page, because otherwise this comp.
I would have banned the Vi, by the way.
Rakan, oftentimes
Why are we banning? I'm really surprised we got a Kindred ban. I feel like Vi was a lot better of a ban there.
chapter in the history of GAM upsetting major regions at international events. They have done it.
That's two! A little bit too synonymous with being able to take down so many of these teams. This year, though, you know,
Cute.
they did lose. These are best of ones, but they lost to fly as
Cute
that's
trap.
A base check.
That's
And
two!
That's a
Nice
consequence
knock-up.
if ever I've done one. Levi going to be taken out for first blood. It's Yun. This year,
Why
though, you
why
know,
is
they
GAM
did lose.
face checking
These are best of
brushes
ones,
into
but
Ash
lost to
Braum
fly as
start?
That's a face check.
That's
And
two!
That's a consequence if ever I've done one. Levi going to be taken out for first blood. It's Yun that picks up the kill. Easy love now, going the wrong direction. The Ash is very, very dead, ladies and gentlemen. And you welcome TL. Sometimes you have to sing some praises to get some kills. Though, you know,
Very, very
we are just going to
curious
decide with shocks. Maybe it's just not an
that
upset
we would
anymore
be
because
doing
GAM
this
have seemed a little bit
if
too
we're GAM.
synonymous with being able to take down so many of these teams. This year, though, you know, they did lose. These are best of ones, but they lost to fly as that's a face check.
That's
And
two!
That's a consequence if ever I've done one. Levi going to be taken out for first blood. It's Yun that picks up the kill. Easy love now, going the wrong direction. The Ash is very.
Apparently, it's scouted when GAM have Ash Braum. They like to full send on one side of the map. Yeah, I mean everybody does that.
To get some kills.
And they
Everybody does that, by the way, guys. Everybody does that. This is what we've seen with Ash Braum the entire tournament.
Going the wrong direction. The Ash is very, very dead, ladies and gentlemen. And you welcome
But the Vi
TL.
is useless at
Sometimes
level
you have
1.
to sing some praises to get some kills.
Did I see the fake
Maybe
Yun
we are
mid?
just going to side with
Yeah.
shocks. Maybe it's just not an upset anymore because
I mean, they know that's
ever since they appeared
they know. By the way, they know that is they know that's Nico.
on the international stage.
They know that's Nico because they can press tab and see that that's Nico.
And I'm thinking that at that point, maybe we are just going to side with shocks. Maybe it's just not an upset anymore because GAM have seemed a little bit too synonymous with being able to take down so many of these teams. This year, though, you know, they did lose. These are best of ones, but they lost to Flyers. Oh, that's a face check.
That's
and
two.
That's a cast curse if ever I've done one. Levi going to be taken out for first blood. It's Jan that picks up the kill.
I mean, they really need to stop that for the. They need to stop this for the observer overlay. Like, it has to say Nico there. It can't say fucking Kaisa for first blood.
So much prep for people
That's
invading
ridiculous.
For lane swap wards. GAM putting down the lane swap wards, but TL, they pull the trap shut as they try and exit. What a huge start to a game that is a necessary win for them.
This is absolutely massive. 1,000 gold from just that alone as we check it out one more time. TL, that ward.
Those are the wards I mentioned when they're coming
Really
in
good ward
looking
from
for
TL,
lane
though.
Swaps, because GAM lane swap last game as well. TL, they prep the trap.
And this is exactly what they did in game number 1. And that's what's so incredibly smart about it. TL doing their homework from what happened in the game prior and say you're not going to be able to do that again.
It also, I think, plays a big part that if you are GAM, in what world would TL look for a level 1 fight when you have Ashe and Braum? Right? Like, these champions, I think, are insanely strong level 1. The slows, the damage that's available, the Braum passive that's easily stacked on multiple members. Instead, TL getting what feels like, I think, at the very least, some calming of the nerves. As I feel like
Speaking
I
of
can see
emotions,
Kobe.
well, I was going to say on the coach cam, you see a stark difference between Spawn, the head coach, and the analyst that is standing behind him with the full-on yelling, fist pumping going. Straight face for Spawn, though, there, always measured. And TL's bottom lane, I feel like, has been the point that has been most reliable so far at this tournament. Now that they actually got some early kills for the side of Team Liquid mid and jungle, maybe we will see APA and Umpty here really making in flanks. You don't have to bring it back to your face.
I thought that was where Kobe wanted me to go.
You know, the thing about TL's draft strategy is when they play blue side and they have to ban Yone Aurora, it just gives red side so many like pocket bans to ban out APA.
You know, because APA transformed into Jan.
I really don't like it.
When he was in that transform state.
I think TL blue side is very bad right now.
The crab, and so we are going to have both teams backing away. But what I was going to say is that I think there is so much on Umpty's shoulders, especially in this game, because in clutch moments, Umpty has struggled throughout his entire career. Like, push comes to shove, and he's unable to do either. And if he's able to get things together, have a carry performance against Levi on this Nocturne, could be huge going into game 3.
I saw Impact solo killed by Anar early on in this tournament.
So, love Elephant Con. I've got a lot of foreplay in particular. Yeah, dude, foreplay is foreplay. The culture content's great, man. It's our fastest growing channel.
Huge going into game 3.
I saw Impact solo
this is why we got to get into more culture content and you know, other esports games, general gaming, because you know that's where we're gonna see growth.
Umpty's moving on over. There's the flash forward. Can the fear come out?
Ooh.
That is the kill. Performance against Levi on this Nocturne could be huge going into game 3.
Impact definitely having a rough Worlds though.
Early on in this tournament.
He thinks he's fine because
Hoping it doesn't happen again.
it's a double crab play here.
So we are going to have both teams backing away.
Right.
But what I was going to say is that he's unable to do either. And if he's
And
able to get things
Yaya
together,
probably
have a
thinks
carry
that Umpty
performance
recalled.
against Levi on this Nocturne could be huge.
Because
going into
Vi's
game
coming
3.
to this side to take second crab after recalling.
On in this tournament. So hoping it doesn't happen again.
Well, he's going back in, looking for a little bit more. The hyperprocs are really dangerous. Umpty's moving on over. There's the flash forward. Can the fear come out? He gets into the brush, and that is the kill. Impact not solo killed this time.
I have
Cute.
never clenched harder.
But not. I don't think that's really good for play from Impact.
Couldn't then immediately click the champion before the fear went off.
I really thought it was that. I think that would have still been fine, because what I was going to lead into is the fact that, as you pointed out, Atlas, Nocturne is, I think, the most important part of this composition.
Yeah.
Umpty has, at that point, had 1 kill, double crab. So 1 kill,
Goes
double
back and
crabby,
buys
now has
Tiamat
2
Ruby
kills,
on first
3
buy.
stacks on
This is going
on
Strikebreaker.
already. So this Nocturne is like, it doesn't really get better in terms of setup to go into a mid-game and get these high impact plays with Nocturne.
And critically, getting the Gnar flash and teleport down here, Impact now with the wave pushing towards him is in a much better state. So, you know,
calculated down to the very last auto attack there.
Tanglebob's landing, and Emo taking a whole lot of damage here with this caster matchup. I feel like APA is in a lot more comfort of a position here on the Nico as well. I just feel like his Nico
100%.
just feels
Most played champions that he has a lot of confidence on. He was always a really big playmaker, invested a bunch of time into it, so.
It's a flash.
APA is in a scary position right now. Shave Splitter, of course, can really help.
You think Levi? Oh, no, not waiting.
Oh, he's going to walk out of it. The Pop Blossom goes absolutely nowhere as Levi gets in, but the flash gets APA
That's the
out
flash,
of there.
the Q flash.
Elio trying to get on through.
Oh, he's not going to get that
There's the
kill.
distance. Oh,
Overextension.
yeah, work was well
Oh
done.
my
And now
god.
the grand entrance comes in. Emo going to burn down. Core JJ locks up the kill, and APA's back. He finds another
Dear
one.
Lord,
Umpty
is fed.
Ultimate Hunter's almost fully stacked before he even has the ability.
The counter from Team Liquid is good. Even though the shockwave from Emo made them pause, the follow-through was way too much there.
Oh, yet another cleanly calculated play. Not even close. And I want to highlight, I think GAM getting a little bit overexcited here. Because yes, Emo is 6, but if you wait for Levi to have 6, this play always works.
Beautiful.
Right? There is no way it doesn't. The shockwave is beautiful. It completely dodges the knock-up from APA, but I think Levi actually still got stunned. So he uses his Q, uses his flash. So at that gonna get some free Raptors, and now his ultimate.
He's just power farming.
He is going
6
the
now.
Stride
It's half
Breaker
level
build.
ahead.
I love this build so much more.
It's a bit confusing here as Umpty is going to be able to
Umpty
take
takes
the
it.
to Levi, you cannot fight this. You can't. He's 3-0-2. You cannot fight this at all. Emo comes on over, gives him a
This is
shield, and
his
says,
jungle,
please
wow.
leave. And Umpty is going to then move on over towards this Brambleback. APA being a melee minion was odd in the mid lane, but now we've got Impact trying to get Kiaya out of here, feeling a whole lot better in this instance, but now with the Hyperbrox coming in, Kiaya just going to be backing away, not going to commit.
Tiamat, and you can just speed clear through the rest of the jungle. You already saw there, with the extra lead that he has, well.
Arrow going to connect. Shape Splitter is going to work out, but that was the clone, and he can hit both of them anyway.
Wow.
He's going to finish that one up. The arrow from Easy Love looked too good.
Oh! He uses TL's own emote!
Oh, man. Love looked too good.
Oh! He uses TL's own emote!
Oh, man.
That's good BM.
That is some solid BM. And all of TL have been emoting like crazy, so I think it's completely
That's
warranted.
what, like, that's the second kill that, I know that it was Emo, but like, that's the second kill Easy Love has gotten on APA.
Yeah,
Seriously,
with
just
Ash Arrow. The last one was a snipe.
Yeah.
And on the Tristana and Tribush recalling.
Yes, Umpty is big, but do not be mistaken. We saw how good
There's
Scam's
some
fighting
darkness
was.
here as there is a Megana on the horizon, but I think he's dead before it even happens. Cull the Meek comes through exactly like it says.
Nope.
And Impact's able to take that one down.
No Horizon Atlas.
No.
Uglier must.
And stack this one up. Killer Instinct.
Well, Kobe, you're actually like, also Kobe, I know you're stressed, but try not to take it out on your coworkers.
There's a flash fall. Chronicler's feelings.
I'm fine. Umpty's here, waiting for Levi. Stride Breaker done.
That's when you're supposed to say, Atlas, you're not allowed to talk. 'Cause there's a flash forward.
Wow, really going in on
The
this?
ultimate, but doesn't land on Neon.
Ooh,
Somehow that arrow
no. Had to use flash, and we missed the Ash arrow.
miss, doesn't hit.
And
now
Stride
he's making
Breaker's
his way.
finished.
Remember, this guy has every kill in the universe. But they're
Really?
Not going to push too far. Not going to try.
We're not going in on this one?
Doesn't miss. Doesn't hit.
I guess Yun doesn't have
And now
ult.
Umpty's making his way
He
in.
doesn't have
Remember,
ult.
this guy has every kill in the universe. But they're not going to push too
Feels like
far.
Ash
Gonna
might have
try
been
and
able to
find
have been
all
killed
that
there,
they can
but she saw his
choose.
cleanse, and there's no ult on Kaisa.
But I think they want to make sure that they get the dragon instead.
I think Umpty's also very aware of the fact that he has a gigantic bounty on his head, and if he dies, the game could be a big problem.
And they don't have to push anything extra there because they have
Thought Ash was free here. Stridebreaker MS reduction. Yeah, he has
a
cleanse.
guaranteed dragon. So
And
I
Yun
completely
needs his ult to
agree
close
with
the
both of
gap.
you there. They're making the call. Probably a lot of the talk heading into this game is, all right, let's be calm in our play. Once you get your lead, just play this one out because we can't give up anymore. If you lose this, then you are out of the tournament. So they don't want to over chase. Take the guaranteed dragon. No Ash Arrow, no Braum ultimate. They push the wave in. They just take their resources.
And
Yeah, you
with
just get the
this,
Drake too. It's all right.
Even though the gold leads,
It makes them super scared. They have no flashes in bot side now. Yun's gonna have you basically don't. The thing is that you get the objective, right? You get Drake, you get the pressure, and you don't use Nocturne ult, and you will have Kaisa ult back again. So there's basically another play you can make later with 2 flashes down on this side. The other thing that this allows you to do, actually, the timing is good too. I think you definitely don't make that play. Team Liquid had the right call. Because
at least for now, taken out of the
you
game.
have 3
Right
grubs,
row,
you control the map, you don't
very
need to play overly
substantial losses,
aggressively, and you have 15 seconds until you use this. You blow both flashes, you still have your ults, and you will have this one. This means you get 6 scrubs, right? This is what we didn't see Fnatic do, which is use some cooldowns and ult cooldowns around drug spawns, the grub drugs, grub spawns. So it's clearly the right play because you can actually push up bot lane, take Drake, swap your bot lane top, and you'll have all your ults.
Quite going to work. Hawkshot getting a lot of value here.
This is really good.
JJ and Umpty making their way towards these Void Grubs. 6 didn't mean a whole lot for TL in game number 1, but this could be a very different story with the snowball they have already rolling.
Yeah, 100% agreed there because of the Nocturne also later for split pushing.
Oh, yeah.
They have a lot of potential to pressure those side lanes. You've got a lead on your Renekton, a much better state.
It's also, so imagine being GAM and trying to push a side lane late game where you have to check every wave for the right amount of minions. There's a Nocturne and there's a Kai'Sa that can play off of basically everyone else.
And then look at this. Look at this, guys. You actually can just stave off this because the grubs are done. You have 6.
The Ruthless Predator holding him in place for a little while.
Mid, there's no pressure on mid. You can push up into top side, zone Gnar out.
They can also crash a wave into the top lane out of turret. You can see Kiaya already.
Nice job. Then you punish the no flash. This is really good by TL.
Explode APA grabbing his second, and now Kiaya could be in trouble. Umpty is more than a top laner at this point in time. He is still going to back away that inner turret.
And Team Liquid, they can even rotate over to catch mid lane too. So TL winning both sides of the map here.
God, they're winning everywhere. This is a giant macro blast. Let's go.
For Team Liquid, Impact and CoreJJ rotate over to make sure no turret plates go down to Emo, and they can't keep pushing. So Team Liquid win the entire map in that sequence.
We have Umpty just pushing a full wave into the turret.
Yeah,
he's just.
Well, CoreJJ is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Wow, great use of ult there by.
Just fine.
Nice.
Wait, never mind. I got pranked by the mini map. I got Nico. That's what I'm talking about. It's confusing to play against.
And it's also, the minimap does become a very dangerous thing to look at. And also, if you look at
I know!
Yeah, the kill feed as well is a bit of a problem because it comes up with different champions getting kills. It's a very confusing thing, but we will try and stay on the board as best we can, and if we make mistakes, please laugh at us.
We have already been very on topic, very focused.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of things that are dangerous to look at in this series and the previous series. Now, let's focus up. Impact here. Going to get visual confirmation of Levi on the Raptors, but your job has really been set up for you already. You can see there's a trailing split push in the bottom of the map right now. Umpty with Nocturne ult available, hovering behind as they push APA to finish
Umpty is
tower,
so much better
just
this game.
In case there was any sort of GAM attempt to use that tower.
Although he
ult
is
as
playing on
bait
easy mode because he got
and
like
pull a
2
trap
kills
of
right
their
at the
own,
start of the
but
game.
There is no attempt from GAM because they recognize they're just so far outmatched in the gold at this time that they don't want to force that fight.
7-1, Brazil making another entrance into Worlds.
2K gold lead, like,
Don't you guys miss when Brazil wasn't on Twitter?
Insane. Game should be
That was a good time.
from here on out.
Maybe we should run that back.
As much as I think they did an incredible job in the last game,
It would be,
unless multiple people on TL just all stack up into like a multi emo shockwave and Gnar combo, realistically, if any of their top like literally any of their characters that isn't CoreJJ stays alive, they have enough gold there right now to clean up the fight.
and barring a catastrophe, I do like the fact that this is on track to being a shellacking, which is a game that was coined by Spawn himself. We get to ask him whether it's actually a real shellacking or not. Normally it's just a pre-25-minute win. There's not a whole lot to it, but sometimes there's nuance, and we will be able to
We've
ask.
already talked about a lot of rating systems, so I feel like we need
TL are winning by a lot in all of them. That's my breakdown.
That is valid.
Yeah.
Not a lot of nuance on that snapshot.
We're lacking a lot of nuance in this one.
And it's very easy.
Casual
for Team
6K
Liquid
gold
to-
advantage.
from that point on.
Taking
it's
top
so
tier
hard.
2.
There is-
And the fat local gold.
He's just it Umpty here, the general marching through the enemy jungle now, actually pushes the bottom wave, starts to rotate over as Impact.
It does manage to get the stun onto Levi, and there's the killer instinct to go in. Okay.
I like how Yun just goes in there, even though it's just Impact.
And the wallets are big and heavy. That is going to be a pop blossom. APA.
Well, this game's over.
That he knows
You can just.
We don't need to spend a lot of time on this one. 10 to 1.
on the side of GAM.
Objective bounties are up.
And barring something absolutely
Pressure in every lane.
And there's a
The Nocturne ult
My
All
question
right, stop
is
behind
just
the curve.
deadly.
Okay, tell me I'm wrong.
No way.
Well, there's a pop blossom, gets a flash, and there's a paranoia. So I don't think that Emo's going to be getting out of this one. That is going to be the Tangle Barbs landing there as well. As meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Kiaya trying to get that wall up down. It's going to work out, but Impact is so tanky. The Nara into the wall is fantastic. But Yun, they're just one after the other, dive bombing.
Felt like it was over, not necessarily level 1, but I think once the early skirmish came through, where they got the gank onto top side.
Grand entrance.
How is Game 3 going to look?
As that's Kiaya probably dead. Burning down. KoJJ going to collect it
Just
with the
dies to
Ignite.
ignite.
Now the base is
Just
broken
take a
open.
19-minute
Impact looking
inhib
to put
turrets, no
another dent
problem.
into it in that mid lane as well.
Before
But
Baron
TL, a lot of
spawns,
money.
it's okay.
I mean, that's
If you're just completely knocked out of
I
a game,
agree.
you get this entire game to think about Game 3.
And it's also, I feel like for GAM, they're already the underdog. They had a really good game 1, I think, in multiple facets.
Yeah.
And a game like this
is so
near like
It's definitely a
15
go
minutes in.
nexter.
Going to be a that is able
you just make.
to zoom
he's
in on
off it.
that one is okay. Looking for an option here, as there's the pop blossom, hits onto threes, completely
God, that
by
does a
himself.
lot
He's
of
gonna be
damage.
Guaranteeing a Baron for his teammates.
Yeah, he's fine. He can die there.
He goes.
He's just
But,
trading it for
you know,
Baron.
that is still the Vi being taken down. The arrow is going to sail on in, and oh my goodness. Thankfully, Levi was one of the ones that did fall earlier on, so that one wasn't going to be a thing. As now Impact gets into that backline, it's
The big
his
crocodile.
turn. As Kiaya pushes him into
Sterix.
the wall there. KoJJ not offering back a lot of damage, and TL throwing a couple of
Q,
soul laners
heal,
away.
Empower Q, heal.
My God.
Oh, they just
The
can't kill him.
Blaster is
So
way
sad.
down, and Easy Love is just really dead. Emo, the last one left alive. It wasn't
All APAs did it because we all they did not.
in there. TL he's so fortunate on the opposition.
We're not.
Blossom, everyone is just put into the blender. TL, they do want to get out of this game. Move to the leads I've ever seen. They will complete the shellacking.
Big. I mean, look,
24
they had already
minutes
started to turn the
and
corner
20
in the last game. I mean, I think they are just clearly the better team. That's what I think.
This is the full
18.1K
VOD of
gold lead by the
matchup
end.
between
Jesus.
Team Liquid and
All right, bathroom break, guys. I'll be right back. Lag? Am I lag?
in
Yes,
GAM
you lag.
esports. Let's dive into the picks and bans.
Let's dive into the picks and
It's a different
bans.
kind of magic. As now TL going to be banning away the same champions here.
Whoa, Kip Glide. Thank you for your tier 1 subscription. It's very kind of you.
Aurora and the Shyvana both being taken off the board. The Skarner as well sticking around. It
I
does
think
look a little bit
Team
like a
Liquid has a lot more value on the red side because they can just ban Yone, Aurora over here. Surprised GAM didn't take the red side again.
Guarantee the first 2 kills of the game. It's Cassante for impact. That's the theoretical thought of as perhaps a count.
I took an edible and thought my shit was lagging and reloaded it like 4 times and got an ad every time. You're welcome. Well, Lord Farqueef, what a name, first off. Congrats on your edible. By getting an ad 4 times, you probably earned me like 3 cents. So if you really wanted to thank me, you could just subscribe.
Counter to Jax that we
Because that
haven't
will
really
actually
seen
do something
that
for me.
all that much.
Yeah, I think we've seen it both ways, where it feels like the Cassante is not going to have prio in lane, but he does become an immovable brick wall, and obviously the
Do they want to
utility is
steal
big.
Ori now? Or because Emo's Orianna,
They have to, right? Just lock it in again.
Oh my. Okay,
They
that's
do
a
not.
Kali.
They do not.
they do
That's-
not have to,
that's
nor do
blind-
they want to.
That's blind
You did subscribe.
Kali.
Thank you.
Blinded.
That's all I got.
Interesting option that you.
I
can go
appreciate
for
it.
there. I did feel like, you know, with the circle vibe that they were going for, with the fact that, you know, Emo has looked great on the Orianna, it felt like a no-brainer. But I mean, I like the confidence. Just slam it in. As okay, Nico going to be picked up as well. That 1-2 punch of the Nico Nocturne is very scary. And so I think GAM, I think a lot of what they were thinking between games as well is draft didn't actually play that much of a part.
It was
in
the
why
level
we
1.
lost that game, because
Yeah.
the level 1 and then the follow-up play definitely what put them in the ground. And so going for something slightly different and letting TL have
The
pretty much
Manscaped
same
code
thing
still
outside
active?
of
Yeah.
this.
We got a
What
bunch of
I'm always
Manscaped
wondering
codes that are still
with,
active.
Picks like this, though, is could you not have done this on a second rotation? Because I don't think TL were necessarily going to be looking to ban it out.
Yeah.
And maybe have already seen what you were going to pick. Does make the mid-jungle really lethal post level 6 when you have all that burst and CC and setup available.
Especially because, you know, APA already is coming off a good Nico game and wants to play a large AoE. If you're going to draft all melee,
That's right. Vlekexus, soon you will have
a large
the
AoE
smoothest
here
balls
that
of all
could
time.
make things difficult. GAM showing so early on in the draft that it's double melee solo laners. We'll see if it's problematic. You know, Akali, of course, is very mobile for a melee champion, so can work around some angles. But with Akali, you know, not being that strong, free 6, and Wukong also.
Okay, we're
not
back
being
on the
strong, 3-6
Nocturne
double, it does feel
Nico. They decided that Impact deserves Cassante.
The bot lane pool is really getting pinched here. So TL actually banning the Xayah away themselves. I do think Xayah is better on the GAM side than is on the TL side. I think with champions like Akali and Wukong or Jax, once they're on top, I think Ezreal I think is really good.
Yeah.
It just slots into any composition.
Well,
He's playing Akali into Nico. The Akali has been surprisingly ineffective this tournament. Levi is a known Wukong lord,
The Jhin being a consideration
but
here.
I mean, really not getting a lot of synergy with the
Pretty hard
Akali
to follow
here.
up on Wukong Jackson.
Yeah, you get set up here, you get the Jhin. I'm kind of surprised they didn't take Ashe.
Yeah, it's an affliction. I remember my
Oh, I
friend
like
Ejim
that.
really did suffer from that one. Is Poppy going to be the lock-in instead? Okay, replaces the door with a hammer, and it's Core JJ that picks
Wow, I think Ashe Braum is actually good here. I wonder why they took Jhin Poppy. What is the Poppy value here? The support Poppy
up
seems to
that
have
door.
very low value in this
See whether he does
scenario.
actually lock this one in. Certainly a few other options that could be available here.
So you are playing Braum into melees, which I think you're generally going to be happy with. It gives you a lot of early game power. Is for me the
He's such an incredible problem, but now
to the team, you know, with huge possibilities for either one. And the same is true for both these teams. So much work put in. And GAM, of course, having to deal with so many regional difficulties happening with the league.
Yeah.
And this team still being able to bounce back and fight back so heavily here versus the LCS #2 seed.
Yeah, it's
really
funny
speaks
that,
volumes,
and by
especially
funny I
for,
mean
you know, the
sad.
players that were added
It
late
is
onto
both
the
funny
scene
and
this
sad
year.
that Vietnam's competitive scene completely exploded and like half their professional players were banned for match fixing, and GAM is still taking out NA and EU teams. Like, how bad can you be, NA and EU?
One game away from just making it to that final round of Swiss, which in of itself is
These are the
already
leftover
a
players,
huge
man.
achievement.
What
Thank
the
you so
fuck
much,
is
Phil.
wrong
That
with NA
goal
and
is
EU?
Extremely important. And Kiai able to fish that one up. It's beautiful to see.
And especially for the Vietnamese player base. I mean, Vietnam has a giant player
Yeah.
base,
Oh, yeah.
hugely passionate. So always great to see them find some success on the international stage. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have a lot of expectations to live up to. And now is the time.
Let's see what they can actually get done here without having 2 kills by this time in the game. This is going to be a little bit more honest League of Legends. And speaking of which, no lane swaps as well, which I know certain Isaac, Zale, Cummings, Bentley would agree with. Not a huge fan of the lane swaps.
He was previously cursed, so let's kind of distance ourselves.
ABA honestly kind of cracked by denying second win slash D shield procs in lane. Oh, by turning into a minion.
Not a huge fan of the lane swaps.
He was
This is going to be
expectations as a giant player base.
That's funny.
Passionate. So always great to see them find some success on the international stage. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have a lot of expectations to live up to. And now is the time.
Let's see what they can actually get done here without having 2 kills by this time in the game. This is going to be a little bit more honest League of Legends. And speaking of which, no lane swaps as well, which I know certain Isaac, Zale, Cummings, Bentley would agree with. Not a huge fan of the lane swaps.
He was previously cursed, so let's kind of distance ourselves from that.
As Elio has taken so much damage, maybe mentioning his name's going to work out for TL because that's first blood for Core JJ. Easy Love, not able to get too much done.
That bot lane, you can definitely count on this TL bottom lane.
Yeah,
2v2, 2v2, they pull it off.
Mention his name and all things will come true.
How far we've come. And,
I like how Azale's name,
2v2, they pull
Cummings
it off.
Bentley, just sounds like he's having sex with a car.
Mention his name and all things.
Bot lane, you can definitely count on this TL bottom lane.
Yeah,
2v2, 2v2, they pull it off.
Mention his name and all things will come true.
How far we've come. And,
it's beautiful. Out for TL because that's not a huge fan of the lane swaps.
He was previously cursed, so let's kind of
So they just don't understand that Yun and Core JJ are going to hit
As
2.
Elio has taken so much damage, maybe mentioning his name's going to work out for TL because that's first blood for Core JJ. Easy Love, not able to get too much done.
That bot lane, you can definitely count on this TL bottom lane.
Yeah,
2v2, 2v2, they pull it off.
Mention his name and all things will come true.
How far we've come. And,
it's beautiful.
The journey along with that curse.
Curses aren't real, guys. Come on, get it together. I want to highlight how big of a deal this is. Like, just getting this into 2v2 in particular.
Imagine just getting all into the 2v2.
I don't think too much is supposed to happen.
Because
in mid
you
lane.
don't know that they're going to hit level 2 and then all in you.
And Levi
When
and
Poppy
Omtia
doesn't have
just doing
W
a
yet.
Power farm to level 6 the fastest as humanly possible. So breaking open this lane early on, getting the cooldown out of Elliot. Like, yeah, you trade flashes, but early gold going over to Core JJ and Yon. Only downside is that obviously Core got the kill, so not the best in terms of gold distribution, but still TL off to an early lead again.
Yeah, and both junglers are, typical level 6 junglers looking for full clears. So if we do see some jungler intervention, probably around a little bit of scrapping maybe towards mid lane. If top lane gets a little dicey, you saw Impact trying to push Kiai into tower for a little bit of tower damage there. And Kiai did have to use one of the ward charges to jump back out. As you can see, the ward's still there, but aside from anything super spicy happening, I just expect second full clears for both jungles.
Ooh, do note, Levi did go back. Umti did not. So Umti is just going straight into his second full clear. Levi now going to do the crab and then go into that. Whereas Umti, I mean, especially Raptors as a Nocturne, you cheat through very, very quickly.
Exactly, and you start on those Raptors so you can get that earlier second respawn. Mid lane, though, a little bit of a visit from Levi on the Wukong, hovering around there. But because Emo was chunked out too heavily,
Oh, is he just dead?
Holy.
Oh no, the blooming burst, and APA is still able to get it even after the flash.
But because Emo was chunked out too heavily,
Oh, is he
Oh
dead?
my god, he got the extra auto in there that followed after the flash.
Is still
the Wukong hovering around there, but because Emo was chunked out too heavily,
He just gets absolutely played. Once he gets hit by the root, he has to flash the root, otherwise he dies.
Rage's dead. Oh no, the blooming
Airy
burst,
was
and
up.
APA is still able to get it even after the flash.
nice stuff there. I mean, the auto already in the air, so the flash does not save Emo. Emo down, flash down, APA finds his kill.
That's colossal, right? And Akali still has a lot of safety. I don't think this is as bad as when it is something like the Orianna that we had in previous games. But it does mean that even offensively, Emo is going to have a lot less space to play with.
And now, mid lane, a very viable place for ganks for both sides. Akali has Shroud and Nico does have Clone, but since APA used his flash offensively to get the kill.
The thing about playing Akali into Nico is that even when you go into Shroud, the Nico ult just covers your entire Shroud and you get popped out. Right? So it's just... It's not, I don't feel like this is a particularly good matchup.
Really wants to get this one crashed in. Gonna find that Q, in fact, just goes to Narnia. And Kiaya just...
And who is she supposed to be assassinating in this game?
This wave is going to come in, though. He holds
Like,
it
this
in a
comp
pretty
is
nice
going
spot.
in to
Counter-strike.
CCU.
Going to come down, just
Back to
make
6.
Impact's day feel a little bit rough. Yeah, some all-out opportunities. Good little leap strike there to avoid the with just individual outplays or duo outplays, I guess, that might happen again here as EasyLove trying to get himself out of the way. Elio not going to avoid too much of this damage as that Mystic Shot does go wide. We do
Yeah, the
get a
minion
little
tech
bit
from
of
Nico
flex
also
from
reduces
there.
Akali's
Nuance
sustain
love to
true.
see it.
And I don't think that the previous game...
APA is very good about using the minion transform timings.
Hold that thought.
Honey fruit being eaten here is Umpty looking for Levi as Kiaya could be in trouble actually. Impact looking for a bit of an angle. You could see he wanted to line up that all out, but didn't really feel like going under the enemy turret. So he's going to press the button.
Yeah, Umpty, a pretty smart move here where he had both solo lanes pushing, and so he just comes to wait in the brush and wait to get a little health chunk onto Levi. Because the grubs are up and available, and you've got the reset from Core JJ. Smite's available for both junglers here.
Yeah, both junglers want to get at least one grub for the extra experience. Try and make sure that they hit that level 6 first, but looks like it's going to be TL. That does have the prior impact, still needs to TP back in.
APA's positioning here is so scary.
Onti's not 6.
Yep, Elio in a lot of trouble here as the Blooming Burst hits twice. Emo now trying to move forward. Having to do some face checking is Levi, only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone. That's not really going to work out as a heroic charge now from Elio and APA. He's going to be taken out. Levi over the wall, trying to escape.
Oh,
It takes
no!
so long, but the ignite. 5, there's the knock-up.
6.
Yep, Elio in a lot of trouble here as the Blooming Burst hits twice. Emo now trying to move forward. Having to do some face checking is Levi.
Oh, man.
Only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone. That's not really going to work. The
Problem is they get the stun right afterwards, too.
Having to do some face checking is Levi, only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone.
Right, and it's the clone tanks so much of this.
Only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone.
I think the clone, it tanked the fear, too.
Only level 5. There's the knock-up.
Where was it? Oh, the fear tether was broken because Levi ran out. So they get no value out of the CC, really. Plus, Nico gets stunned right afterwards and then wallbanged. Oh, man. And it takes so long to kill Levi. The Q doesn't kill it from impact.
It's a trade up for GAM in this instance.
Prior impact.
Jack's got the base. Oh, yeah.
APA's positioning here is so scary.
Make sure that they hit that level 6 first, but looks...
Okay. Smite's available for brush and wait to get a little health chunk onto Levi.
Yeah, Impact's trying to push the top wave in. And we just get, he has a completed phage and a long sword. And Cassante's still on D shield biscuit.
Make sure that they hit that level 6 first, but looks like it's going to be TL. That does have the prior impact.
I really wish Core had gotten 6 off the mid wave. Nah, you can't get 6 off the mid wave.
Still needs to
At 6 minutes 50 seconds in the game, it's not possible.
Positioning here is so scary.
You'd need another couple waves for Core to get 6.
A lot of trouble here as the Blooming Burst Hits
Like,
twice.
optimistically, he would get it another minute.
Emo now trying to move
So it's just not going to happen.
Do some face checking is Levi only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone. That's not really going to work out.
But he's got played by Levi. Plus, he did the runaround, forced flashes, just didn't die right there, which is huge.
So long, but the ignite will finish him off at the cost of CoreJJ's life. It's a trade up for GAM in this instance, as Umpty was able to take one of those grubs, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Or is Kiaya the one that's in a lot of trouble? He gets feared,
No,
has
he's
the counter strike,
not.
and that's going to keep them away. That is a 1-for-1 so far on the grubs, but a good trade for GAM in the kills.
They barely have items. Like, they don't really have
Yeah,
items
maybe
on
he got
Nocturne or
juked on his
Cassante right now.
ultimate there. Levi doing a very good job kind of baiting him in, and there was just the Jax with the ultimate on. Take a look at this. Here it is. Levi over the wall. So the very good job by playing around that ultimate by GAM. They avoid it, and then the slam into the wall from the Poppy here.
It was a really good job dealing with the
takes
Nico.
less damage from the ultimate. Not really a suitable target. Extra tanky as well with the Grandmaster's Mind.
Decently big for TL, only need to get. I'm still trying.
Battle Rakan, like,
Have been called, and maybe they're aptly named, or maybe TL will just move themselves away. The fourth one not really going to be doing too much, as True Shot Barrage is not going to connect onto Levi, but was
chase. But you do run the risk of Umpty just ulting in. Could have been a big thing. And with just the flash, I think TL will happily take this trade if they can get the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Since you invested 2 ultimates there, there's no way you're fighting Dragon, so does allow Team Liquid the objective afterwards. Umpty can just slip in and hold on to the Nocturne ult. Nocturne ult, holding this actually puts a lot of pressure just by keeping the cooldown available.
Yeah.
The first Nocturne ultimate here kind of hanging over the heads of all of the laners. So
An entrance comes down a little bit late on the steadfast presence there from Elio, as these Mystic shots will connect. Yon is going to be Arcane shifting forward, something dangerous when you don't have a flash.
Lives be another carry job here. Play. We didn't see it too much of an impact. Maybe this
Could
could
be
be
in a
it.
little bit of trouble. Oh, Counter-Strike not going to connect there. Levi gives away his position.
3 late first Drake.
Towards the river. Play a little bit more.
Wow, we're making
carefully,
a play
especially
right
with Umpty
now?
in the area. Paranoia in hand, trying to bait this one out. As okay, looking for a little bit of a game.
I don't think they have damage to kill him.
Towards the river. The grand entrance is
Oh, they do, I
gorgeous.
guess. Wow.
And this is why we liked seeing the Rakan locked in. This one out.
I'm really surprised that they had the damage to kill him.
Towards the river, the grand entrance is gorgeous, and this is why we liked seeing the Rakan locked in. This combo is beautiful, and CoreJJ on a killing spree.
well, CoreJJ also kind of deserves some because he's the one who found the target
He
there
also
and stayed right
said
next
this-
to him
he
to
got
lock
the
him up.
CC chain. He did his work, but come on, Kobe.
He's taking his price, okay? That's our team
Yeah.
captain right there. Ideally, of course, want a little bit more gold on the damaged characters, but
You still get an
Yeah, the entire gold lead is basically on
I mean,
core.
yeah, Rakan getting a bit tankier in this one.
Far from
Maybe-
ideal,
It has
clearly.
still an even lane state. We have seen Jax otherwise.
Bill mentioned it a bunch of times already as well, but he's very, very happy to play for his team, which on some champions you just can't get away with. And Cassandra is one of them. Like, once you hit your 2-item core, experimental exploit instead.
I think maybe it was just like an adaptation for
Doing the
this
canyon
role.
build.
That you can power farm so
Hex
much
plate.
That
with
he's
the
also
early
playing
team.
into full melee this time around.
Yep.
Jin excluded.
I like adding more of those opportunities to ult in as well. Kind of works out. As okay, Levi. looks
Wukong
like
still has
a little
ult.
bit of a cheeky steal here. Is exactly right. 2 seconds now is the Paranoia up and available. Impact moving in. That is going to be no grubs picked up for GAM, but TL going to have to start.
It's fine, you already
all over
denied one.
again, and it looks like GAM are just going to get out of there. I don't think they want to try and.
This
fight
Akali
this
pick,
one.
I think,
No
is a
mid
big
control.
problem. They just haven't had any kind of
Really
mid-prio this
control that
game.
back home. Just gets a flash out. Doesn't invest anything on his part.
Yeah, GAM definitely can't fight. I think correct call here. Just try and get something, maybe minion wave into the tower on bottom side. Emo at least is trying in that efforts. TL already.
Emo also not
recognized
having
it, though,
static
and
shiv, so
Yon
he
down
just
there. So
does,
Yon
or Easy Love
starts
rather,
to
not
get,
having static shiv.
APA
They have no
on
wave clear,
speed,
really.
though. Again, trolled by the minimap.
They have no
But
mid-wave
able to
clear.
go collect that wave pretty quickly for himself, while Yon himself actually completes the Trinity Force here to catch up with everybody else having their
Kaya is
first
playing a
items.
super dangerous game when he knows that Nocturne was just a grubs.
As they're just kind of moving around, trying to get that counter-strike out. They will get it, but they're not going to look for any sort of dive. Not a massive amount of damage.
Look at the vision that's available here for TL. Like, Core and Impact can play that way because the entirety of that top side circle.
Best
parts content. do a great job and keep the pressure up, because even though this game isn't anywhere as snowbally as particularly game number 2, this is still becoming a big problem for GAM. I think that they are going to quickly reach the point where it's one big fight, and this time I do think they have the ultimates to make that work. Again, a lot of this gold lead is on this Rakan. If they're able
gold.
to get
Rakan carry potential.
if they can eat the early...
Deeks convergence power spike, Atlas, I'm with you.
Sorry, Chronicler.
I am with you.
I know, I'm feeling it. Look, it's already done. I mean, they've both got one item, but full boots? That is the difference in gold.
So trying to absorb the initial blow that's going to come out from TL, they're always going to be the one that want to try and play aggressive. And then on the counter
This isn't the same without Doa. I am so sorry. Here, you can go to the LFN Culture channel and get the show that I do with Doa if you miss him. There you go. Right in the chat for you, Sarah and Leet.
That was a fight potentially happening there, Chronicle. I apologize. It's still going to be Kiaya trying to get himself away. There's the flash all out from Impact. Can he get on top of Kiaya? He's running out of buttons. A flash of his own, but this is an all-out at Cassante. It has some mobility, but so does a Jax, who just leaps over the wall.
You ever seen Doa naked? Surprisingly, no. And I say surprisingly because bathhouses exist in Korea. I've just never been to one with Doa, which is weird when you think about it.
Still should be 2 objectives for TL though. With Impact solo winning topside, they can actually get that tower while they get Dragon.
And the big thing is he also sends Kiaya back. Kiaya had TP, Impact didn't. So if Impact doesn't find that play, Kiaya TPs towards the Dragon. That might have been a fight angle for GAM. Instead, Impact trades summoners even, but even though he doesn't get the turret, they get the objective. And Mountain...
Has he ever seen you naked? Ah, now we're asking the real questions.
Right? Like, look,
no, for the same reasons.
Trying to play
Jin does not do damage if they get more than like 2
it's not good.
Mountain Drakes. It's just, I mean, that would be
We also haven't
that'd
talked
be
about
very
how
Nocturne coming.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, remember, no flash up and available. In goes Umpty. They look for it. That is going to be the keeper's verdict, but it does absolutely nothing.
Nocturne coming.
We're pushing incredibly hard again into a Nocturne with level 6. Spell shielded. Very nice by MT. He plays so much better in these games, damn. Why are we TPing? Why are we TPing? GAM, why are you TPing? Why are you TPing? Who's gonna win Worlds? Generation Gamer.
Oh, and not only do they take out one of the best performing members of GAM, Kiaya goes down.
Oh, okay, that's a Cyclone, but the Pop Blossom is there. Picks up 2, but he dies. Immediately afterwards, now Yon going to get back here once again. The curtains are being called now. And GAM, they could have found a turnaround. Into the Shroud goes Emo, but he doesn't find too much more. And Umpty, he's happy to take that Shuriken. And TL will back away. They do lose a...
Impact's Cassante is so good. Yeah, I really love Impact playing Cassante so well against, Vietnam.
That's a little
Meanwhile, Keen exists, I guess.
Like, they TP Emo in as well. Like, they lose Kiaya, they lose the fight. If then Emo's TP is also wasted, it's really rough. So, at least getting a little bit of kill, a little bit of gold, getting the kill on APA, that's something. I still don't think it's enough to bring GAM back into this game. They need more, and they're looking.
Bit dangerous, but the mobility of both Rakan and Ezreal means that they can afford to stand this far up. An easy love.
Why you gotta ruin it with your facts and stuff? That's just who I am. You know that. Khazra. Everybody on this stream knows that's who I am.
To struggle here against the Trinity Force on Yon. We know that this 2-item spike is coming very, very soon. This Ezreal is going to be extremely scary. And I have to say, this looks like drilled gameplay in this game from TL. I think in game number 1, it was a little bit more fast and loose, but this is keeping up on the vision, making sure that they have a game plan. There's an idea in mind in every move that they make. And the idea in mind here is kill them underneath this turret. In goes Umpty, finds another Paranoia. They focus down the turret to make sure that that doesn't kill Yon. An idea in mind in every
I like how we just come back. We get Hex Play. We come back instant. Look at this.
This game from TL. I think in game number 1 it was a little bit more fast.
7, 6. So they literally make a play. They see him. So GAM sees him, but the second the Paranoia comes back up, they're already making the next play. It's actually the second it comes up, courtesy of Hexplate.
doesn't kill Yon, but
TL
now
on
Levi's
point,
here.
man.
Can they get the turnaround?
They're actually making really good plays the last couple of games.
But he gets in the quickness is so good, and they just look to blow up the Wukong. They'll take him down. Yon has the barrier, but he doesn't have his life anymore. The perfect execution is exactly that as Emo looks to try and pull it back for his team. And now Impact and Umpty against Elio and Emo. I think that TL liked those odds, and Emo's going to have to just try and get himself out.
Emo really saving it there with his teleport, collecting those 2 kills because it was a big play from Core JJ to lock up Levi, but Emo equalized it. Meanwhile, you're getting mid push in exchange for bottom. Jax right now, by the way, is on that turret, so
yeah, but you're taking it tier 2.
finish up an outer.
That's still a good play for TL.
Secondary worth a slight bit more than
And against
the outer.
a Nocturne comp as well to have inner turret taken down. Let's have a look at this again.
So you can clearly see that GAM don't want to just give this up, right? And TL, I think they could have played a little bit slower, just as you're talking about restraints. They dive the
Flash E from Levi.
Teleport ends up being, I think, big here because it means that GAM can't quite commit to the fight.
Emo gets
is
2.
already in the back line. So gets the flash, gets the Q, still takes down Core despite the fact you see Umpty for a second there.
It's still
like,
worth it though.
I go,
You get
and then
top tier
realize,
1.
I don't wanna
You actually get 2 top mid tier 2 as well.
Kill for the Akali. I think
Because the most important thing, I think, if you have this Nocturne, is that you push the line of vision forward, because it becomes incredibly dangerous for them to walk in here, because you can just Nocturnal into their jungle and set up crazy jungle
in
fights.
all of our best interest.
You get the deep wards, and then Nocturne has vision to make those plays.
Maneuver its way down this bottom lane. This outer turret still up
It
and
also
available.
makes it, if you get tier 2, if you get these 2 turrets, Nocturne can go into the jungle ward and then dive these turrets to get more gold. So this is a really good game state, I think, for TL.
Levi. And I think Umpty likes those odds. As the curtain call does come in, he turns off the lights to try and stop those bullets from raining in, but it's just, yeah, too little too late here for GAM. Kiaya trying to get himself out, leaps over the wall and gets the blast cone as well to safety. Umpty on this Nocturne is
Like, the
looking
Nocturne
so
can
good.
just hover in the jungle on whatever side you're pressing into tier 2. It's so annoying.
The Rift Herald into the tower for the extra Void Mites, but APA locked up.
Yeah, Elio actually looking for the
Now, how do you
ulti on
break the
APA.
map control stranglehold if you're GAM? You have such shit wave clear.
Up and available, and Emo just can't get in there. So TL almost taking down another inner turret, and this gold is starting to really balloon.
And you might look at that previous graph and be like, man, this is not that big. It's 5K. The previous game was just a bit of a statistical outlier.
Crazy how GAM
It's also
CEO is
all the
41 and looks so
intro
young.
objectives that were layered on in the early game for TL.
He's in good shape. Got the Asian genes. He's also really fun to drink with. I had a few drinks with him last Worlds when it was in Korea. He was a good time.
To Mountain Drake, but Umpty right now actually making his way through the
Besides, I turn 38 in 6
top
days.
side of the river.
Look at
making
me.
Sure that they don't give away any like sneak plays to
I think
GAM,
the truth
while
is that
they go for
esports
that
keeps
dragon.
you
Wanna
young.
Make sure that you have some vision around your Baron.
I don't know, I feel like so much of this game is similar to game number 1. Will come down to Levi and Kiaya what they can find in some of these team fights, but otherwise I'm just not seeing as many of the comeback mechanics for GAM in this game. TL, I feel like they have just a lot of the answers available, and that is going to be the first Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul Point
It didn't work that way for Freak.
going over to TL in this game. We spoke already about how the fact that Mountain Soul really can be a win more button for a lot of teams. And in this composition, certainly will work out that way for TL. I don't know how relevant it's going to be though. This game is looking really difficult anyway as Kiaya, he's got a target on his back. He was so good in game 1 and they're looking to try and shut him down once again. And there's the bullet we call Umpty diving in on top. He's fleeing while he's trying to get that counter-strike down, and it's not going to work. The auto is in the air as it was earlier on, and APA secures the kill. And now with the Jax dead, it could be.
Do you think D plus
maritime
Key has a
for TL.
chance against Weibo? They do. I mean, both those teams are trash, if we're being honest.
Turning their sights to force GAM into their own hands here.
But I hope
Gonna
Weibo
find
doesn't
a
make it.
face
Or, I mean, I hope
shot.
D plus doesn't make it. I actually hate them. I think they're such... They're just trash, man. I hate Weibo, too. Can't we just eliminate all of them?
Get as much damage as possible. Levi looking for a steal as well. They do not know about this Akali yet.
Yeah, the shape splitter was so good at blocking some of these bullets, but the last one does come through. Emo, can he find the angle? That's the question. Is Easylove going to get knocked up and take?
Multiple TP wards here. Emo just finishes his Shadow Flame. He's going to try and look to turn this around. There is a TP.
So they know APA is right there, by the way.
Levi looking for a steal as well. They do not know.
They know APA is right there. And Easy Love's like, yes, now's my time. And then he just gets, he sees Rakan. Yeah, Rakan's clearing a ward. Easy Love is actually trash, guys. Easy Love is actually so fucking bad at this game. He sees Core JJ clearing a ward, then he sees him in the banana brush, then he walks up, and Core just walks on him.
That's the question. Is Easy Love going to get knocked up and taken down? Elio going to be the next one. The Akali just going to get in time.
I hate Easy Love, man. He's been terrible this whole tournament.
But the all-out, the savior that is Impact, is able to take him down, and Yun limps away with single-digit health. TL, they win the fight, but GAM got so close.
Crucially, though, GAM denies the Baron at least for now. Elio.
You think KT would have been a better candidate compared to D+? No, they're all shit. They're all shit.
Yon escapes with even less, like 15 HP or something, as Impact tried to just peel.
They also canceled Poppy's ult by using Nico ult, so great engage by APA. And we got the Giga late Wukong ult. Very nice. Doesn't do anything.
Into the backline, and Impact ults him away. Yon barely able to live and get that with TL coming out ahead.
And once again, I think we saw picture-in-picture that Kiayo was in a little bit of trouble as, yeah, not exactly elation here.
It's not done yet.
Pretty much a wash. You can see no difference as far as the gold is concerned. Having a look at the damage in the team fight, APA and Yon doing their jobs absolutely. But Emo, a real hero. We're starting to see why this Akali was picked up, and he's got some ground to cover.
Oh,
Shroud's down. This is somewhat dangerous, but he's not going to push up any further. Yon on Core JJ, just going to collect the wave. Flank angle, and you can see I'm 1 8. Found it. It's perfect. It's beautiful. I haven't got to the 1 HP yet. It's mostly 0.
Still calculating.
Yeah, we're still calibrating.
It's the important thing. Right now,
GAM could be a decent team if they had a bot lane. Easy Love was def the worst ADC at Worlds. He was really bad, guys.
That's it. They need a pick onto someone, but so many summoners are available. Empty going in.
Yeah, they're just trying to find it. There's 2 with the Pop Blossom. It's not the most, but True Shot Barrage does so much as they dive forward. Emo trying to look for it. Once again,
so many summoners are available. Empty going in.
Yeah, nice TP Tiny. Look at this. This is much better. Look, the magic was inside TL all along. Look how beautiful this play is, guys. Look at it. Look at the setup. Deep ward, coordination, buzzwords, APA, flashes in, TP finishes. Umti's there at the same time. Look at this. Yun just gets a million free auto attacks.
He's 1v3, and he likes those odds. The knock-up comes through.
Mwah! Beautiful Team Liquid.
The solo lanes are down, and TL, I think they're still alive at Worlds.
They're going to stand tall. They're going to go grab their rewards here. The Baron picked up.
And GAM, you could see them looking, trying to find a mid lane fight, maybe an angle onto some of the background, but again...
It's so triggering to hear all the casters keep calling Yun, Yon or Yan. Tell me about it. So, in Korean, right... It's written like this, okay? Right. That's the first consonant of his actual name, Yun. So this sound, when you anglicize it as EO, is like oh. That's that sound. And when you double it like this, you put the Y in front of it, so it's more like Yun. Right? Yun. But anglicized it's easier just to say Yun. Right? So it's definitely not yawn. Because we actually have different in Korean, you could just say yan. Right? Which would be similar to that. Yan. This is yan. This is yun. Yawn.
Nocturne pick has been one of the breakout picks for Worlds for me. The amount of playmaking you take away once you get ahead with this pick is insane,
and it is so meaningful.
But it's the all sound with the Y on the front.
To have another tool in the toolbox here for them, because he had been one of the players where people look at his champion pool and think that TL can only survive when he is on Maokai, Sejuani, Skarner, these tanks. But the Nocturne has been massive. Once again, he pulls the trigger with APA. It's the duo engage. And even though Poppy ultimate does go off, APA has already hit the ultimate before he goes flying.
Yeah, I think we want to call that a Poppy Blossom, because honestly, it worked really well for
Beautiful.
APA.
Meanwhile, Impact into the back line took care of the Akali for the rest of the team. And so TL
Call that a Poppy Blossom.
case for
Yeah, so in Korean, guys, it's the same sound that's in like 안녕, which is hello. The young at the end is it's the same sound. Or like hyung, which is older brother. It's the same letter. It's the same vowel sound.
forward.
Well, now a little bit more of a fight here as Kiai is going to get pulled back by Impact. Now the curtains are being called, but the paranoia is down. Can't really see his targets, although there is a clone in there, just causing a ruckus. The rest of GAM trying to get themselves out of there. Levi is trying to be tricky, but it's just not quite working. Able to avoid that true shot barrage that may have just been his life, but now this is game over, right? If this goes down, it's game over.
That's the problem. GAM trying desperately to find something. They get away with their lives, but they lose something that I don't think they can afford to lose. This game was already in a dire spot, almost a 10k gold lead, but now with Mountain Soul, your one angle to come back, which is like a pick on APA when he's overextending. Yawn out of position, poor JJ diving too deep. Like, that's just not going to happen. And I don't even want to talk about what Impact is now going to do. Look,
He's a 4-0-5.
He has
Yeah,
almost
this is
300 armor.
Yeah, this is a Showmaker's worst nightmare, Cassante right now, wielded by Impact. And they're going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret. Emo does get some bounty gold, but it's just not really going to work. Bounty gold for Nex is not a trade you want to take, but there's not a whole lot.
Is this
more that they
Levi's
can
last
do. Not in
game?
this
That's so
mid lane.
sad,
It's gonna be
actually.
able to
Levi,
get
what a
another
legend
TL.
of his
They are
scene.
dotting eyes and they are crossing
Maple and
Ts.
Levi, if it was Maple's last game, it was Levi's last game too. That's very sad.
For an angle, hunting for an opportunity, but Impact just keeps pushing him back. He's a brick wall, guarding Yon, guarding. He gets the double knock up with that Q3, guarding Yon, guarding.
Do you hear Atlas say it properly, guys?
Impact just keeps pushing him back. He's a brick wall, guarding Yon.
Do you hear Atlas saying it properly? It's almost like Atlas knows how Korean is spelled and pronounced.
He gets the double knock up with that Q3, and the keeper's verdict does, but Impact just keeps pushing him back. He's a. They are dotting eyes and they are crossing T's.
Listen to Atlas saying it right.
Exactly
Thank God.
what they need off this map. Levi, you can see hunting
Atlas isn't allowed to cast Korean teams, but by God, he can cast Korean names.
for an angle, hunting for an opportunity, but Impact just keeps pushing him back. He's a brick wall, guarding Yon, guarding. He gets the double knock up with that Q3, and the keeper's verdict does come on through, but it's once again APA. He's pushed out of the fight. Pop Blossom still in hand, and now Umpty comes from behind the enemy Nexus to look to take down the opposition. Emo is just eviscerated in one swift stroke, and there's the Pop Blossom. Levi was the target, understandably so. And Elio, not a whole lot he can do. Easy Love just pushed back to the fountain, and TL will take down their second Nexus of the series and keep themselves alive at Worlds 2024.
There it is. Let's take a look at the draw, guys. Talk about tomorrow. Watch the UMT interview. All right, let's watch the UMT interview. I need to find the actual match, though. Hold up. Don't. It's cringe. I think that's why you guys want me to watch it.
To fight another day. Before we get to the interview, we can immediately get to the Oppo player of the series, Azale.
Poppy, he just moved around the entire map, played
So comfortable.
over the last watching him. Impact really
Oh,
showed
that's
up.
nice.
And generally GAM, oh, it is so bitter. But very commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Levi is just
so good that I should.
How do you feel right now?
So you guys ask for like, how do you feel? After game 1, terrible. Game 2 feels so good that I shit on Levi.
That's great.
Is that what matters? I'm sorry.
Yeah, shitting on Levi is all that matters. I love it.
The jungle, so how did it feel to come out on top, especially with the 2 Nocturne games you had?
Oh, so I think the game 1 was, there was a lot of my bad too.
Yeah.
And so I thought, I can play better than this. Like,
I would
cannot
hope
be
so.
More bad than this at the game 2. And I thought my team was playing so well. So I just tried to trust myself, come out to the stage, and just play again.
So about trusting yourself, I was looking up some stuff about you, some statistics, and I saw that you did a video teaching how to play Nocturne. You also had 2 good wins on Nocturne today. But then I looked at your win rate, and I saw that you had 40% win rate on Nocturne before coming in today.
Wait. I should fix one, guys. 1 second. So first thing, my win rate is, whole career is 40%. Even though 600 game, guys. So 40%.
He's like, I was on bro, guys.
Is not that low.
Yeah.
For me. Hi, guys. Are you serious? I'm serious, guys.
All things considered,
I love him,
everything
T. He's
is
so
fine.
funny.
We played a video of Spawn, the speech, the pep talk that he gave you guys between game 1 and game 2.
He's like, whoa. It doesn't suck more than I normally suck.
And looking at you, you
And also, I was on Breon.
were religiously looking at him. Let it all sink in, drinking what he was telling you. How important is it for you to have a pep talk from your coach?
So, yeah, I mean, my coach was just mentally worrying about me. I was a lot pinched at the worlds because it's a tough scrims, guys. Eastern teams are strong. So it was tough, but they were just worrying me. But I was actually completely fine, and I can come back and bounce back. And my coach was so happy about that. I bounced back with my teammates.
Amazing. And you're going to keep on bouncing back 100%. But I want to know, I know that you had a lot of things to prove this year in North America. I do believe that you have a lot of things to prove at Worlds here as well. What is the main goal for you, Umti?
Main goal? I mean, I'm just happy right now. I am just like playing at this.
That is interesting, though. These were Umti's first 2
This is more
Nocturne
enjoyable
games
right
this
now.
year, guys. He didn't play it at all this year up until this point. Not that he would have. I mean, it wasn't like it was super meta. Yeah, and he now has a 47% win rate, but he had only played 15 games of Nocturne prior to this. He didn't play it last year either, so I don't know. The data that old about a player in Champions, dear Lord, he hasn't played it in forever. He literally hasn't played this. Winner is Nocturne games. Holy shit. He hasn't played it in like 4 years, guys. 5 years. The last time he played Nocturne was 2019. Yeah, I'm going to go with those stats aren't relevant.
Amazing having you on stage as well.
He's also not a hard champion.
Once again, guys. Good luck on the draw. We'll find out about your opponent.
So I don't know about that. He literally hadn't played Nocturne since 2019
And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
prior to these games.
Is there a draw show too?
Yeah, what a loose cannon in the interview. I love it. It's fun. What do you think?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I want to hear what
That's
Swan
kinda
has to say,
Humpty, right?
actually.
He's a very emotional guy, and I think that the thing that we do well as a team is we ride his highs very well, and then when he's a little bit down, all the team rallies to pick him back up. So I love working with him. He's such an enjoyable, like, good, kind-hearted soul.
You know, I've kind of got to ask you then, like, how did you, rally to actually be able to come back after game number 1? Because let's be honest, game number 1 was pretty abysmal compared to the level that you guys have shown throughout the year. It's not the same team I've watched in the LCS. You guys know that, and we even got to see a clip of you talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we really want it at the moment, right? And League of Legends, if you really want it too much, sometimes a good play actually just goes away. So I think that that's what we're suffering from at the moment. And I think the reason that we're trying to like grind our way through it is because when you're a good player and you play the game, then you start to see the game a lot more clearly than what we're seeing it at the moment. And I think that what actually happened in game 1 is we got completely destroyed, and then everyone was like, "Oh, this is actually the worst thing that can happen." Like we finally hit rock bottom. Like,
Can't go down no lower. winner.
Like Gam again, and it was like, I think everyone at that point took a sigh of relief. Umpty was like, I don't want to play Maokai again. I'm just not playing well enough to play this champion. We had a couple other drafts prepared, and then I think the great start to game 2 actually just kicked the team back into the gear that they've been playing in domestically.
Yeah, I mean, that level 1. That was amazing.
People don't take level 1 seriously enough, guys. Level 1s are so good. This is why I like what I like about G2's coaching staff is that they care way more about level 1s.
Really good scouting prep from him. He knows that when they play strong level 1, they like try and go ward one side and then go the other side really deep, so that when we knew they went that side, that was what they were going to commit to, and then we had a good trap prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean the ward as well that you guys had in the river, spotting them walking up, so you could actually have that prep. You know, talk to me then, you know, about how happy you are, you know, with the position for the team, you know, overall. Because obviously you took down GAM, you took down Pain, but now you're going to have all these teams in the 2-2 bracket that are pretty terrifying and, you know, potentially a pretty big level up in terms of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that when we came into Worlds, we had a lot of confidence because the boot camp was going really well. And then, as I said, that
I was wondering because I think we have 2 very distinct kind of different teams from LCS who are still in the running, right? And FlyQuest has been getting a lot of praise for their approach and the fact that they said we're actually going to deprioritize the scrims versus LCK and LPL in order to kind of protect our peace.
And then I think that the difference for us is that EWC, when we had great scrims versus the top teams, we actually found a lot of confidence from that. And I guess Core and I are the 2 leaders of the team, and we're both just big grinders. You know, we're the kind of people that when the brick wall's not going down, we just bang our head into it a couple more times. So if that's what the culture is of the team, that's what people expect. So if you take your foot off the brake at the last moment, then that can sometimes send the wrong message. Guys will fan
national stage.
I don't even think either of us or FlyQuest would want to make quarters that way, to be completely honest. And it's not because we don't want to make it there, it's because of exactly what you said. And, you know, team kills are never fun. In saying that, I did say the other day that we kind of went 1-1 in playoffs against them, and we do feel like behind the scenes, when this is all over, we need kind of that Rocky scene where Rocky fights Apollo Creed off camera. So I would like to do that with FlyQuest at some point, but definitely not to make a quarterfinal.
No, I get what the less.
And an EU.
Riot Games tournament. Nick, thank you so much.
Look at this guy.
This bowl contains our remaining teams with the score of
Wide ref.
2 who will be competing for a spot. As a reminder, repeat matchups are not allowed in the Swiss stage, and if a team is drawn against someone, they now. D+ Kia.
He has very dainty hands.
WBG Gaming.
The fraud off.
FlyQuest. Team Liquid Honda.
It's actually probably the best result for NA. Like I said, the best result for the West was Fly versus TL, and then G2 versus D+. G2 versus BLG is obviously terrible.
No!
I feel like everyone's disappointed. This sucks.
Why?
Bring back Malu.
Bring Malu back immediately.
We got no NAEU in the entire Swiss stage.
But
Good system, Riot. No NA versus EU in Swiss. Great system.
Hey, you know what? Before the draw, that wasn't the way I wanted it.
To be fair, the only reason that didn't happen was because Mad Lions was so terrible that they lost to 2 play-ins teams. Otherwise, we would have gotten it. If Mad Lions hadn't been fucking awful, then we would have gotten NA versus EU.
can you please be happy with one? Because I'm over here having to play BLG, okay?
That's okay.
That's the worst possible draw.
FlyQuest just had to play HLE. They almost beat them. That's the other number 1 seed.
Yeah, TL, you beat...
This is the bad number 1 seed. They were in the 1 and 2 bracket.
So TL beats GAM and Pain and gets FlyQuest, and G2 beats Weibo and gets BLG. I love the draw system instead of normal Swiss. I love it. But hey.
Me too, actually.
I'm so pissed. Oh, man.
You can always just blame Adam. Of course, it's obviously Adam's fault. We know this. Adam, being a shithead, caused Mad Lions to be able to go to Worlds because of their placing in winter, which then has now caused no NA versus EU matchups at Worlds in Swiss stage. And therefore caused NA versus NA. Just gonna put that out there. It caused NA versus NA too. If Adam just wasn't toxic and didn't get himself benched, we wouldn't be dealing with any of this. Fuck you, Adam.
DK versus, we didn't even mention it yet, but DK versus Weibo.
How are you feeling about the matchup?
Against FlyQuest?
Yeah.
Obviously, we know each other very well.
Yeah.
So I think that both teams would probably be quite happy that they draw each other from a gameplay perspective. Obviously, from a narrative perspective, not. We feel like we actually took a lot away from that summer final. So yeah, bring it on.
Do you think comfort in knowing your opponent helps or hurts you guys in this series? Because obviously, yeah, you did look much better than TL, or rather than Fly for the majority of the split, but then they did kind of dominate you in the finals.
I mean, yeah, but then we beat them a week before the finals or whatever it was, right? So, I mean, we will take solace in the fact that we have been a better team than them for the whole of summer split, and they beat us on one day, so we'll see if they can do it again.
Spawn, the minions locked in the fridge. There's no way you're losing that. DK versus Weibo. DK, you know, they lost 0-2 to LNG, of course, right? It's kind of a team that came out of...
Okay, so the question is, can we reasonably predict G2 over BLG? You know, On has not been good. If they lose, On is winning the .A award. By the way, guys, he is winning it. He has been fucking terrible. But Mickey X has been definitely hit or miss at this event. Bin has been incredibly solid. Some of the early games versus BLG were a little shaky. It's possible, guys, but probably not. I think you probably think BLG wins. BLG also historically has been better in best of threes than in best of ones. You know, they may have dropped games in best of threes in LPL, but they didn't lose the best of threes usually. You take Weibo here, I think, even though this is just a fraud coin flip matchup. And I think you take FlyQuest. So we will be watching all of these best of threes tomorrow and Summoning Insight. Okay, guys? So feel free to follow my channel. Subscribe over on YouTube. If you missed some of it, it's on the live tab on my YouTube channel. I'll be on Power Spike this week as well. Thank you guys for watching. We'll continue our review of all of the World Championship with these 3 best of threes tomorrow. I'll catch you guys then.